Good evening, everyone. Yep, another Starfield stream. What do you know? The music that you were just listening to is just tracks from the Starfield original soundtrack, which they have around 80 songs. There's a lot to choose from. They all sound somewhat similar, but they're situational. Some are more exploration, some are more like story beats, and some are like crazy combat situations. So they're kind of cool to listen to as an intro. In the future, when I play other games, hopefully later this month, I may continue using some songs from this game because they're just really nice. So, I released a little video recently related to Starfield, and I'm going to play it real quick in case anyone hasn't seen it. But I spent some time working with the console commands, and I managed to dig around in the game's files, don't tell anyone, and I found a lot of the Varun assets, things like statues and the plants and signage and pedestals and furniture and the vines and all kinds of just stuff that you would see in that embassy part of the game. And I managed to decorate my room in the well to be themed towards Varun. Okay, so let me full screen this. Well, I'll first put a link to it in chat. Anyone wants to help uh, boost its visibility, if you feel like it. There's a link to it, but I'm about to just play it right now. Okay, how do I do this again? I'm gonna do this, click here, then do that. Then full screen this. Here we go. Oh, geez, I just realized I wasn't going in 1080. Okay, rewind a little bit. Okay, now we're at 1080.
Yes? You do not need to ask me if you may ask. You may just ask. Honestly, I cannot answer that. So many years have been driven by survival in intense circumstances. Leisure time has been in short supply. And I suppose I have conditioned myself to not think about it much. I do enjoy combat training, though I suppose that is hardly the answer you are looking for. You have given me something to consider. Thank you for that. Until next time.
And there you go. And well, thank you, Strudely. I'm glad you checked it out. I'm curious, did you see it? Like, where did you see it when I posted? It was on Twitter because I put it in like 4 different places, and I'm always curious how people discover things that I do. Um, and yeah, I built it. I mean, I'm just moving assets of the game around, and actually, in the game, I'm there right now. But the first thing I'm gonna do is I got Andreja to sit down, which is a really hard thing to do. Uh, and I'm going to do a conversation first, and then I'll walk around the room and I'll explain a little bit how I put it together. It was under subscriptions on YouTube. Oh, okay, thank you. So immediately, boom. Oh, I got the game audios off. Here we go. Oops. And there's that background noise. Oh, I thought she was going to sit down. Here. Come on, do it. Do it. She's thinking about it. Come on. Sometimes you need to do this. Oh, come on. Okay, we'll just do it over here instead.
What did you need?
Just dramatically looking away from us. Do you have anything of interest for me, Andreja?
Indeed I do. All yours.
Huh. It's funny when she just like
Back to it.
steals things from people. Just so it's not so loud, because this particular area has really loud ambient sound. I'm gonna turn this down a little bit. So normally this place, you know, is everything you see, but without all the plants and statues and stuff like that. That was all added by me. And something I can do is if we do TFC, you can do a toggle free camera. And if you don't put a number, it will not freeze time. So unlike photo mode, you can keep things running while you move around, and then TM removes the HUD. I've been doing, I mean, all of this was done through console commands, digging through files, looking for the names of things, spawning them, and then like writing down their reference IDs because a lot of them don't have colliders on them, so I can't just click them to move them. I had to use commands to select them and then use coordinates to move and rotate and scale and all that. So that's the most like unintuitive way imaginable to get this done. Um, okay. Oh, I forgot you got to be in third person or else you're just going to see your first person hands. Okay, no. And okay. Then I got to do Thuxum. What is it? It's shorthand for it's like something about changing the sensitivity of the free camera, which I usually do 0.05. Yeah, none of these things you normally have access to. Otherwise, I would have just used the built-in thing, but they don't give you any Varun stuff. And to get smooth camera movement like this, which is really good for video, just use a controller. Joysticks and stuff allow a way smoother movement. Like if I tried doing all of this with just the mouse and keyboard, it would have looked like this. Well, I could have lowered the sensitivity to make it not so bad, but I could be like, but you get that choppiness that is really hard to get rid of with a mouse. So I think ideally doing gamepad. And what I'm thinking of doing is in the, oops, I think of doing in like the nearish future is making a video tutorial on how to find stuff in the game and place it in different spots like I did for all of this. So these are the Varun plants. They ended up just being called like Varun shrub or something like that. These can be found in the embassy. These things were just called Varun statues. But the thing, oh my god, and these guys will just keep repeating their dialogue underground if you don't push them apart. Sometimes they'll end on their own. Okay. But when you're, a lot of people say like, oh, that's going to drive me insane. Okay. I got to go fix something downstairs. Okay.
Some of the shit from the freestar systems
Get out.
actually kill you.
Get out.
You drink enough of it.
Their dialogue will just keep going back and forth forever. Whoa, as long as they're together.
Hey, you like a damn roach. I can't get rid of you.
Come on, man. Just one beer for your best bud, yeah? What's with the staring? You need something?
I'm gonna be a big-time space pilot someday.
Okay. Anyway. Okay, anyway, what I was saying is, when you use, you can type help, and I was just saying like, okay, look for statue, and then 4 will filter by names of items. So that'll lag for a second, and then it'll bring things up, but when I search for statue, the only things that came up were like 2 different, actually even just one thing that's called like, Artemisian bronze statue, which I don't even know where that appears in the game, but it's just kind of a bronze Greek-looking statue. But the point of the story is that none of the Varun stuff was here. And this is the method people usually recommend, and that's why I could never find it, is that not every asset in the game is labeled with like a friendly name like statue or bronze statue. The Varun stuff had no names. So I use a Fallout 4 editor program that's called like XView or something like that, that allows you to look through the game's files. And even then it's really messy and not everything's there, but I went through the static meshes folder and eventually found the things that were part of New Atlantis assets, and then the embassy stuff was there. And then I got a whole list of base IDs, which is what you need to actually spawn things. And then I just one at a time was spawning them. Nope, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. And then I wrote down what all the IDs were eventually,
Just like Katie.
which ended up being like this type of
Without
statue,
me, you wouldn't
this
have
kind of
any
tangle
business.
looking thing. And then also this guy, this kind of cobra looking one, which is the more
Damn it,
iconic
Rick.
one.
Can't you just leave me in peace?
I love the
Come
material that they're
on,
made
man.
from.
Just one beer for your best bud, yeah?
And also, when you're using a gamepad for camera
I
movement
have
like
half a man to
this,
ban you, just like
wow.
Katie.
Okay, their dialogue is going to keep repeating
Come
forever,
on,
and it is
man.
so irritating.
Just one beer for your best bud,
The
yeah?
left and right triggers will do up and down movements, and that's also analog. So if you have a controller that has analog triggers, this will allow you to
I have
gradually
half a
go
man
up
to
and
ban you,
down.
just like Katie.
So that way you can be, moving
Jeez, what's your
sideways and
problem
going up
today?
and down, which is like useful for camera movement.
Damn it, Rick.
Because
Can't you just leave
originally
me
I
in
was just
peace?
using
Ah,
L1
please.
and
Without me,
L2, which
you
does
wouldn't
this, which
have
is really,
any
whoa,
Abilities. No, I will not help you hurt people.
I forgot. That will also accidentally trigger that ability, so ignore
Damn it,
that.
Rick. Can't you just leave me in
Okay, please stop. Thank you.
What's your problem today? And
Uh, but using the triggers will allow you to do it slower.
Out then.
And then all the different vine pieces were all called like
Damn
Venom
it, Rick.
Tree
Can't you just leave me in peace?
and like Embassy Vines or something.
you
And
wouldn't
these
have
kind of
any
reddish and
business.
bluish things are the actual tree itself. I could have put the full tree in here, which I originally had the tree like envelop this
You're
entire
like a
column
damn
in the
roach.
middle.
I can't get rid of
But
you.
the tree was just so huge and it had colliders
Without
everywhere,
me,
which made it
you
very
wouldn't have
messy
any
to
business.
um, try to deal with. Like I'd get stuck on it all the time. You could scale stuff down, which is
You're like
nice.
a
Like in
damn
this engine,
roach.
you can
I
scale
can't get rid of
things.
you.
But instead, I replaced it with just
Without
hanging
me,
vines so that you could
you
still
wouldn't
see the
have any
exposed
business.
column there. And then another unforeseen problem was that because I wanted to line it up so that when you're sitting
Damn it,
here
Rick. Can't you just leave
and
me
a
in peace?
companion is sitting right here,
Ah, please.
that I
Without me,
wanted to
you
have it so
wouldn't
that
have
the
any business.
this statue is in the background. And it's also the other way around, where if I'm sitting in this chair and the companion's sitting over here,
You're like a
that this
damn
statue
roach.
is in
I
this
can't
way,
get rid of you.
is kind of in the background as
Ah,
well. Just so kind of
please.
sets like a little
Without me,
stage, I
you
guess.
wouldn't have any business.
Swear to God, those two downstairs. Actually, I know what I can do. Uh, whoa.
Damn it, Rick.
Okay.
Can't you just leave me in peace?
I'm gonna reload the file anyway, so
You wouldn't have any business.
kill. All right. Problem solved. Then, did any of them have names like a pattern to follow? Like Varun is VN163, something like that. No, they were just ended up being. I think it was called like Embassy Statue
Rick.
1 or something.
Can't
Who are you
just leave
talking
me
to?
in peace?
Who are you talking to?
Jeez, what's your problem today? And every day for that
Oh my
matter.
God, he came back to life. Oh, I know something. He's an essential NPC. Well, guess what game? I learned a very, very valuable command. All right, Rick Duran of Duran Duran is essential 0. I think he needs to be alive again. Oh, it's telling me if They're marked as essential. Set essential 0. There we go. Set essential 0. Oh my god. He's evading
You
every...
like a damn roach.
What? Actor... Oh my... crying out loud. Okay. See, this is what it's like trying to work with console commands. 115A. Some of them use the targeting system and some don't. A44 dot set essential 0. 0 not found as parameter for actor
I
base. Oh, set essential 115A 440.
can get rid of you.
Invalid act. Oh, fine, don't let me have fun.
Jeez, what's your problem today?
Both of you. I know it's possible to do. It takes so much just annoying dealing with commands to get stuff to work how you want it to. Well, something I wanted to point out, which is really cool, that I didn't really notice about the Varun
I have
armor
half a man to ban you, just like Kay did. Leave me
is, actually that is a good idea. I'll just teleport them far away. Set position 000.
Ah, please. Without me, you wouldn't have any business.
Oh, set position Z0. He can still... Oh, wow, he came back. Uh-oh. Okay, how about this? Okay, mod position 0100. Oh my god, the game does not want them to separate. Mod position 500. Like how they can kind of see where they went. Oh. What a weird place. Okay. Definitely not going to leave my file this way. NPC's dialogue toward this guy is hilariously ethical. Yeah, I just can't get rid of it. True, it was. But the front of the Varun armor has kind of that cobra appearance to it, where the edges of the cobra type snake kind of flares out like that, much like this. And then I don't know if it's also an intentional thing where it's like you have triangular fangs for like the mouth and the fangs, and then on their armor here, kind of abstractly, you have like the fangs on the sides and kind of a triangular mouth part sticking out like that. And like vaguely reptilian looking back of the head pointing out backwards. I don't know, sort of like a comb like fashion. Some scaly looking business. Then this kind of aesthetic, crackly material, even matches this furniture that can be found in the embassy, where it's a little, you can kind of see that subtle pattern. And then, of course, this contraband box, which I'm going to be filling with Varun brochures, and then maybe putting them inside here, perhaps. I don't know. Couldn't figure out what to put in the kitchen, so I just dumped a bunch of piles of garbage there. It's like they don't really care for this as a living space. It's more of just a utility place to use. And then we go upstairs, and we have like the kind of overgrown maroon emblem on here. Normally the door is closed, but the bathroom isn't any different. Couldn't think of what to put in here. But at first I thought it was kind of glitchy looking to just have the vines suddenly cut off at the door, but I guess it kind of makes sense that if the doors were closed when the vines grew over the doors, then it would make sense that they would hold that position. Kind of like if you've ever removed ivy or vines or anything like that from something before, that they still hold their shape even when you pull it off, which I think is a pretty cool thing. Anyway, so you go through this door, and you get this. So I managed to find the special effects particles, which also includes the like sanity effect looking things when you go through it, and the sound effects. So I can spawn this stuff that was from the embassy. It was blue in the embassy, but I think because the ambient light and the post-processing in the well is kind of yellowish, that it tinged the blue to be more green, which makes sense because blue plus yellow is green. So as you get closer, get the whispers. Wait, where'd the scripture go? Originally, I had the whole area was covered in these things. Let me get the code for that real quick. Hey, you forgot. Welcome. I enjoyed watching your drumming. Can't remember the name of the game that you were playing, but I love those sorts of rhythm games. Like I remember playing Rock Band, and I loved like Guitar Hero so much growing up. I was in college when it came out, but it was really fun. And I played percussion in school, but I never really got into drum set. So it's like working on that. I've always wanted to work more on that. I'm going to do something real quick as long as I'm not going to save this file. I took so many notes while doing this. Like I have like pages and pages of notes of different console commands and names of different objects that I was considering using. Tons of different variations of, oh, it's called umbrella vine is the kind of reddish ones that cover the walls. But specifically, I'm looking for the particle effect called Varun Venom Tree FX. So let me spawn a bunch of these to give you an idea of what this would have been like. Let me go back to... Now could get a bit loud. This effect is kind of crazy. So PT is not playable teaser in this context, but it is a shorthand version of place there, which it will shoot like a ray cast out, and the first thing that it collides with is where it will spawn something, as opposed to place here, which will put it at coordinates or at your feet. You can specify player, but PT has just been the easiest way for me to do most of this. So the code for this one is 1C84DF. And the effects will take a bit to build up. And then let's put some more. It's just funny gas. Well, I think it's supposed to be like spores. It just opens your mind up a little bit, you know? Here we go. This is how you have a good time. But if you don't have constant whispers in your ears during your day-to-day life, I mean, are you really living? Are you really living your best life? Oh. Well, anyway. Oh, and when you have... This is actually really interesting to watch. When you have TM on to toggle all of the HUD elements and you reload, you can watch the game slowly load back in. Especially if you are quick saving back to a really far away place, like you can see pieces of the world load back in one at a time. It's really interesting to watch. It seems NPCs have a couple different base IDs. Seems to be a different system setting the protection values for NPCs. That's something I was running into a lot too, was most of the documentation out there is on Fallout 4. And a lot of stuff does match in Starfield, uses a lot of Fallout 4 commands, but then there's like a whole set of ones that are new to Starfield that there's like no documentation on. So there was a lot of guessing and checking for stuff. So I'm not totally sure how to remove essential flag on stuff. If that one command didn't do it, then I'm not sure what will. So because I spent a lot of time trying to predict NPC behavior, kind of like real life, no, trying to, because you can't just grab an NPC and make them pose in a certain way for like videos and stuff. So trying to get her to sit in the chair was quite a long process. So what I noticed is, for one, if you're looking directly at them, even if they aren't looking at you, that... Oh, well, now she does it. She's going to immediately stand back up after doing one pose, probably. No? Of course, the one time I think I can predict it, doesn't. Oh, maybe it's because if I'm also sitting here that she gets up because she's blocking. I don't know. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is, if you want them to do random little environmental things like, oh, they'll go and look at something, they'll go and sit down and all that, you should not be looking directly at them because they seem to only do those cool little side animations when you're not looking at them. And third person view actually negates that. So if I'm like this, looking towards her, but if I go to third person and face this way, it does not count as looking at an NPC. Even though she's looking at me, but it can look away, and then that will cause them to be more likely. Oh my god, they're back. It'll make them do other things.
Without me, you wouldn't have any business.
He's not even here. Oh, okay.
You won't find anything at Enric's. That
Okay, he
place
spawned
is where
back
good
in.
selection goes to die.
Goes to die. Let's. Oh. And when you spawn things in late, the AI does get a little glitchy because I think whatever their nav mesh stuff is probably generated after the initial creation of stuff, so they're more likely to get stuck on things as if that doesn't already happen. Okay, so anyway, reloading one more time, and then I'll actually go and do some stuff here. Oh, yeah, I can watch things load in. Oh, oh, okay. Put this back on. Oh yeah.
Yes?
God, she stole money that she wants to give me.
Ah, thank you for reminding me.
Thank you.
Right.
And I want to see... Okay, it's still here. Scripture. Good. Um... You find it funny how people are showcasing how buggy the AI is in Starfield as if it's not a Bethesda game, which it's known for that. Yeah. So, some of the things that I want to do here on stream is something I meant to do last stream, but there's a thing that, well, Alex Earth pointed out to me in Discord, and I can't find that much documentation on this online, is that Earth actually has a lot of secret places you can visit. It's not completely a wasteland. And you managed to trigger the one of the secret spots to appear for you to go visit by reading a book. So, and he told me that he found the book in Aquila. So I'm gonna go check out Aquila. Aquila. Which I don't think I can immersive fast travel from here, so I think I have to go this way. New Atlantis. I won't do this on stream because it'd be a lot of just guessing and checking. It might be kind of boring to watch. I'm getting closer and closer to being able to spawn in a bunch of Varun and have them fight alongside me. Because one of my dream things that I want to do here is to be able to set up a script where I can just push a button and it will spawn a series of Varun. So then if I'm going, stop talking to me. So if I'm about to raid a like Crimson Fleet place, I can have a bunch of Varun fighting alongside, and I could put it on like very hard difficulty. So we got like 5 of us all infiltrating together, and I think that would be a lot of fun. Anyway, so let's go to Aquila, and I think by going to Aquila, it should.
Always a satisfying moment to return to your ship.
Andreja should have some things to say about that place once we get there. Actually, I'm gonna quick save. Sorry, one more thing. Don't tell anyone, but I figured out how to do this. One step closer to making something else happen. Do... Oops. Try that again. All right. Look who's here. But the only problem is that none of her AI or dialogue options or anything are here, so she's just sort of a husk. And we'll like move out of the way. And I figured out how I can forcefully, that's a bad word to use. Um I can hand off some equipment and encourage them to use the equipment. So for example, let's see. So we got 227CA3. Okay, and then also, what was the other thing? Okay, equip item. So PLR will select the last thing I spawned, which is her. So then I do equip item, and then the ID that I typed in a bit ago. Not the most entertaining stuff to watch, but like, I don't know. Because once I get things, oh, for crying out loud. And then, of course, the console is not very friendly. Okay. 227 CA3, which isn't going to work because I lost selection. There we go. CA. Well, it worked one time. Let me check something. Notes, notes, lots of notes. Scroll wheel. Open actor container. Let's try that. Open actor container. Like a lot of these things were like removed in Starfield. So I'm looking at Fallout 4 commands, so not all of them work. Eh. Um, wait. It's the last thing I'll do, and then I swear I'm gonna actually go play like a normal person. is, and then scroll wheel also scrolls your targets, so that like messes things up that you're trying to do. There's like a mod that I've seen some people do where they can or used for Fallout, where it's like an enhanced console that makes it a little more usable for the average person. Okay, ambassador suit. Equip item 227 CA2. Whoa, there we go. So we got Miria. I heard the VA pronounce this person's name, and it's like apparently not just Maria. It's like Miria Serkovich. Serkovich. Serkevich. Miria Serkevich or something, which was like completely different than I thought it was supposed to be. Polish is a very mystical language. You never know how things are supposed to be pronounced. I don't think anyone really knows. It's all theoretical. And then we got Weapon, Combatech Equinox. What are the name? Are the weapons and stuff have like extra details to their names that you don't see in game, like their brand and things, which is pretty cool. Equip item 2C7D29. She's not in like combat stance. Set combat style. Start combat. It's probably a whole lot other that isn't working that will stop other things from working as well. Well, one of these days, the Starfield user base will better understand how this all works to make goofy stuff happen. Anyway, because there's like, when you just spawn an NPC, they're probably missing a whole lot of scripts that are needed to make basic stuff happen. And when those scripts aren't there, it can cause other things to not work. And then they have like special dialogue things, and then they need factions to be set up, and then there's like faction relations, and it's confusing. Anyway, I'm gonna investigate a lead on a secret. That secrets are one of my favorite things in games. We are gonna go to here. Goth GF to Goth Warrior. I don't know. It's always been confusing to me to understand what goth really means. There's like certain personalities are attributed to that, certain ways of dressing. It's like, I don't know, terms change so much. Oh, I didn't get the immersive landing. when I'm in this town, don't just wear casual Varoon. We gotta show them that we mean business. So we gotta go to the bookshop. And apparently there's a chance that there's a book that you can get in that shop that will lead you to a secret landmark on Earth.
I know Aquila City rather well. Perhaps better than I would like.
Cool, tell me more.
Sarah Filburn and her brother-in-law, Henry? Going at it
Nope.
again.
I don't remember where the bookstore is. Barracks?
People around here think we own Aquila. They're wrong. Gosh, they do.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Heritage Museum. I don't know this town at all.
Over there. Tourist?
I give him 3 minutes before the smell chases him out.
Lead on a job. Maybe for you and a couple buddies.
Yeah.
Yeah?
That's right, I forgot I turned the sound down. Let me put that back up. In this stream, we appreciate subtle
Aggies.
ambience.
I have spent far too much time here. I do not recommend it.
Boss asked me to tap the Jansons. No way.
Maybe someone just lost it.
Something that I wish that they had, well, just a general direction that I wish they would have gone with the dialogue, is that if an NPC has something that they want you to pry into and learn more about, they should have one step between that initial like thing to get your interest and then when they just lay out all the details. Like so often you're just running down the street and there's like 4 different people just, like as they say, trauma dumping on you, and you're not even engaging with them. You're just running by and they're like, the other day I was walking at the spaceport and the guy, he was like doing this and it's like they should be like, I wonder if that's gonna have any, or like I wonder if I should have done something different, or like, oh, I'm gonna get in so much trouble for this, or, and then you go and talk to them and then you get the details. It's just so weird to have them just dump everything on you as you pass by. It doesn't feel very natural. Which I know, natural, green
It
text,
amazes me that
natural
anyone would
Bethesda
spend
game.
credits on this instead of taking a trip to see real alien life.
Hmm. Is this not the bookstore? Community center? Is this not it? Yeah, you should have to talk to them and be like, what were you just talking about? I could swear previous games were like that. Like, I remember playing Fallout 4 and not having people just dump walls of text on me right when I pass by. Geez, I can't tell what ambience is real life and what's in game. I guess all those loud sirens are real life, which you guys might not be able to hear. Probably only kind of hear it when I talk. Damn, that's a lot of sirens. It's another day in the city.
free to read.
Oh, here we
This
go.
is a haven for all that love letters.
I've got to look for some very interesting books. Write what you know. What about a bookseller that solves a variety of crimes with their knowledge of ancient works? Think like Sherlock Holmes, except for anything literary. Maybe any news, perhaps with a rival turned partner in Aquila City security. You need to think endings. If you nail the mystery ending, then everything's in great shape. Rosebud and Citizen Kane. Who is Where in Paradise Lost? So much Dickens out there. Maybe tie in with one of those books. Christmas Carol. I had this one already. Wish you could just drop the book after picking it up, because a lot of books have weight and they end up taking up a lot of space. Just reading this to myself. My God, even more sirens going by. Sure, I'll hear about whatever's happening right now on like a crime report thing on my phone any second now. Report of smoke in building. That's cool. That's just a fire. It's just someone's building on fire. No big deal. You can do research here? Huh. I think you have to buy the books directly from the vendor. You think they did the dialogue pretty well in New Vegas. The only things you could get on passing was points of interest. Yeah.
If you want to purchase anything, just let me know. Or if you have any... If you ever find an old Earth printing of City of God, I have been looking for it for ages. Happily.
Yeah, just get a fan. Okay, so if any of these books appear to refer to a specific place on Earth, one of them should refer to Egypt or Great Pyramids. Hello, Alu. Welcome back. I mean, I only have 157,000 credits. Don't know if I can afford a 84 credit book. I'll just take one of everything. Oh, the ancient civilization of Egypt. Here we go. This is what we're looking for. Visit the Cairo landmark on Earth. Aha! Oops. False alarm. Wait, should be under new. I know about the mod that makes the inventory more usable and all that, but I just want to try putting as much time as I can into the stock game so I can kind of see what they're trying to do before just changing over to new stuff. So when the ancient world was young, the civilization of Egypt was already old. The pyramids of Giza still tower over Cairo, and awed Roman legionnaires, Napoleon's soldiers as much as any modern visitor. But it was more than just a tourist destination. The fertile Nile was a key breadbasket and valuable source of revenue for thousands of years. Its influence on the Mediterranean was and is profound. Using the latest technology, we have new insights and glimpses into the rise of ancient Egypt and how its society changed over the many years. So come with us on a trip through the land of pharaohs and pyramids. So starts a definitive work on the history of Egypt by a collection of unknown archaeologists and anthropologists published in 2133. Future book. Sword of Damocles sounds like it could be Greece. Oh yeah, let me buy that.
My husband. Take your time.
Sometimes the dialogue doesn't start playing until their animation has already been going for like a full second. Damocles. There we go. Shadows in the attic. Well, now we see that just by picking up a book, it'll give you the mission. All these other ones I've picked up already. Frankenstein, I don't think I've done that one yet. Carry of the Cosmos. You don't think Napoleon was in Egypt? I remember that. I think that was one of those like misconceptions where people are like, oh, the Great Sphinx had its nose shot off by Napoleon's army or something like that, which I think is a common misconception. They never actually went to Egypt. That it just fell off with age or something. I always forget too that Egypt and Greece and places like that actually were really vibrantly colored back in the time. Like we always associate those with just gray sand or yellowish sand or like the gray marble of Greek statues, but forget that a lot of them were painted too, and the paint just came off over the years. Let's see. Oh, this is a lot of text. I'll just read a little bit of this. Sword of Damocles. Damocles Grey looked up into the eyes of the Reptilon High King and grinned. Well, Boots, I think it's time I made my exit, he quipped. Then, raising his wrist-mounted comm device to his mouth, he said the words he had uttered so many times before. Let's do it, baby. A second later, Damocles Grey's sleek chromium death ship crashed through the palace's stained glass dome, raining lasers on any lizard man its targeting computers would get a lock on. It's the sword, everybody, but the High King never got to finish his command because a gaping hole now stood in the space where his mouth used to be, blasted straight through by one of the ship's laser beam guns. The sword then came to a hover 2 inches off the ground right next to Damocles Grey. That's for Earth, you ugly iguanas, he said as he swung up into the cockpit and closed the canopy. Seconds later, there was no indication Damocles Grey had ever seen the planet Reptilar 3, except for the pile of dead reptilons left in his wake. So this is another fictional book. You can tell by the writing. The science fiction novel Sword of Damocles was written by former Constellation Chair Vizola Chen after her retirement, writing under the pen name Victoria Starr. Although over 1 million copies were printed, very few actually sold, and eventually Chen decided to distribute the book for free. Now, Sword of Damocles is something of a pop culture staple, and copies can be found throughout the settled systems. So Shadows in the Attic. Said in 2297, then unknown author Paul Lamont published the horror novel Shadows in the Attic. It quickly went on to become one of the highest grossing books in the settled systems. Martin, standing on the front lawn, peered up at the small attic window. What do you see, Marty? Do you see the little girl, the ghost, the ghost everyone's so afraid of? Ava asked, almost laughing at the absurdity of the local legend. No, not a ghost, Martin replied. Only shadows. Good book. Then we got Frankenstein in Sankt Petersburg. Sankt Petersburg. Can't remember. December 11th, 17XX. You will rejoice to hear that no disaster has accompanied the commencement of an enterprise which you have regarded with such evil forebodings. I arrived here yesterday, and my first task is to assure that my dear sister of my welfare and increasing confidence in the success of my undertaking. Mary Wollstonecraft, Shelley's 1818 foundational science fiction work continues on, recounting the tale of Victor Frankenstein and his creation. Okay, another one. First published in the year 2301, Carrie of the Cosmos tells the story of Carrie, an overweight, lovable, unassuming young gal who unexpectedly gained cosmic powers and used them to defend the weak and underprivileged. The following is an excerpt from that work. Oh, really? Asked Carrie as she removed the terry cloth tie from around her waist. Her bathrobe came open, revealing the unicorn pajamas underneath. Just then, the tie transformed into Carrie's signature weapon, a mighty spear called the unicorn's horn. Then maybe you should pick on someone your own size, me. Carrie hurled the spear to the robber. After all, it was incredibly rude of him to try to rip off her favorite Terra brew when she was grabbing a latte, and pinned the unlucky Larcenous Lech's shirt to the wall. Wowza, said Carrie. Security in New Atlantis just isn't what it used to be. Okay. So I'm going to drop all these books. It'll be the Robin Hood of books. Actually, I didn't steal all these. I bought all these books, and I'm just leaving them on the ground for other people. There was a couple other ones I wanted to leave behind. Yeah, future writing feels awfully Bethesdian in writing style, am I right? Christmas Carol. Still remember one of the highest production theater shows that I've ever seen was at the place in Minneapolis by me called the Guthrie Theater, which apparently is nationally known. At least I've had some pretty big name people perform there, but the woman that I was dating at the time worked at the theater, and she got us front row, like VIP tickets to a Christmas Carol performance. And oh my god, it was incredible. Like the amount of budget put into the special effects was insane. And I still won't forget when they brought out the Ghost of Christmas Future, because it was one of the most over the top portrayals of the Christmas Future ghost I've ever seen. I mean, it always has sort of like a Grim Reaper look to it, a little bit sinister, but this was like a huge puppet that was like the full width of the stage. It was lowered down from the ceiling. They had an actual guy like in a harness in the middle controlling the head, but this thing was like 8 times larger than the average person, and it had giant arms that were being puppeteered that would swing over the audience with big like bony hands, and they had strobe lights going on and flashing and like smoke and things coming up from the ground. And I was like, holy shit, this, like, the tone of this one scene is so different than everything else. So it just makes me feel like, imagine all the parents that brought their kids to this. You know, like, oh, kind of a wholesome, slightly depressing story. It's Christmas as a tradition. Yeah, everyone's together and singing and oh, bah humbug and blah, blah, blah. then Ghost of Christmas Future comes out, and it's like a Guar show or something, like this intense, like, portrayal of evil, and it's just like flickering, and it was crazy. But because the tickets that I got, like, I was sitting next to her, and we were right in the front, and we were right on one of the entry points of the actors when they came on stage. And so when they would shine the spotlight on them as they entered the stage, like, we were directly in the spotlight. So the whole theater is like looking at us. Well, I mean the actor, but we were right next to them. Like, I could, this sounds gross, but I could smell the breath of the actors as they're like loudly proclaiming their entrance, and the light is making us glow. So I was just like, okay, don't do anything weird. Don't pick my nose. Don't do anything, because everyone is looking in our general direction right now. So that got a little intense, having them be right in our face like that. They also had like a giant rotating stage as well. So when they had Scrooge, uh, they would have the front of his house when people are doing stuff out in the street, and then the whole stage would rotate around backwards, and it was like a dollhouse inside. It was multi-floored. So you would see as they transition scenes, he goes in his front door, and then the whole set rotates around, and then he goes and sits down in the chair or whatever, and all the lights change and they dim down, and it kind of just becomes like a I don't know, like a shadow box kind of thing. It was, I don't know, one of the most memorable live performances I've ever been to before. Anyway, what other books am I getting rid of? Well, it has weight. Get rid of it. Okay, this is the new one of interest, because this gave me a quest. Oh yeah, Snowmancer, also Minnesotan. Have you been to any shows at the Guthrie before? It's such a weird looking theater too. I know during one of my IRL streams, I went to I walked through parts of the Guthrie and kind of showed people around. My equipment wasn't as good back then, so it was probably really shaky and windy. I remember it was pretty cold that day too. The Orchid Merchant. I love you, said the Orchid Merchant, and I love you, my dearest, said Vincenza in return. But our passion, how long can it last? For our families will never approve of our union. Perhaps not, my dearest Vincenza. Perhaps not, he said, pushing an orchid into her lovely black hair. But we don't need them anyway. The Orchid Merchant, written by Carlita Carr and published in 2325, has become one of the fastest selling romance novels in the settled systems. Cool. Drop on the floor. Okay. I love the looks of these manuals. It's been a while, but you have been to the theater? Cool. Thing that was awkward about having the VIP tickets is that after the show, we had a big catered dinner where the actors were there with us. And it's like, what do you say to them? I mean, I was there because like I didn't pay for these tickets, so it's not like I'm like, oh, so and so's gonna be in here. I'd love to be able to talk to them. Like I didn't know any of the actors. They were good. And we're all sitting around at a table, and I'm just some random nobody in the audience. It's like, well, this food's pretty good. Show was really nice. What else do I say? But luckily they weren't just sitting there like waiting for all of the VIP people to say anything. They're just talking to each other, and if you wanted to, you could go and talk to the actors, but it's just like I don't know what to say. Look at that, perfectly lined
So
up.
many books to read and so little time.
All right. Before I go check out Egypt, I want to see visit Cairo. There we go. I don't completely understand. When you have the 4 main companions, Sam, Andreja, Sarah, and Barrett, and I know you get the most story from them if you progress the main missions, but then they each have their own branching stories that go away from the main story. So what I don't know is if I want to pursue down Andreja's storyline, do I have to progress the main story? Like, it's going to let me go to Vectera, but I don't want to start up Sam's whole mission, because that's like, I mean, cool character and all, but I don't really feel like doing his stuff. But if I have to go through it in order to get to Andreja's stuff, I might just speed run through. But first, we're going to go to Egypt. Oops. Gonna push 1,000 different keybinds to do one basic thing. Forget you can plot your course this way. We go to Earth. I haven't actually just been into the orbit of Earth. Let's just do that first. And as we can see... Oh, actually, no, I can't see, because I gotta go there first. We have sort of an eclipse happening right now. Okay, what's... Oh, there's the sun. Okay, I guess not. We're just on the dark side of the Earth. Let me scan it. Huh. See, the land formations are all very different. I do know that in the main story, you learn a lot more about what exactly happened in Earth. But in the beginning, in the Vanguard mission, we at least were told that that something happened that completely threw off the balance of the atmosphere, magnetosphere, which I think magnetosphere is what keeps the gases contained to a planet that has an atmosphere, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know this stuff very well. So all of the gases of Earth dissipated and became inhospitable to human life. So while this was going on, they had a big, like, 50 years that you had like a whole, practically a whole generation to have a mass exodus of Earth. And apparently, only a small fraction successfully made it off. So all the humans that are still alive in this world are only like a tiny percentage of what the total population of Earth was up to that point. And a lot of people refuse to leave, as, you know, that happens in real life too, where it's like, well, you know, there's going to be a catastrophic hurricane or something that we know is going to completely destroy this area. We're giving you a chance to leave, but then they don't. So I think in a real world situation, there'd be a lot of people that would refuse to leave. And I'm sure there'd be like, you know, financial differences where it's like, oh, well, in order to be a part of the mass exodus of Earth, you have to pay, you be of a certain income level to be able to, I'm sure there's a whole bunch of that would happen too. So if I just land in any spot I've heard it's pretty predictable what you see. We have, I think the entirety of Earth is just sandy desert. And speaking of sandy, I don't think we'll be able to find out who the real Dirty Dan is either. So all the bio... Oh wait, frozen plains? Okay, well at least Canada gets a shout out in this game. Well, they have their own biome that's just called frozen plains. Is Antarctica the same thing? Yeah. But everything else is just desert. So here is Lake Superior. And right at the tip right here is where I went to college, which is Duluth. University of Minnesota Duluth. Like, if you live in Minnesota, you have to get to Duluth at least once in your life. But Minneapolis would be like down here. So I'll go find my house, right? Or my apartment. I'm sure nobody else has done that in this game. To be like, let's go find my house. Who spilled their coffee in my ship? Disgusting. Well, here it is. So you can see, even though it's daytime, you can still see through to the stars. Because atmosphere is no longer as thick as it was. You did actually walk and find where you live in Alabama? Nice. Like, I assume that they had it so oceans wouldn't even be here either. I don't think there's any water that you can find.
The temperature is unreasonably low here. We should not stay long.
Oh yeah, it's apparently like really cold. Oh yeah, it's 1 below freezing here right now. No oxygen. Gravity is exactly 1. As you can tell, because like this is how high the average person can jump on Earth. Jump like 5 feet into the air. So, I wonder, is there... There is at least one thing to check out. Where is it? Just says landmark? Alright. Natural landmark. Wait, what is this? Yeah, who knew the Grand Canyon was in Minnesota? It is a little weird for Earth to just be completely desert. Like, it wouldn't really make sense, like, given how they're explaining why Earth is the way it is. Like, why would that just make things turn into desert? But I think... So, Earth would have been abandoned for about 300 years, according to this lore. No, 230. Yeah, something like that. Geophysical feature is a iron meteorite. Iron nickel alloy. That's a siderite. Was ejected from the distant planetesimal? Planetesimal? Never heard that word before. We can take a geothermal bath. Ow. Is that the moon? Yeah. Actual realistic sized moon in a video game. Usually it's like, oh, there's the moon, and it takes up I don't know, an quarter of the sky. The only way I can kind of justify some of this is that, okay, if there's no atmosphere, that means that there is no natural protection against ultraviolet light, which water in the atmosphere and such is the reason why life even began to begin with, because single cell organisms, really fragile little types of life, would just get burned away and die if they have an unfiltered direct UV light from the sun. So in theory, by there being a greatly weakened atmosphere like this, that the sun would gradually over the years, I'm guessing, this could be totally wrong, would just kill away anything remaining. Anything that uses oxygen, and then anything else would just eventually, the UV light would just be overwhelming and eventually kill things, and they would decay and be left over. But even after that kind of process, you'd think that there would still be structures and such left. And I know in the main story you do visit some structures, so they're not trying to say there's literally no buildings left at all. It's just sort of like, given how much of the Earth isn't occupied by anything, you can kind of, like, there would just be a lot of emptiness and nothingness, but for it to break down into sand, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, because even with really intense ultraviolet light and all that, like, that's not going to break down mountains. So you're saying that even when the atmosphere fading away, it would have to go somewhere. Either out to Mars or Jupiter? Really? I don't even know, like, what the physics of that would be. Or if you suddenly have an entire atmosphere of a planet just leave the planet, does it just float around through space as like a like globe of vapor and it just crashes into another planet or what? I can't even figure out. Cosmic wind would blow it around. Guess that's just not something that we really have witnessed happen before. An atmosphere just leaving. So I can't even like picture what that would look like. Because I know there is a misconception that space is a void, that there is nothing there, when really there is gas, even in the like blackness of space. It's just so spread out that it's barely detectable. So I just want to see the other biome that's here, which is the Canada biome. Let's check that out. And then we'll go to Egypt. To put my glasses on, make it a bit easier for me to read chat. I could swear that this wind sound is someone blowing into the mic. Certain parts of it sound like someone going. Of course, my mic isn't even picking up what I just did. Kind of thing. There's a lot of landmarks here. The water might be 85% of the surface, but it's 85% of the Earth's mass. Blows away and dissipates like what happened on Mars. Huh. Guess it was just spread out thin enough that you wouldn't even really notice it. So here's Canada. Okay, what is the key to turn? No. I'm gonna accidentally throw a grenade when I'm trying to do all these. Okay, that's run. No, that. Whoa, what's that? Is it this? Okay. Oh, hello, Alex Earth. Yeah, we're actually just going to check out the Egyptian landmark that you posted about. I hadn't seen it for myself. I found the book. I was able to buy it from the Aquila bookshop. And I just had to pick it up. I didn't even have to actually read the book. I'll check out at least one of these formations. Which is over here. Oh, but if I want the extra boost, I have to use the keyboard. This boost. It would still be atmosphere, it's just remarkably thin. Yeah, and the main storyline does explain in more detail why this happened to the magnetosphere. People in the chat are making this up. Earth is only like 0.01% of Earth's mass. I wouldn't know. More meteorite fragments. thing that was a little disappointing to me is that you can get mercury as a resource. And, mercury is one of the coolest looking elements on Earth, especially when it's in its liquid form. And the way they portray it in this game is in a container where you can't see the liquid. It's like they had a chance to make some really cool liquid chrome looking substance, but they just put it inside like a generic container. It's like I want to see the coolness. Like video game graphics are really good at rendering fake but convincing reflections. Like I remember a lot of the early computer graphics, there's always like chrome shiny things that used like matte caps or whatever they're called. Like here, oops, I'll collect mercury, and then it just looks like this. I want to see some shiny reflective liquid. And I know it sounds alarming, but my grandpa had a bottle of mercury that because he used to work in a factory, and I guess it was used for something. And as kids, we used to like play with the jar of mercury. We wouldn't dump it out or anything, but mercury is really heavy for its size. And then my mom said that, her dad, my grandpa, had this bottle of mercury throughout a lot of their childhood as well, and they used to dump it out on the table and like push it around and like roll it around in their hands. We turned out okay. I know it's really a dangerous substance, but no, it was cool. It was fun. Good time. I think it's just more meteor sites. Get down and dirty. Some pretty nice looking liquid. There is gooey. You have to let it cool down a little bit before drinking it, yeah. See far away. Okay. Well, okay. So now we're going to check out Egypt. And I want to do it cinematically. So we're going to return to ship. Waiting for Matt Damon to show up.
I find the interior of this ship comforting.
I'm glad you do. Yeah, we're all waiting for Matt Damon to show up. It's just a part of everyday life. cool about the portrayal of the moon in this game is that the moon is built entirely with real data from NASA. So the surface anyway, like when viewed from orbit, it should be as accurate as it can be. So that's cool. All right, Cairo, here we go. What's the dark side of the moon look like? No one knows. No, actually, they do. What? Where is the cinematic landing? What happened? Where? Did it just dropped us here for some reason? Alright, well, here's Egypt. It's rather, yellow. Be like those Instagrammers and climb up to the top. I'm stuck. You have a transporter, but it can only be used to transport to Cairo. I guess so. I'm gonna pass or speed up the time so I can see what this looks like during the day, because oftentimes the deserts look really flat at night. They look cooler when the sun is out. One PC just fly. Well, I want to immersively go up. I don't want to just cheat everywhere. Ow. Some interesting noises. It keeps teleporting. Okay, so what I'm gonna do... We'll do, but also going to... where is it? Do this. Oops. Let's go even faster. There is a compass. It's on the... It's the circles surrounding the planet in the bottom left, and that dark arrow is north. Not dark, but like the more triangular one is north. Let's speed up even more. That teleportation. The sun should show up eventually. I see the moon. For some reason the Milky Way is moving faster than the moon. Yeah, how does the compass work with no magnetosphere? I guess I don't know the physics of that. I've always heard that there's magnetic north, and then there's true north. Oh, here we go. Whoa. Nice. Oh, hell yeah. Andreja, could you be less inside me right now, please? My compass isn't moving because I'm moving in a free camera. Here, if I go back, see now it moves. Whoops. Sorry, that was loud. Taking screenshots. I mean, a big part of what I like about this game is just the way things look and feel. So even when I'm off stream, I spend a lot of time just doing exactly what you're looking at. It's just like, just absorbing it in. Anyway, while the sun's still rising, I'll go check out the other place. Alright, Andreja, we got places to be. Got places to glitch. No. There are apparently more of these types of things in the game. Just don't know where to look. Well, I found the little marker. Cairo Snow Globe? Relief Run. What? I didn't know this was a thing. Huh. That's cool. Oh, it even has camels. It's a place for souvenirs. Yeah, it did say that. Yeah, and it knows where it is, because it knows where it isn't. I'm gonna save. Wait, did that actually give me another thing? Oh, that... because it was... I completed one thing, so it moved on to another one. Yeah, I remember you can find the American flag on the moon, and you can find the... Oh, is it the Opportunity rover? I thought it might have been Curiosity. On Mars. Wait, the Curiosity rover is still alive in this universe? I know in real life it's still going. Oh, I was gonna say, what is that? But that's my ship. Yeah, I remember Curiosity has been going way longer than they ever thought it would. Jeez. Are very interesting sounds to be coming from the inside of a pyramid. Is there anything at Bethesda HQ? Well, as far as the way that this works, I don't think you can... I mean, you can click anywhere on Earth and just go there, but you're not going to find any like unique things by doing that, as far as I know. Like, it needs to be labeled as a point of interest, I think. I mean, they could have secretly hard-coded some kind of way around that. I mean, I'll give it a shot. I know Bethesda's HQ is in, like, Maryland or something, right? The collisions are so weird in this area. Okay, I am going to do this just so I can see, is there something under here? What? Well, this changes everything. There is a sandwich at the Great Pyramid. Yeah, heavy weapons guy was here. Oh! Scary. I'm really curious if this is a thing that you can pick up. Like, how close am I? Yeah, I don't think you could normally reach that. No. I mean, I know how to do the free cam stuff. I don't think I know how to get my character through the ground, though. TCL. Is that toggle, like, collider something or other? But I'm just gonna fall through the world if I do that, right? No, it's just no clip. Well, my save is already fucked because I've spawned things before. Oh, here we go. Alright. Bitten sandwich. A salami and cheese sandwich clearly delicious as evidenced by the large bite taken out of it. Okay, so it's just a regular sandwich. Thought maybe it was going to be some kind of weird Easter egg sandwich. Yeah, post that on Reddit and I'll be swimming in karma. It's funny because throughout different interviews and videos, I remember them saying things about like collecting sandwiches. And I know that there's that one woman that was like, oh, I like to collect all the sandwiches in the world and put them on my ship or whatever. But even I remember beyond that, I thought they said stuff about sandwiches as well. Like if this one that we just saw underground had a different name, I would suddenly think that there may be some bigger collection thing going on. But there's no way to get there without cheating, though. And I would suspect if they actually had some kind of like secret scavenger hunt thing going on, that there would be a way to collect it without cheating. Why is there so much of the pyramid underground, though? Well, I think that's just because they probably made the model, just one general model, and then the level designer could just, at their own discretion, decide how much sand is around it. It's like how a lot of trees in games will have like entire root structures made for them uh, in the event that a level designer decides to like make the terrain kind of washed out around it. Have I been hailed by the party ship? I did, but believe it or not, it got glitched because there was another ship was hailing me at the exact same time. And it was that one ecliptic guy that's like, hey, that package is for me. I'm going to kick your ass. And then that kept happening and I couldn't get away from it. So I did have the quest. Well, I had it show up, but another one prevented me from actually hailing and getting on that ship. So I don't know what happens. I did end up...
What does your scanner reveal?
It reveals natural landmark. I'm gonna have to check out. What was I gonna say? So yeah, I couldn't. Oh, I did end up off stream finishing that intercepted package thing by killing the guy that wants the package back and then just leaving immediately because I couldn't take on the 2 or 3 other ships that were with him. And apparently just blowing his ship up was enough to end that mission. Okay, so I think it's going to be quicker for me to go back to my ship first. Wait, where was this? Oh, it's pretty close. That Ecliptic Mercenary was like a staple of my playthrough, I guess, because he kept interrupting everything over and over again. Yeah, we'll still never know what happened to that woman in the cave. That was the first mission I did in the entire game. And I lied to her, saying that I could help her. And then she gave me the disease, and then she died. Okay, it's just another meteor site. Rock pile, what's here? Aluminum, yay. Alright, well I think that's gonna be all that is in this place. You boarded the ship yesterday and you tried to slaughter the ship, it gave up after 30 times. Is there just a lot of people on board the ship? There's a cave near here. Wonder if that's going to be different between us because of the natural or the procedural thing. Oh, wait, no, there it is. There was a discussion that I've seen brought up a lot about this game, and I agree with, and this is, and it's a matter of how it feels like NPCs aren't aware enough of your character and things that have changed about you. Like, I personally haven't been on the, what's it called? The kid stuff trait, where you have parents in the game, and you can, like, talk to them and things like that. People were saying that there were so many, what would the term be? Ideas planted in your mind, like, leading you to believe that there could be a lot more to do with your parents. But as you change drastically throughout the game and you meet new people and all kinds of stuff happens, that like their responses to you don't change at all. And I also noticed that you're still just called like rookie and just kind of treated like you're new in town and all that throughout the entirety of the game. And the way people respond to you just doesn't change over that time. Where it kind of feels like, well, I'd like to be acknowledged that something has changed about me, even though they have a lot of lines in the game for, like, depending on what equipment you're carrying, they'll respond to that. To be like, oh, it's a nice laser you got there. Or like, oh, you know you don't need to be wearing your helmet here. You can breathe this air. Or, you know, they'll comment on lots of little things like that, but they won't comment about bigger things that have changed about you. Like if you complete one of the faction missions and you become like this big powerful force to be reckoned with, and then you go to another opposing faction and they just trust you completely. Like, it would be cool if they knew that you were working with their rivals, and then things would change slightly, because it's like, oh, you've been working with this company? I don't know, you know, so things would change. And I know they wanted to make sure that players could do all the faction stuff without being locked out of other missions and everything, but I still think it could still work. Even just like an acknowledgement that the game is aware that, oh, I'm the head of the Vanguard, and though I'm working for Ryujin Industries or something, but they just don't seem to care. Maybe this will be a special cave. I'm curious if you can manually find landmarks. I don't think you can manually find them. I'm pretty sure you have to find items that tell you that these things are here, and then you can go visit them. Because there are like 6 others, but I don't know how to find them or anything like that. I just know they exist. Ooh. Canteen. I guess go to the controller. Oh, I could just sleep in a... Oh no, I can't sleep. I was gonna say, just sleep in some ancient cave. That stuff has probably been sitting here for hundreds of years. Oops. Read out loud. Trying to remember. No. There we go. This might be a random cave, you're thinking? The cave you're talking about was a separate loading zone, so this might just be a random one. Well, when it comes to flashlights in games, I think one thing a lot of games don't take into account is just how much reflected light there is. Like, it's very rare that a light is only a small circle in front of you. Like, it bounces everywhere and like fills the whole area. Oh, it wasn't a separate zone. Like, you could just walk in, no loading time. Oh, okay. Closer to the pyramids. Neodymium. Cool. And just box. A cave apple in chunk form. Wait, is that an actual weapon? Combat knife? I don't think I've actually seen this weapon before. Oh, no, I have. Never mind.
Are you quite sure you don't want to hold on to that?
Yes. Hyper catalyst. Yeah, I did notice just regarding like portrayal of light in games and stuff is that during a windstorm in this game, they at least took into account that lights on your ship and lights on your helmet will pick up particles in the air, and it will kind of create a beam that you normally wouldn't see, like breaking through the particles, which is a cool detail. I mean, I know plenty of games have done it before and done it better and everything, but at least they considered it. What did you do? So you said there is a non-loading zone cave near the pyramids. So let's go over to here. Where did it put us? What? Oh. Okay, I'll show you when you put TM on for it to hide the HUD and then you fast travel, you can like watch the game load in. It's kind of interesting. Oh wait. Okay, here we go. There you go. Alex, if you're still watching, is the cave like in the sand, or is it in like a rocky formation, or what? Yeah, Inner Evil, I finally figured out why certain areas look blue like this, and it's because when you make settlements, it's showing you that if you were to drop an extractor here, that this is the type of resources that would be extracted from this point. So at least it doesn't force you to drop it on a specific spot. This is just kind of giving an estimate of what could be extracted. So here, and I wish it would stay visible, but like when you show resources on the side like that, I believe it's showing you probability of other things being picked up in the area or something like that. Like apparently chlorosilanes, chlorine, and mercury are all potential things that could be extracted, I guess. Pretty sure it was on a rock formation, but it's been a few days. In order to save time, of course, because I'm everyone look away. I'm not doing anything bad. Oh, geez. Because I'm flying away from the player, the optimization stuff is going to get a little fucked. Because I think the game does everything relative to your position, not the camera that I'm flying around with. Oh, true. It's always spooky looking underground like this. And things might not be rendering in properly, like I said, too. So there could be things underground that are there, but just aren't rendering. I haven't really seen anything. It could have been random, yeah. Hello, Ropcord, welcome. Yeah, you can see, because my player is far away from where this camera is looking, look how simplified the terrain gets. Interesting. So I think it's doing something. Well, there's like, of course, classic LOD models where it's just different higher and lower detail models that get loaded in and out. They're oftentimes generated ahead of time. There's that, but I don't think this engine supports it, but there's also a thing called like tessellation or something like that, where it will actually in real time will subdivide or like add detail to models in and out the closer and further away you get. So it's not actually just taking models that were made ahead of time, it's actually like doing calculations in real time to add more detail to them. So I know GTA 5 had a bunch of that going on. And I think Unreal Engine 5 has their own version of that. Whatever they call it. Like, it has like a catchy name, like Nano something. Kind of weird is why can I hear her footsteps louder than mine right now? Burying my RAM. I assume like the V RAM probably. Saving your GPU cycles, display textures. Yeah. Nah. Even though I know sometimes loud footsteps can get annoying in games, I think it's like... I like it to an extent. Like, it makes me feel more present in the world when your character is making noises as you walk around. It feels so wrong when it's just like you silently walk around. Like that, like I play VR chat a lot, and something that always bothers me is just how people move around in complete silence. It's like someone can just sneak right up on you and you have no idea they're getting closer. Now some worlds do add, have special scripts that add footstep noises. Okay, now that I'm over here, let's see if maybe it rendered anything new. I'm thinking it must have been a random thing. Well, we did make the discovery that the Great Pyramids... oh, it's not loading properly. Well, one of them has a sandwich, a bitten sandwich, under the sand at the top. No atmosphere means no sound. I know we talked about this before, but it's like your ears are inside your suit, and things, vibrations that are going through your suit, you would still hear because your suit is acting as the medium for vibrations to travel through. So like the air around you wouldn't vibrate like how we are used to hearing sound, but presumably, you know, there's oxygen in the suit and just the whatever material suit's made from, you would still hear some stuff. Kind of like, this is such a weird feeling, but some reason I don't think I ever did this in my life until a couple years ago, that when you are in the shower and you cover your ears, like tightly cover your ears, you can hear the sound of water hitting your skull. And it's such a weird sound. It's kind of uncomfortable to hear. Okay, I don't think we're gonna find anything else here, but this is cool. And like I said, there's apparently like 5 other landmarks. You just don't know what you need to get them to be revealed. I did see that someone on the Reddit posted a screenshot of the New York one. You can find the Empire State Building just sitting by itself for some reason. But I don't know how you actually get that one. Yeah, just like the ringing that you hear when you're in a really, really quiet room is like the sound of blood going through the veins in your eardrums. It's insane. That drives me crazy. Like I actually can't sleep if it's too quiet. Like I always need some kind of noise generating thing. What am I gonna do? Let me check my notes. Uh, look for the Great Wall. I mean the Great Wall of China. Well, like I was saying, I don't think you can just wander upon a landmark. Like you need to pick up an object that gives you a point of interest that you can then travel to. Like here it says Cairo landmark. So even if I go and look and be like, oh, where's China? Like over here? You know, wherever the Great Wall is, like right here. Like it wouldn't be able to just click there and go look. It would just generate another sandy place. I'm curious just about the moon. I haven't been here yet. And apparently this is all accurate real world imagery of the moon here. That's cool. Well, like, real world, I guess, real galaxy. You can apparently find the American flag on the moon and like one of the rovers, or not rovers, but like the buggies, I guess, that they drove there. Well, go to the civilian outpost. But I'm gonna do immersive landing. What? I think that should do it. So I'm not just instantaneously appearing on the surface. God damn it. Let's try that again. Let's go to my ship. I'm the only person that wants to do this. Well, you know what? I'm starting from my ship, so that's good enough. Oh, now we're on the dark side of the moon. You went to space camp and their joke is that you can have it free of charge if you can get it? Challenge accepted. Oh, that's right. I looted a bunch of stuff. Gotta dump it into here.
Always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure, Captain. Hmm.
Captain.
It's always a good day when we get to chat.
You're so nice, Marika. All right. Oh, you managed to have a ship take off with you still standing in the dock or whatever. Yeah, I've seen videos of that where you'll follow the ship and then you like get teleported out, or you'll clip through it and just fall. You can find a piece of the lunar lander here as well. The most valuable thing ever to exist are the golden records attached to the Voyager. We're talking about like the Voyager satellite. Wonder who determines the value of that, though. I mean, I think it was made of somewhat precious materials, but not like anything crazy. I think it's just more that because it's the furthest man-made object from Earth right now. Voyager 1 and 2, yeah. I'm hearing wet noises on the moon. Liquid iron? Interesting. Oh. Oh, I thought that was a bad dude. Hi.
Low gravity can be disorienting if you're not used to it. If you need a moment, I understand.
Huh. Only been boosting through it for hours.
Yes. What? Okay. Hello.
Hey, you remind
You
me...
visit other colonies? Are they anything like ours?
You remind me of my old crew. Ghost crew that glitched onto the ship. Good. Were you expecting me?
Sometimes other colonies will send us supplies. No way we would have survived without them.
Okay. So, what do you guys do here on the moon?
When I was younger, I thought I would love it out here. And you know, I do.
Yeah, this is some really fast depressurization. So I wonder how you find the Easter eggs on the moon. Is it just in this area and I just have to walk around and find them? Yeah, some of the things NPCs say are just like so disjointed.
If you need your ship repaired, find my associate. I break ours just by thinking about it.
So...
Hello.
Hi.
Oof. You walk around in that? Find my associates, they can help.
What does this say? Cuisine delivery squad. Is this something that isn't really like mentioned further? There's apparently some kind of social network in this world because they have these little tags. There's like SSCOM 7359 and colon pizza. So people have these sort of screen names that they use. Then they have those slate devices, which are like their phones, I guess. But you don't really know anything else about like how all that stuff works together. Space IRC, yeah. Oh, it's not stealing, I'll take it. Sealant? Oh yeah. Adhesive is, I guess, following the tradition of Bethesda, well, I guess Fallout games anyway. Adhesive is like the most valuable thing you can pick up. It's so hard to find. They end up just buying it.
Howdy. So, I heard you're landing. Ask my partner if we're selling shipment.
Okay. Yeah, the infrastructure for space internet has got to be insane. Well, this is kind of the same generic outpost that you see in a lot of planets. I'm wondering what else is here? So away we go. They explicitly don't have FTL communications besides the courier ships with grav drives. I think, yeah, there was a character that talked about that. Like, part of the story was how, like, it can travel just about anywhere they want to go, but communicating between systems is impossible, I guess. Well, at least in their current tech. Could really use a vehicle about now. Oh, these are going to be enemies. Also, the pirates are just hanging out here on the moon, I guess. I'm so high in the air, they don't even see me. probably faster if I run along the ground. Do like this. Actually, we have drug. Looks really anime. Like a DBZ run. Hey, what's going on over here? Ecliptics.
It is good to be back in our own ship.
Own ship? Wait, are we taking off right now? I think we are. Uh-oh. Where are we?
Quiet. Did you hear that? And once again, we are triumphant.
What is going on? Oh, Jesus Christ. How come I'm still losing health? Did I just get like lacerated or something? So I didn't know this was a thing that could happen. I got on the ship on the surface of the moon and they took off with me in it and it actually brought me up in the space with them. So technically my ship is still on the surface of the moon. I mean, I knew about how you could be in the loading dock area of the ship and it took off into the air and then it would just like glitch out and you'd fall through back onto the planet again. Huh. Yeah, I've taken over ships and stuff before. Like I know how this whole mechanic works. Like the ship that I have right now is one that I boarded and stole. But it's just like It's weird to me how I didn't know that the game would allow you to be so separated from your ship that they're in totally different zones. I mean, I don't really want this ship. I'm just collecting Varun ships. So, does the game treat it like I can dock? Like, can I get back to my ship from here? Oh, no, I guess not. So my only choice is to take the ship. Weird. Yeah, I haven't had this specific situation before. Well, I guess we're taking this thing. Yeah, what if I didn't have the piloting skill to fly this class of ship? Would I just be stuck permanently? I'd like to just go back to my ship. I don't really want this one. So did it change this to my home ship? Gotta have the razor leaf also. Okay, that's still my home. Huh. Yeah, I should be able to fly this one into the sun and then just eject out and then go get in my other ship while it's propelling towards the sun. But this is a cheaper model. Like I wouldn't even get anything out of trying to sell this. So I guess I just Oh no, now it's back to this ship. So I have to go back to a base to switch. Oh, that's a mission I've been wanting to do, is to go to the... On Titan, there's apparently some kind of interesting lore-heavy thing you can do there. Okay, what if I just go to... If I don't want to go to Jupiter, because if I go to Jupiter, I'd get more stupider. As we all used to say.
You should inspect your ship for heat. Need some work done? Okay, no problem.
So can I just get rid of this? So I have to pay money to get rid of it? 9,000? Yeah, how do I just remove it from my ship inventory? You have to register. Well, I guess. then inspect, make home ship, upgrade. What manufacturer makes this cockpit? It is Teo Samurai cockpit.
I'm sure you can find something you like.
Sell for 11,621. Yeah. Huh. Well, anyway, that was an interesting diversion. What was the other thing I wanted to do? Oh, Titan apparently has interesting thing going on. Yeah, they're awfully enthusiastic about their jobs. Maybe the future isn't so bad. I know some people are complaining about like how like happy almost everyone in this universe is, which I agree. It is like kind of suspicious just how everyone is just like, "Hey, how you doing?" and stuff like that. Because we're so used to dystopian futures. So this is more of a utopian future, but it has its flaws. But it's not overwhelmingly dystopian like Fallout, where it's like the world is totally fucked and we're just dealing with the bare minimum of life. Like the suffering remains of society. Oh, thank you for the follow, Mr. Origumi. And also I missed it earlier. Stelpa 6 and Cuttlefish. Thanks for the follows as well. Okay, Titan, which is a moon of Jupiter, I believe. And I'm completely wrong. It's a moon of Saturn. Did anyone have any songs that they sing to themselves to remember the order of the planets? I remember in school, we never really had a song. I just kind of remembered them. But then later in life, like in high school, I saw a Blues Clues episode that had a song for the order of the planets. Where he goes, it's like, well, the sun's a hot star, and Mercury's hot too. Venus is the brightest planet, Earth's home to me and you. He goes, Mars is the red one, and Jupiter's most wide. Saturn's got those icy rings. Then, Uranus spins on its side. Neptune's really windy, and Pluto's really small. Well, you wanted to name the planets, and now you've named them all. But, as we all know, we've disowned Pluto. Tragic. There's a... Oh, I thought you were saying that there's a Twinkle Twinkle Little Star version of the planets. Thank you for the applause. The main reason that I remember it is because the sun... It was kind of an absurd episode where Steve was talking to the sun, and the sun was wearing sunglasses. And it just, like, what a weird thing to think about the sun wearing sunglasses. Like, what are the implications of this? No, so speaking of Blue's Clues, there was the Lost Media, the mysterious pilot episode of Blue's Clues was uncovered. The one that was used to get funding from Nickelodeon. So this wasn't even like a full episode per se. It was a really roughly scrapped together episode where not only is Steve just wearing a red shirt, but it's spooky to watch. It was back before it was back when the show was going to be called Blueprints instead of Blue's Clues or something like that. Blue Paws, Paw Print, Paw Blue, something. So you hear like this analog buzz sound throughout the whole thing because it's like this old VHS recording and lots of audio's missing. There's most of the sound effects aren't there. The animations are crude and they just sort of slide around on screen, and Steve's microphone is kind of shitty and he's wearing a red shirt instead of the stripes. Blue doesn't make any sound. And there's some parts where he sings a song and and the cowbell that usually plays in the background was way out of rhythm to the rest of it. And here, I'll put a link to this in chat. I won't bring it up on stream, but yeah, Blueprints was the original name of the show. But this was a really valued thing. It was like one of the higher profile bits of Lost Media. Here we go. Talk and drive. Hey. There's not a whole lot of driving that goes on in this game. You're either there or you're not. Unless I'm like running in the distance. It's blocked in your country. What? Did they bring it offline? Oh, wow. It's blocked in the US, of all places. It was made here, and we can't even watch it. Someone had to have re-uploaded this, because this was considered like a big Lost Media win. Blueprints episode. Oh, someone did re-upload it, it looks like. Okay, good. Someone re-uploaded. Bless the re-uploaders. Okay, well, here's a re-upload that is not blocked.
I have everything ready for snack. I've got the graham crackers, I've got the napkins, I've got the plates, I've got... No, I don't have everything ready for snack.
Damn. What a twist. Anyway, check that out. I'm going to land a new homestead because apparently there's some really interesting lore stuff that happens here. Sounds like Haley Joel Osment. Maybe it's the manner of speaking. Why is it doing this where it just like puts me under the ship? Oops. There we go.
You get used to the methane processing smell after a while.
Feel free to look around, but do not touch.
Yes, Steve from Blue's Clues is still around. There was like a rumor going on that he like got mixed up in drugs and was all fucked up. He came out in an interview on like Howard Stern or something like that and is saying like none of that happened. Like there's been so many lies made up about him. He works with some kind of band, like he's in a band. And he tours. I don't know, he's still doing stuff, just not like kids TV shows.
There is value to be found in looking back through history, provided one does not cling too tightly to it.
How many moons does Saturn have in game? I think it was 6. Oh wait, I can... Oh my god. 1, 2... Oh wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... No wait, it is 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This thing is so confusing. Oh, okay. So the highlighted one is what's in that graph up there. So it's 7. There's like 140 moons in real life? What? Really? I knew it had a lot, but that many? Huh.
Don't stay outside for too long here on Titan. You'll freeze solid without the proper protection.
Oh shoot, I should have just slept. I need to use a health kit. Yeah. Guy just sitting outside, telling me not to sit outside too long.
Enjoy your visit here.
Thanks.
Lots of history here, if you're into that sort of thing.
Hell yeah. Yeah, he just has lots of those hand warmers all up and down his suit. Does a history museum really need like armed
Heads up if you're
guards?
planning on going to Chunks. Luther's been bothering anyone with a ship for help.
Okay. So the thing with Pluto's moon,
those folks in Sidonia may be closer to Earth, but we do a better job preserving its traditions.
is that there are so many different ways to pronounce that. And I looked up the original Greek, and it's Charon. People say Charon. I've heard Karen.
You're always talking about how important it is to preserve our traditions. But why do we have to farm?
But I guess it's Charon.
Well, we tend to farm because we need to grow food, and that's what our ancestors did on Earth.
But didn't they have big open fields and giant machines? We don't have any of that.
She makes a good point, dear.
It's because we have a much smaller space to work with.
So then, it's not really the same,
Oh.
is it? How is it a tradition if it's not the same thing as they did? And so then, why is it important that we preserve it?
I don't know. It just is. Now, we don't want to fall behind on work, so let's get back to it, okay, kiddo?
Okay, fine.
If you'll pardon me, I'm not in the mood to talk.
Wow, who
My
asked?
papa doesn't really like me talking to the tourists, but how else am I going to learn about out there?
Definitely not an adult trying to sound like a child. So what is this, like a botany place? Greenhouse?
We were learning about Jemison in my class the other day. Can we go there someday, Mama?
This was a museum. I think I missed wherever that is.
Sure would be nice to get off world sometime.
If you need medical attention, see Dr. Lakota.
Energy! I want to run
A word
around!
Oh my god. Okay, I completely missed what the other person said. Wait, oh no, it's Wolololo, or Wolololololo, or whatever is the dude from Empire, Age of Empires? Okay, this isn't the history. What all is this?
Must be nice to be able to afford to travel, huh?
I want to just tell all these
Worlders always ask how
people.
I can live here. I wonder how they can live anywhere else.
I want to tell all these people, just everyone get in my ship.
Do you have a spaceship?
Yes.
I want to get a spaceship when I'm older. They're so
And
cool.
we could just all go anywhere that any of them want to go. Easy. Okay, here's some history looking stuff. This guy broke
Did
something.
you know the museum here is full of old Earth artifacts? Cool, huh?
Various Earth sport photos and memorabilia. Championship baseball, Boston, Massachusetts, 1978. Game-winning soccer ball, International League 2018. Basketball used by United States World. I like how they can't name drop any particular team. United States World Champion basketball team. Record-setting home baseball. Sports. Oh, I thought this guy was like DJing.
Boy, am I glad they have a chunks here.
Hey there! You brought a healthy thirst for history.
To experience it.
Why, hello there! I'm Bill Starsap of Starsap Tours. Let me tell you, this place is full of history and interesting facts. For instance, did you know that New Homestead was one of the first colonies established outside of Earth? It's been populated in some capacity for over 200 years.
Tell me more about New Homestead.
Well, there's plenty more where that came from if you're interested in taking one of my famous tours. So what do you say? I've got an opening. I could take you on a tour right now if you'd like.
Okay.
Excellent! You won't regret it. My tours are one of a kind. Now, there's just the matter of price. The going rate for a genuine Starsap tour is only 100 credits.
Oh, I can't afford that. You can persuade to go lower.
Great! Let's get this show on the road, eh? All right, so this is New Homestead's main concourse. This underground area didn't exist when the original outpost, Titan Astrobase, was finished in 2130. Follow me. We'll come back here by the end of the tour and talk about the museum collection. But
This
first,
colony is a lot
let's go
smaller
see
than
where
I
people
thought it
live.
would be.
Now remember, these people aren't
It's been a while
actors.
since
They
I last visited.
actually live
Nice to
here,
see
so
this place still has
try
the
to be
same charm.
respectful of that. While the original inhabitants of the Titan Astrobase lived in pods like you saw up above, they transitioned down here when this section of the base was finished in 2144. Space is extremely limited, so you'll notice some overflow here, but more residences also exist on lower levels, which are inaccessible to tours. I'll stop at each of our destinations if you want to look around, or if you have any questions for me.
Cold here.
It also has that whole thing where I can't, even with analog control on the gamepad, I can't walk at his exact walking speed. I thought maybe you could with the gamepad, but someone has to come up with a name for that syndrome of when games you run faster but walk slower than NPCs.
Have any questions so far?
How many people live here?
I'm not sure the exact count, but New Homestead is a fairly small colony. What you see is what you get for the most part, except for some other people who live in the private lower levels. Some, particularly security, and yours truly, even commute from other worlds.
How do people live here before this was all built?
The original Titan Astrobase had more habitation pods on the surface connected to some of the old structures you may have seen in the back. As the colony grew, the base was expanded underground, and those hab units were recycled into materials used down here.
I do appreciate that there's reverb to his voice when he walked into a big room. All right, let's keep going.
Alrighty, we'll be taking the residential elevator to the farms area on the surface level. This way, please. Let's leave these good people alone for now and go check out the farms. Follow me up the elevator.
I think his acting is good. He's just good at acting like an annoying character.
We were learning about Jemison in my class the other day. Can we go there someday?
It's a little weird that people come here to see what early
New
colony
Homestead's
life was
farms
like.
are the beating
Me,
heart of
I'm busy, sir.
Without them, the original outpost would have shriveled and died. These pods are sealed and climate controlled. Environment for growing the hydroponic vegetation needed for survival.
One at a time, please.
Early days of the colony. Any questions about the farms?
What do they grow here?
These days, it's a mix of what you find elsewhere in the galaxy, but in the olden days, it was all brought over from Earth. It was a lot of hardy root vegetables like potatoes, carrots, beets, and such, supplemented with corn, peas, green beans, soy, etc., which didn't always grow as well.
How's this any different than anywhere else?
Good question. It's largely the same, because this was the colony that pioneered the techniques you see elsewhere. But you'll notice that the farms here are smaller and staffed by humans, not robots. Things here are a little more old-fashioned compared to some of the large factory farms you'll find elsewhere in the settled systems.
Let's go to the next spot.
Onward it is! We'll be stopping by the Brown Horse Tavern later in the tour, which uses many of these locally sourced ingredients in their cooking. But for now, it's just a short way to our next stop. Follow me! So, the old biolabs are just on the other side of this building, believe it or not. We'll step on through the hallway there. They're not in use anymore, but the colony has faithfully recreated them as a historical exhibit, true to the original purpose of the Titan Astrobase.
Hi there.
Sadly, they're undergoing
Always nice
some
to see a new
light
face.
renovation. Otherwise, there'd be interactive activities for kids to learn about how they used to search for microbial life here.
We take vandalism seriously here. You don't mess with history.
Oh, there's a place that I went to off stream that was kind of interesting. It was like a starport or star station, like a space station, that was a medical research place, and it was specifically astrovirology. And their whole
People here
thing,
live a simple life. Try not to complicate it.
the whole thing was talking about all the like weird diseases that people acquire from just going to random planets and interacting with like life that never interacted with. And that doesn't seem like that aspect is talked about much in the game. So it was kind of weird to be like, oh yeah, people are getting all these like weird diseases that we have no idea how to cure. And there's people here that are permanently ill with no known cure. I mean, it's just interesting. And I'm supposed to be delivering medical supplies to that place as a mission that I haven't completed yet. Hey, Wolfgang, thank you for the subscription.
Pardon the dust, but I can still answer some questions about the old Titan Astrobase biolabs.
What kind of life did they find here?
Funny you should ask. Sadly, none. See, NASA funded the Titan Astrobase project because conditions seemed ripe for primordial life to form in Titan's methane pools. They tested many different sites, performed deep core ice drilling, and more, yet nothing turned up.
So if nothing turned up, what do they use all these labs for?
Well, NASA defunded the xenobiology program in 2132, but a scientist by the name of Catherine Neely proposed research into advanced colony building on inhospitable worlds. So, by 2135, work began on what would ultimately set us all up to create habitats anywhere humans dared to explore. These very labs housed the computer systems used in that research. That and general storage for the colony. Lots of storage.
They thought of it since they added War of the Worlds as a readable book. And yeah, that story was definitely about Earth-based illness. Maybe they've super engineered their immune systems. I don't know, maybe. And only those with defects are susceptible. Well, this is always kind of an interesting thing that comes up with video games in general. It's like many games will talk about their world as if it's if it takes place in a scale like our own. Like for example, in this game,
Hey, no rush.
In this game, there's probably, I don't know, a few hundred NPCs total, but it's implied that there's millions. And that's kind of an interesting fact too, is apparently so many people died in the process of leaving Earth that there's only a few million left of humanity by the time they're like reaching out into, different parts around the galaxy and all that. But like you won't ever see millions. But that always happens with like other games and stuff too, is that it's just implied that there are huge amounts of people all the time, and it's very rare that what you see is what's actually there. Like I always find it interesting when in history, when you hear about
Need some more time to think about
like
it?
ancient Rome and like sort of battles that they were fighting, and we're so used to seeing video game portrayals or in film where it's like, yeah, I just have like a couple hundred soldiers, and even that's a lot lining up. And then you hear like in the history books, like, oh, well, there were tens of thousands of soldiers in one battlefield, maybe even like millions at some point. And I would just love to see a visualization of the actual scale of how many people were at historic wars and things like that. Like if you're habitating a planet and the outposts that we see here just have like 20 or so people, I wonder if in the true scale that's supposed to be
I zoned out too.
it's supposed to be implied about with the story, Wonder how big those habitats would be. Like if it would have to be thousands of people. I don't know. You keep talking about Titan Astro Base. What is that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I completely forgot to mention that. That's what this place was originally called. When NASA divested its interest in the Astro Base and turned it over to the people back in 2185, they renamed it New Homestead and established it as a historical site.
Okay, let's keep going.
You got it. On to our next stop. Next, we'll be heading outside, so
Careful.
make sure to
There are
check
some
those
dangerous
seals
areas
on your
around here
suit
that are
because
not
it's
part of
a
any
bit
tours.
chilly out there. We're going out into the frozen wastes of Titan to see what powers this planet. Watch your step outside, by the way. The ice can be slippery if you're not careful. The goal is to keep people out of Dr. Lakota's infirmary.
Hello.
Okay, are we going? Ah! Lunged at me. Kingdom Hearts had a 1000 Heartless battle. Did they actually show them all? Also, I wish this game had awareness where if someone is talking to the player, that nearby NPCs will like hold off on their random dialogues. You know, get like 10 people all talking at the same time. In one frame, he's gonna go into a suit.
Anyway,
or
where
not?
were we?
What is all this?
Oh, yes. Powering New Homestead. As you might imagine, generating energy
I guess
was
he
a
just doesn't need a suit.
challenge back in the day because the technology was much more crude then. But crude or not, it was that technology that sustained the old Astro Base. And it might surprise you to learn that the same
Yeah, he's a
technology
replicant.
is still working today. The interesting thing about this old colony is that it's mostly powered by clean, renewable energy. You'll see one of the methods used on the horizon up ahead. That's right! New Homestead's famous wind farms! This spot was chosen for the colony in part because of its constant winds. These turbines have been integral to the colony's function since its establishment as a cheap, mostly reliable source of electricity.
That's right, Inner Evil. I forgot you're a Kingdom Hearts expert. It is a weird thing about Kingdom Hearts is that fan base either just plays the games when they're out, plays it through once, and then maybe goes back later, or you're like hardcore into it. Like I mentioned on stream before, but this one girl that I dated was really into Kingdom Hearts, and she spent like an hour trying to explain the story to me, and it was this would have been like 2012, I think. So I don't know if there's been any new games since then.
So, let's talk about wind power, shall we?
Do these power the entire colony?
Mostly. I'm sure you've noticed the occasional brownouts. I guess these old machines have a habit of freezing up, what with all the ice out here. There's some methane on reserve for critical life support systems, but everything else here is otherwise powered by the units you see here.
I keep seeing my microphone like peaking. And I was watching the VODs earlier too, and like there's a specific place I can orient my mouth by the mic where it'll just jump way into the red. And I have my volume levels pretty low. I don't know, it bothers me that I can't get it consistent. I didn't think Titan was that windy.
You're right. Most surface wind on Titan isn't too terribly strong, but here, the altitude and other conditions are perfect for sustained wind power. Like many worlds with atmosphere, the higher you go, the windier it gets.
Yeah, Inner Evil, like you're talking about, it's a similar thing with like the Metal Gear fan base, where you're either a casual player or you're just super hardcore into it, and there's like not a whole lot of in between. There's a streamer, I think his name is Three Dog, where he like regularly streams the entirety of lots of different Metal Gear games. And I remember like when Death Stranding came out, he did the entirety of that too. And he talks about like super in-depth lore as he plays each game. He's just so knowledgeable about the series. I think the channel is shared by a couple other people, like they alternate. So I don't know what the person is, but the channel I think is just called Three Dog. All right, what's next?
You're the boss. Let's go. Moving right along, we're going to learn about Titan's great natural resources. Titan is rich with hydrocarbons like methane and ethane. Surely you saw huge pools of the stuff on your descent into New Homestead. I like to think they add to the natural beauty of this world. Oh, of course, stay away from them because, like anything beautiful, they can be dangerous. Just like my last ex-wife's pet. She had this gorgeous, I don't know what you'd call it, creature. The guy that sold it to her couldn't tell her what it was or where it was from. I don't think it was even a legal sell, to be honest. The thing was very easy on the eyes. Feathers, all the colors of the rainbow. Nasty bite, though. Wound up in the hospital and almost lost my hand. Still not enough for her to get rid of the dang thing. Anyway, there's a reason she's my ex-wife. But enough about me. We were talking about methane and other resources, right?
Oh yeah, FF6 is that's my favorite Final Fantasy as well.
Back in the 20th century
Played
on Earth,
4
they
and
used to
6
fight wars over
a lot
natural
as a
resources
kid.
like this and petroleum.
6 I remember a lot
Whole
better.
moon here, basically made of hydrocarbons in their own backyard. They just couldn't get to it. Incredible how far we've come. New Homestead is home to one of the oldest and largest methane processing plants in the settled systems. Every year, UC engineers go through a painstaking, month-long maintenance process. It's how this place has remained operational as long as it has. I'm not going to take you too close to the machinery, liability and all, but I can still answer questions.
You've played FF6 300 plus times? How is that even possible? Isn't the average play time of the game like 10 hours or something? Damn.
Questions? Fire away!
Hey, thank you for the raid, Strawberry. How can they shut these down for maintenance if they rely on it to live?
Ah, it's not as if they shut down for a month. It's not shut down at all, actually. See, this place is built with redundant systems, so they can shut it down piece by piece and suffer only a reduction in throughput. During that time, the UC gets more of its resources from other places, allowing New Homestead to maintain what it needs.
I've been meaning to do this more often when people raid me. I keep forgetting it's a feature. Give them a canonical official shout out. How do I do this again? So we do shout out Strawberry Rose Garden. Let's see if this works. Yay! Strawberry raids all the time. It's much appreciated. So what were you streaming anyway? I think the last time I looked in on your channel, you were doing like World of Warcraft stuff? I can't remember.
Huh? Sorry, I zoned out too.
Damn, extra Josh, you're like hardcore with the Final Fantasies. Damn. You play them on your phone. Nice. What do they do with the methane?
Exports mostly. Since this world is so methane rich and has the infrastructure for it, a lot of the UC's methane comes from Titan. Of course, new homesteaders use it themselves for everything from generating heat to turning it into breathable oxygen by a modern science.
You can turn methane into oxygen?
Oh, no one's ever asked me that before. Something to do with methane-eating microbes, I believe? I honestly don't know. Sorry.
Alright, what's next?
Okie dokie, artichoke. There will be time for more later anyway. So, this next stop is a bit of an interesting one. I only recently made it part of the tour. Fun fact, it's also the only natural landmark on the tour. What we're about to see is a glacial spire we affectionately call Ymir's Horn. This colus used to be named after a character in a popular fantasy novel, but it was changed a couple hundred years ago to avoid any potential litigation. Now, what's a colus, you might say? Colus derives from the Latin word for hill, and scientists only gave names to groups of hills on a planet's surface. So in reality, the term you hear more often is the plural, coles, with an E. You probably don't hear it very often where you're from, because it was usually a term reserved for unexplored planets, back when they didn't have the technology to describe what they were seeing firsthand. Because of that, the term is much more common in the Sol system, but you may still hear it occasionally in reference to uncharted worlds. This planet's full of them, though, and they like to preserve that history here.
Yeah, space magic. Ymir's Horn. What are the floating things in the distance? Tell what that is. Huh.
Is something amiss?
Oh. I didn't mean to talk to you, but, did you manage to swipe a couple bucks for me?
So demanding. Here, see what you think of this.
Ah, nice.
That is all? Very well.
So here it is, Ymir's Horn. You're free to take a closer look if you like.
She's lurking in the back. She's gonna backstab him any second now. Ymir, who's that?
According to ancient Norse mythology, Ymir was the first Jotun, a frost giant. In the legend, they were both male and female and gave birth to the progenitors of all giants from their armpits. Ymir even predated the Norse gods, who, as it turns out, killed Ymir to fashion the earth and all of humanity from the corpse. It's a fascinating story, and the horn here is a fitting tribute to it.
So how did this collis form?
I've heard this particular formation was caused by an ancient volcano. Something about steam and wind, then worn down over time. But I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
Excellent. On to the next stop, then. So, we're gonna head back inside through the methane processing plant. try not to touch anything on your way. We want to make sure to respect Dr. Lakota's wishes to be safer around
Ooh,
here.
look at these zero gravity.
That brings me to another point. You'll notice the people around here have last names related to where their families originated from on Earth, as a way to remember the past. The museum curator, Maurice Leon, has more information about that if you're interested. You can find him inside the main concourse. Loves talking about it. You'll find most of the locals here are very friendly to tourists like yourself. Tourism is a major draw to this colony these days, and they respect that. Most of them are happy to talk at length about what they do here. Their rugged lifestyle is a point of pride for a lot of these folks.
What's the atmosphere here? Well, it's 180 below zero, and he's just walking out here with no suit on. No oxygen. Wait, what else did it say about this? Atmosphere is N2? Is that nitrogen? Nitrogen dioxide? I never had chemistry in school. I don't know what STD. Standard, I guess. Woke up your dog laughing? Oh yeah, that he's standing out here in 180 below zero temp. Very low gravity. I guess she's out here standing like this too. Wow, he didn't even wait for me. It wasn't Titan theorized to be one of the most Earth-like terrestrial bodies in our solar system or something like that? Or was that Europa? There was some other moon that was very similar to Earth.
This area we're walking through is the nerve center of the plant, where technicians keep an eye on the operation. Since methane production is such an important part of the colony's livelihood, it's important that the techs notice any issues and react to them quickly. Anyway, we're headed into the ice mines. It's a natural spring where water bubbles up from deep below, but due to the cold, it keeps freezing as it reaches the surface.
It's the only moon in the system that has a dense atmosphere. That's
They help
cool.
the local economy.
Every time I see this guy, he's Australian. It's something I don't think I've ever said out loud before. Imagine saying that to someone in real life. Come on, say something again. Don't mind the tourists? You really liven up my day? We've now entered Skyrim.
What else can I tell you about the ice mines?
Can I just drink straight from the source?
I wouldn't recommend it. First, it's an active work site. Second, it still needs to be filtered and checked for contaminants. But don't worry, we'll stop somewhere for refreshments before the tour is over.
Does all of your water come from here?
Not all. Some water is created as a byproduct of methane processing, but that's usually saved in the emergency reserves.
Why not heat this area like the rest of the colony?
Good question. I believe it has something to do with not wanting to contaminate the water with methane and other chemicals. The ice helps prevent impurities in the water. At least this is what I've been told.
You dream of the day when they can make planets and bring the assets of Oblivion and Skyrim. There was already someone in the modding Discord that was like, that their goal is to make a Skyrim planet. Alright, what's next?
Sounds good. Let's keep going then. We have just one more stop before we're done with the tour, and it just happens to be my favorite.
Happy to answer any questions you have about what we're doing.
Establishment still in existence, the Brown Horse Tavern. The Brown Horse started as a simple mess hall for the scientists and workers when the underground was built, but it's been operated by the same family ever since. Now, what's a horse, you might say? They were a large four-legged
But I want to talk to this other guy.
often used for transportation or manual labor. Long before space travel was even a dream for the folks of Earth, even before antique machines like automobiles were possible, horses could be found everywhere. You might have seen them in old movies or read about them somewhere. If not, I highly recommend looking into them sometime. They're beautiful animals. The tavern's original owner was infatuated with them, from what I understand, and named the place in their honor. The moniker, Brown Horse Tavern, is also a throwback to names of similar Earth restaurants hundreds of years before it was established.
One made a knockoff of Starfield in 48 hours with planet travel by
really
ship.
go for some of Anya's cooking over at the Brown Horse.
Ooh, can I take these samples?
Boring assignment, but let's keep it that way.
Word of advice. Steer clear of the doctor here. She really seems to have a problem with tourists for some...
Well, I suppose this is one way to make a living. And if New Homestead deems it necessary.
Alright. It's awfully quiet in here.
I'm learning so much here. Everyone should visit at least once in their life.
Pulls a sandwich out of pocket, puts back into pocket. Guess he's saving it for later. Hey, what are you guys
used to
up
get more
to?
tourists than we do these days.
Off-worlders always ask how I
the
can
local
live here.
economy.
I wonder how they can live anywhere else.
If you need medical attention, see Dr. Lakota. But a word of warning, she really doesn't care for tourists.
It's so cold here.
Sure would be nice to get off-world sometime.
I support the local economy. Alright, what can I buy?
Why not order some food and make yourself comfortable?
Alright, what can I buy?
Welcome. I'm Anya. Is this your first time with us at the Brown Horse Tavern?
Why, yes, it is.
Oh, well, thank you for joining us. You're in for a real treat. We've got an assortment of food and drinks, some of which follow homemade recipes that have been passed down over hundreds of years. So, what can I do for you?
What do you got?
Let me show you what we have.
Want me to take off my helmet? Oh, I wouldn't want to do that to the chat. I'm a worshipper of the Great Serpent. My suit is what keeps me in check. Reminds me about who I am. We have Canuck, Pilsner, Portray. I don't know what some of these words are. Erdebrow. We've got the sandwich. Oh, we got pierogies. I'd like to know how pierogi is pronounced in Polish, because I feel like the word is one that's just been like heavily butchered by anglicization of words, whatever the phrase is. I still can't get over how in a lot of Europe they pronounce taco as taco. Which, I mean, it makes sense. Like in the US, having such a big Mexican influence here, that Spanish is just kind of like a regular part of our culture here. So we're used to hearing Spanish words and how they're pronounced, whereas it's not going to be as common in EU. Pierogski. I think ski usually means language, so I don't think that's it. Like Ruski. Angliski. But, I mean, Polish might have a different thing. I don't know. Alright, I'll buy the most expensive thing. I'll buy some pierogies. Then I'll donate
Take care.
it.
Thanks for stopping by.
Hey, Andreja.
Did you need something?
Got a surprise for you.
I have never been one to shy away from shouldering my share of a heavy load.
Oh my god, don't word it like that, please. Where did it go? Gotta sort through all this. God, some loud people outside. There you go. Enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
Guys heard that
Goodbye.
beep?
Hi there. Always nice seeing a new face.
Yeah. Always nice seeing a new face in you. Alright, Bill.
That delicious smell is making me hungry. Can I answer anything about the brown horse?
Yeah, I need to have custom eating animations like the Heavy from TF2. Is this the oldest restaurant in the settled systems?
Easy. All the other ones fell to ruin when we abandoned Earth. There were technically older ones on Mars, but those have long since shuttered or been replaced.
What can you tell me about the owner over there?
Anya Seattle is the current owner of the Brown Horse. It's been in the Seattle family for generations. But Anya will be able to tell you more herself. Feel free to ask her. It doesn't feel right coming from me when she's standing right over there.
What do you recommend?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I honestly love everything Anya serves here. I'd be doing her a disservice to recommend one dish over another. You want the real answer? Order one of everything.
Okay, what's next?
Okay then. All right, we're headed to the last stop. Right back where we began. Feel free to check out the museum exhibit in the main concourse here. These displays are full of rare Earth trinkets salvaged from before humanity left.
Oh,
Did you
cool.
see those wind turbines out there?
Happy to talk
Wow.
about the collection.
I can't
The
imagine living here.
museum's curator,
These
Maurice,
people
will be
sure are
happy to
hardy.
talk to you if you want to know more.
What are these things? Can I read this? Oh wait, I have to go over here. Unknown decorative liquor bottle brought from Earth to New Homestead. Then we got electronic pipes used to inhale various legal substances during early homesteads, new colonial times.
I still can't believe people actually live like
Some
this.
kind of drug utensils. Then a equinoctial dial, brought to New Homestead by one of the original settlers as a family heirloom. Original construction in the 1800s, and then there's an unknown or scroll case of unknown date and origin, believed to have once been a sacred relic. The scroll case likely predates any other synthetic item in the museum. The scroll itself has been lost to time. So can I steal it? No? Oh yeah, Extra Josh, I did that mission on stream. It's called First Contact. It's actually not random. It's a huge ship that's orbiting a planet. And then you can start the mission there. Got an ice hockey stick used on Earth in the city of Edmonton, Canada during an 1988 championship game. 88? That's my birth year. Okay, so it's just describing hockey.
Whew. It is so cold here. I guess I should have expected that.
Scale model of RV Calypso. Oceanic researcher Jacques Cousteau. What do you got here?
I can't imagine living here. These people sure are hardy.
That's what they say about the state where I live. You're like, why would anyone live here? When we get temperature that is way, way below freezing in the winter. HMS Beagle. Originally constructed for the British Navy as a war vessel, launched in 1820, this Cherokee-class brig sloop is most famous for transporting renowned scientist Charles Darwin during his famous worldwide research voyage, 1831-1836. The 1992 basketball was the Olympic Dream Team. Oh, so they were accurate.
Did you see those wind turbines out there? Wow.
These are cool. We got the NASA snow globe. And you got the lunar lander with the capsule still attached. The Discovery rocket. Oh, probably says right here. Prototype rocket, branded mug. Oh, the Vostok. The USSR space program. Oh, Apollo 11. Yeah, that's a famous one. Items on loan from NASA. NASA, one of several Earth-based space agencies, was instrumental in humankind's earliest journeys into space. Indeed, it was due to the efforts of NASA that New Homestead exists. In 2107, NASA sent an unmanned probe to Titan, which paved the way for the development of Titan Astrobase. Completed in 2130, by 2185, the Titan Astrobase project was transitioned into the colony of New Homestead. It's not the Challenger rocket? Probably not.
Oh, wow. Sounds immersive, but fun.
It is, and the money you spend will go towards helping the family and our community.
Different meteors.
Now, if you want, we can schedule a stay and go over some paperwork.
All right, is this the end of the tour, Bill?
Well, that's that! I hope you enjoyed Starsap tours as much as I enjoy giving them.
So he likes receiving as much as he enjoys giving. Nice. That was super boring. I feel like you should have been the one paying me. It was all right. It was very educational. Thank you. You know what? I'm gonna slip a 5 hundo into his pocket.
Oh, wow. I really appreciate it. You know, I rely on tips from good people like you, so thank you from the bottom of my heart. Enjoy the rest of your stay in New Homestead.
Perhaps in the future we could skip the extra steps and just set your cred stick on fire directly?
Wow. Wow, Andreja, that was rude as fuck, but I like it. Hey, he is now in debt to the Varun.
We take vandalism seriously.
So when the Serpent Crusade Part 2 happens, he's going to be on the
To
list.
lay eyes on the earth just once.
All right, Maurice Leon.
Hello there. Are you here to peruse our little museum exhibit?
Wow. I was.
Wonderful. These are all rare artifacts from before the collapse of Earth. There isn't much of this stuff left outside of private collections, but here we're happy to share a glimpse of them with the public.
Mm-hmm.
If you have any questions about the exhibit or New Homestead, I'm happy to answer as best as I can.
Okay.
Thanks for visiting.
We have a tape on display. Ancient device. Book. And a Discman. Discman.
I'm sorry, what don't you get?
Earth? Like, what's the big deal? It's just another dead world.
It's where we're all from. It was a place of beauty and unimaginable history. I cannot overstate how important it was for all of humanity.
I guess so. Maybe I need to look up more about it.
I mean, Earth's only been gone for 200 years in this timeline. I feel like it wouldn't be forgotten that quickly by the youths. Oh, Bill is like the inconceivable guy from Princess Bride.
Boy, am I glad they have a chunks here.
We usually get more tourists than we do these days.
Okay.
These colonies are not smaller than I
All
thought they
right.
would be.
Pig. Duck.
That's a nice outfit you got. I could probably offer you a good price for it.
No, but what do you have?
Well, hello there.
This is my first time.
Oh, nice. You know, it's always such a pleasure to meet people from other worlds. Or just space. I don't judge. I'm Jay. I'm happy to help you find what you're looking to buy or take a look at whatever you want to sell. Trades of all kinds are welcome here. Or if you have any questions for me about the shop, the merchandise, or even just New Homestead in general, I'm happy to help you.
What do you got?
Sure thing. I'm also...
Looks like you have all the usual stuff that everyone else has. Except I haven't seen this. Interesting dress. Three-star hat. Huh. Ooh, resources. Adhesive. Always buy adhesive. Always. Alkanes. I was looking for these earlier. Don't know if I need them anymore. Okay, I'll take these. Oh yes, beryllium I needed more of. Cosmetic. Polymer. Dang, this is actually a really good resource. Or place to get resources. Sealant. Nice.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, I guess it's not too unlikely that people wouldn't believe in Earth, given that even in current year, people on Earth don't always believe in Earth. Oh, you're right, it is a decoy duck. Waterfowl, known as quote-unquote ducks, were once hunted near Earth's marshes for sport and food using ballistic rifles. To facilitate this activity, hunter would often place wooden decoy ducks in the water and use a small woodwind instrument to produce an accompanying call resembling that of a duck in order to lure it in. And the piggy bank is as far back as the 15th century. Hollowed-out ceramic statue of an animal known as a pig were popularly used to store physical currency. Do they have stickball? I haven't heard of any alternative sports mentioned in this universe, but the only thing I've seen is they have like a futuristic chess game that's just called like Thimble or something, and it has black versus white on kind of a checkerboard pattern, and each square has a different symbol on it, and there's like 2 different types of pieces on each side. They don't really explain the rules or anything, but I've seen it sitting around. That's like an Apple II.
I don't get it.
I'm sorry. What don't you?
But they're definitely not going to name drop real people. A range of antique Earth computers ranging from the late 1980s to mid-2000s. Computers have existed in some form since Charles Babbage's difference engine in 1822. The years from the mid-20th century into the early 21st century were known as some of the greatest advances in computing technology, as computers shrank from gigantic room-sized devices filled with vacuum tubes to small boxes filled with microprocessors like the ones you see here. Yeah, when I was in elementary school, this was the type of computer that we used. We had Apple IIs.
Where we're all from. It was a
Yeah, there is some real world lore going on here.
an
It's nice.
unimaginable history.
You already said this dialogue.
Cannot
Is this
overstate
Truman Show? Are you all scripted people who are here to accommodate me?
It's been a while
guess
since I
so.
last visited.
Maybe I
Nice
need
to
to
see
look
this
up more
place still
about
has the
it.
same charm.
Am I the main character of this world? Hey! Alex, I don't know if you're still in chat. I just picked up another Earth landmark. When you pick up this book here, it just gave me, what was it, Hong Kong? What was that? Maurice Leone's journal. Hong Kong. Well, we got to check out another secret Earth landmark.
Word of advice, steer clear of the doctor here. She really seems to have a...
Where is the doctor? I want to speak to the doctor. Hello?
Feel free to look around, but don't
Chunks. Oops, that was really loud. Where is the Chunks? I mean, what is the doctor?
I'm learning so much here.
Careful. There's some dangerous areas around.
Just heat leech just casually hanging out inside.
You get used to the methane processing smell after a while.
You're not in a suit. Why does it sound like you're in a suit?
It's a little weird that people come here to see early colony life is like. To me, it's just how we live.
No, all the stuff in the museum was behind behind glass, so I couldn't steal it. Wait, is there other stuff here? Oh, there is. Really far away. Okay, that's the gardening place. Hey, are you the doctor? Hello? You look like it. I got to take the elevator.
The people here live a simple life. Try not to complicate it.
This is a boring assignment.
Hey!
That old Titan wind is going strong today.
Are you the doctor?
Oh, hello there. Are you here about the brownouts? That's usually the only reason people come up here to talk to me, since I'm the power system manager
You're
here.
not the doctor. What about them?
Yes, the power shortages we're experiencing. Haven't you seen the flickering lights?
No.
This equipment is all very old, and the protections against the cold have worn down, so now, brownouts. All the time.
Okay. I just came to chat.
Oh, well, that's refreshing. What did you want to chat about?
What's it like being here?
Well, I just started this job a few months ago, but I'm loving it, despite all this.
Okay.
I came here as a child and did one of the tours. I loved it so much.
Okay.
I know it may sound unusual, but I knew what I was getting into with Titan's harsh surface. The challenge is actually one of the things that attracted me to the job.
Cool.
Take care.
Okay, where's the doctor?
Don't stay outside for too long here on Titan. You'll freeze solid without the proper protection.
Nebula is always in a bad mood. What were you talking about? Are these like Marvel characters?
It's one thing to learn about
Oh, I'm just back here again. Thanos was born on Titan. Oh. Hello, Claudio.
Another tourist come to learn about the ice mines, huh? It's dangerous in the ice mines. I'd much rather answer your questions than have you going off to explore on your own.
How come robots don't do this?
For one, New Homestead is not a wealthy colony. But we also pride ourselves on doing things the old ways. It's part of the living history, they say. We don't mind. We work hard here. It's very rewarding.
Why is it dangerous here?
I'm surprised I still get this question. It's slippery, it's sharp, it can break, It can cave in. Those are just the obvious examples. Titan is also full of methane, which can sometimes be trapped under the ice. As you know, methane can explode under the right conditions. It can also asphyxiate you if you breathe in too much of it.
Wait, so they're mining water in an environment where there's pockets of methane, and they're mining with big lasers that produce sparks all the time? It seems like a terrible idea.
Be careful out there.
Those folks in Sidon. I find myself suddenly very grateful for our accommodations in the lodge.
One at a time, please.
New Homestead is a living.
He has no OSHA. Likelihood of dying
Hello
on the
there.
job is very
The
high.
museum here is free to everyone.
Okay, I don't think I'm gonna find this doctor. Wait, clinic? Hey, do you...
I'll treat you if you need it, but please try to be more careful around here.
I heard that you hate tourists.
If you take one of those stupid tours, make sure to follow the rules. They're for your own safety and my sanity.
So I heard you hate tourists.
I don't. They make a mockery of New Homestead culture. And on top of it, they're reckless. It's like I said before, I feel like I'm treating them more often than our own people.
Well, it must keep you busy. What's so bad about that?
The problem is that most of the tourists' injuries are from preventable accidents. Things our people know how to avoid. And often I have to take care of them first because they can't leave with their injuries, so I have to put off seeing my regular patients. So not only am I working extra hard for people who have little respect for me, it comes at the expense of our own.
Is there anything I can do?
Actually, maybe there is. I have an idea that may be best suited for someone relatively unknown, instead of myself. I've got a mountain of work and a reputation to maintain. So I bought a realistic monster costume. The
Oh,
plan was to wear it, scare
this
tourists away,
mission.
and start a rumor about terrible creatures living on Titan. I figure that once word gets around, tourism will take enough of a dive to give me some relief.
Oh my god, I saw videos of this mission. I'm actually glad I stopped to do this. This is kind of hilarious. Alright, let's do it.
Oh, good. I was hoping not to have to do it myself, so I'm glad to have a volunteer. Here's the costume. I think this will work best on the surface, so just find a group and run up to them, acting like a convincing alien monster. With any luck, they'll run screaming and book the next flight out of here.
Monster costume. Alright, Andreja, you better have some amazing dialogue when I put this thing on. Look at this. Look how much, like, detail this has. Incredible. Oh, it's so heavy, too. I like the fine texture on the sides, too. So nice. Alright. Oh, it goes, like, off the screen. It's so big. She's just staring at me in silence, disbelief. I can't believe I'm hanging out with you. Alright, let's do this. Go do the walk of shame. Well, thank you, Josh. I'm glad you're enjoying this. I hope you don't injure yourself doing electrical stuff. Hope I'm not just so incredibly entertaining that you lose track. That'll never happen. Alright, well I'll refund the game if there isn't a complete dialogue change with every NPC, that when you put this suit on, everyone should have something new to say. Be like a whole different form of New Game Plus, except it's just wearing this outfit.
Oh, get out of here with that atrocious thing. You're gonna scare the children.
Alright, there's one.
Do you come from one of those planets with beautiful skies and fresh air? My, how I'd love to visit one day.
Those tourists arriving? Like whip out my gun and shoot in the air to scare them off.
Welcome to New Homestead. Hope you're not looking to cause any trouble in that costume of yours.
Ha ha ha. That's actually a good idea. Wait, I forgot I already have. Shattering naval cutlass. Now, this wasn't really a part of the deal, but you know, I'm supposed to be scary, right? Oh wait, I have to enable the mission. Scare the tourists, okay. And make the companion wear. I'm pretty sure I can. I already made her wear the outfit that she has now, which isn't her standard one. Oh my god, it's back inside? Oh no. Never mind, it's over here. Can I scare the kid? Well, I haven't even began his mission, so she's not on the ship. Alright. Coming in hot. Oh, I can't use my jetpack. Or... Whoa!
I cannot, will not be a part of this.
This will keep the tourists away. Fine, just doing my job. Where's it? I don't see any more tourists. I guess I did a good job. Yeah, they're essential. Well, anyway. Yeah, I gave her only a couple bits of ammo for her gun. I didn't give her a grenade. Is that a thing? It sounds dangerous to give an AI companion a grenade.
It's going to eat us! Run!
Where are you guys going, huh? Whoa, they're climbing over. That's fancy.
Enjoy your visit here.
Ah, I snuck in with you guys. There is no escape. Still going.
My daddy says farming is really important, but I kind of want to do other things.
I could really go for some of Anya's cooking over at the Brown Horse.
I thought there'd be more that I had to scare away.
Hello.
Yeah, you can only kill adult NPCs. But I'm sure just like Skyrim, there's going to be a kill kids mod. Sounds fucked, but the characters are... Kids are usually the most annoying characters in the game.
Look, I know what I'm asking you to do is pretty silly, but I still think it's worth a shot.
I just did it. I scared them off.
See, sometimes silly ideas are worth the effort. Thank you. With any luck, I'll be able to give more attention to my regular patients now. Tell you what, if you want to come back later and do this for me a couple more times, I'll even let you keep the costume.
Oh, I'll have to come back. Or I can just use console commands to spawn the costume in, but that would be boring. There's my scary face. Looks like me in real life, so face reveal. Even though there's like dozens of videos with my face on my YouTube channel. Oh my god, it even removed my pack. Oh god, he's hot. I know, right?
Off-worlders think hiking the surface of Titan is all fun and games. But a lot of thrill seekers end up in my office.
Alright, where are we going next? So I'm sure there's more stuff to do, but... Oh, that's right, we got the new Earth landmark to check out. I got Hong Kong. Hopefully it's going to be Hong Kong 97 or whatever that was, 98. Let's check it out. Got varicose veins on my cranium, I do. Whoa! Holy crap, this is the biggest structure I've seen in the game yet. I was hoping for a immersive landing, but I guess it just plopped me over here again. Damn, this is actually kind of like spooky walking next to something this huge. I kind of want to speed up time again so that I can see this during the day. What was it? So spooky. Oops.
I do not like the cold. Stiffens the joints, lowers reaction times.
Gonna have to disagree. I like the cold. Because it allows you to physically exert yourself and not have to worry about staying cool. do I speed up time? It's a console command. It's SGTM. 1 is default, and then 10 is like 10 times. It stands for Set Global Time Multiplier. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Like, let's get a cinematic view. Whoa. God damn it. If they don't have every floor of that building modeled, I'm gonna refund the game. After what, 110 hours that I have in this already? I love the long shadows. Really long. Trying to get a good screenshot. How many floors do you think? I don't know. It's probably based on a real building. Don't know if there's any Hong Kong experts in chat. Yeah, you can kind of count by the windows. I assume those are the floors. So it would be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. No, I'm just, let's see, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So like 2, 4, so like 70 floors. Cool sound. Hong Kong snow. Oh yeah, here's probably what it's based on. Whatever this building is. This is really cool though. I like the whole shadow of the building too. You've been making outposts near each landmark. Nice. Wolfgang, have you found any more than Cairo and Hong Kong? I know there are more. I just don't know, like, where to go to search for them. Ooh, some nice god rays. Very nice. London, Osaka, and Dubai. Oh. You're 40 hours in and level 9. I forget what level I even am. 23. Oh, and I have a skill point. So you haven't seen these ones yet. Oh. Oh, I hope I didn't, like, spoil it for you. Yeah, I don't think the game wants me to climb this thing. But we do have console commands. I think TCL would be too slow. I could just take the free cam up there. A lot of people don't know is that at night the free cam becomes the freak cam. Well, the previous landmark didn't let you go inside. It kind of seems that the whole point of these is just to see a big cool model, not to actually go inside. Is this one accurate to the location on the globe? Oh, I didn't even think to check that. Okay, so here's Japan. And yeah, Hong Kong would be right here. So that's realistic. Cairo. Yep, northeastern part of Africa. Where Egypt is. Yeah, it's accurate. I don't... Yeah, I picked up the snow glow. I don't think you can find stuff just by wandering in the area. It's pretty certain you need to, you know, be given the landing spot by like a book or something. Earth's not looking so hot. No, it's looking pretty cold. It's 1 below right now. Actually, that's not too bad. Okay, anyway, let's see. Suxum. 1. There we go. Whoosh. Whoa. Yeah, there's nothing inside the building. But is there going to be a sandwich? Because we found a sandwich inside the pyramid. Don't see one. Maybe it's at the top? Woo! Damn, this is high up. Wow. Gets a little crusty looking up here. Clearly don't want players being up here. It's so dark. Don't see any sandwiches. Wow. Look at that. The shadow doesn't even render in completely. It's so long. Can't even see myself anymore. Well, the ship is over there. This is actually Earth, yes. I think that someone stole the building, just dumped it somewhere like a preservation thing. It does seem like a sci-fi thing to do. I could look at the holes, see if any sandwiches are placed along the edges. It's so dark on this side though, I can't really see. I mean, I can't imagine they would actually put colliders up here that would even allow them to put a sandwich. And there we are. Wait, how can I just go straight up? I have to use a controller for that. Oh, there we go. Nice. Anyway, putting the sucksum back down to 0.01. Turn this back off. Is there anything else here? Don't think so. Yeah, I feel like their portrayal of Earth was probably something they had a lot of meetings about, and probably a lot of people were disappointed with, on the team with the solution they came up with, because it's like the world is Starfield is about the galaxy, not individual planets. And, Earth has a lot going on. So they're probably like trying to figure out whatever excuse they could come up with to justify Earth not having a whole lot on it. But because of the way the game's designed, like it allows for them to pretty easily add stuff to it. Like these landmarks. Like if you didn't get the book that told you that this tower was here, you wouldn't be able to just randomly find it. So I guess they could theoretically just continually add more points of interest to populate Earth. I just want to see what this looks like from far away. It looks really good from far away. I wonder if they came up with a system to like prevent models from going too low in LOD. I could swear if this was Fallout 4, the building would have easily just looked like a blurry mess by now. Like that happens in Fallout 76 too, or when landmarks are far enough away, they just kind of snap into a really ugly low detail model. This still looks really good. And I was running around outside of New Atlantis too. Like, I keep forgetting that all the major cities still have the whole full-sized region around it that you can explore. You're not just stuck in the city. And cities look pretty cool from far away. Alright, Andreja, we're gonna take some pictures. Celebrate the occasion. The fall of humanity. Wait, no. Look over at the building. Look at me, look at the building. Not that much of a looker, am I? You just can't keep your eyes off me. Shiny visor. Tuh. Oh my god, just look forward. Why are you... There. Okay, I guess I have to be behind her. Hmm. What POI is this? This is Hong Kong. And if you're just joining, I can tell you where to get it, unless you want to find it yourself. Hmm. I found it on Titan. When you go into the museum, where all the people are standing around looking at the glass cases, there's a book sitting on a shelf nearby that says something about like Leon's discoveries or something like that. And then he talks about this building. This looks really cool. Like, I still don't know how so many people have been looking at this game and just say, oh, the game's just so ugly. It's so dated. Like, I don't think so. Usually with games, I'll have moments where it's like, sometimes things will look really good and other times things will look really ugly. But I've just had some, like, overwhelmingly more times where I'm just continuously impressed with how good things look. Way more than I've had moments where I think something's ugly. can you just think of this game as just being outdated looking? I mean, gameplay and all that, like mechanics in the game engine, I mean, that's like a whole other conversation. I'm just talking about like the visuals are stunning. The amount of detail and ships and just all of that, like the fine, super high res details of stuff. It's really impressive. That's what they're called in SimCity, the arcology, or like those mega structures where they said that people would live in the future. I remember as a kid playing SimCity 2000 that I would like give my city billions of dollars and just make the entire city those big like glass dome arcology towers, whatever they're called. Let's do an immersive takeoff. We could see it in the background. I guess not. Eventually shoot up into space? Really? Huh. I don't think I've been here where stuff is floating around all over the place like this. I mean, I've seen stuff floating around, but not like rapidly moving like they are now. Yo, hot mic, hot mic. Okay, well that was cool. What else did we have going on? I'd like to do more Andreja missions, but I think I have to progress the main story for that. And my next thing in the main story is to hang out with Sam, which I don't really want to do. So that's all I have. But I heard that the main companions have their own offshoot stories as well. But I don't know where I have to go to get hers to start. So I currently have to go back to Vectera or begin Sam's. Does anyone know? Does Andreja's start after one of these? It might just be affinity related. So I just have to do missions with her around and it will gradually increase, maybe? Be like, we need to talk. No, it's not going to make a difference, but I wanted to check out Serpentis again. Even though there really isn't anything going on in that system, but I'm actually closer leveled to it now. Yeah, and I have a way better grav drive now where I can actually get all the way to the system in one journey. Because the Varun ships have these like massive fuel canisters on them that lets them go really long. No, I don't have Sam and the kid on the ship. I only have Andreja, Marika, and a random defense systems dude. And apparently, Andreja at one point will say, that she remembers the home planet of the Varun people is called like Varun Kai or something. And their home capital is like Dajra. Dajra, something like that. And I don't think that is anywhere in the game currently. Because definitely by now people would have found something. So the Varun are still pretty mysterious. So what is here? Is it just abandoned weapons station? So kind of just the same generic POIs. Yeah, the DLC, the Shattered Space one. I mean, I got the premium edition. So I technically have it already. But just judging by the name, Shattered Space, if the main theme of the game is the coming together of humanity, the colonization, the settlements, and shattered space seems to imply the breaking apart of, or the conflict. So that kind of makes me sound like, or kind of makes it sound like I'd have a focus on like the raiders or the more chaotic people causing problems, which the Varun are absolutely doing that. Maybe even more Crimson Fleet stuff or something. I don't know. Oh, no, it's called Shattered Space. I think I said Shattered Steel. I'm thinking of the Fallout DLC. Okay, so we got some just generic POIs. Then Serpentis 1 is this, which I did land here once, and it was just kind of your average stuff. Okay, I guess I have to go to the system first. So let's set course. Loud noise incoming. In flashbang. Can't wait to edit an INI file to unlock the DLC. Oh, that's EA's games. Can you do that with like Sims 4? Hey, my people, what's up? Oh, it's a eulogy ship. And a revelation? Oh god, I'm gonna die so fast. Jesus. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna stand a chance. Eventually, I want to collect at least one of each of their ships. Whoa! Camera, please.
Aha! An offering for the Great Serpent.
Oh. God, the range on this is crazy. Uh-oh. Yeah, this isn't gonna work out. I'm just gonna have to skip by him. Oh, Videobum raid. Hey, everyone. Thanks, Jeff. Here, let me do, what if I can do a shout out from Chatty? Does that work? Yeah, there we go. Recommend checking out Videobum streams. He does a lot of spooky horror games. It's gonna be especially fun to watch in October. Probably played more, random itch games than anybody I know, and has managed to like break out of bounds more than anyone ever watched, definitely give him a follow.
You shall be judged. The great serpent demands blood.
Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna attempt to fight them. Let me just land on the planet. I'm glad the game at least gives you a choice, so you don't have to fight them if you don't really want to. Go to 2. I do have ship parts, but it's just the rate that my shield gets broken apart. Like, I don't stand a chance, I don't think, because they'll just take me out before my shields will even regenerate. If it was one ship I was against, maybe I could stand a chance, but I haven't had any luck with 2. Really satisfying sounds. Okay. I wonder if I can actually find venom trees here, since that's like a native plant food of Varun planet. Okay, I don't need toxins, I need adhesive. Game really wants me to return to Joseph. To anyone here from the raid, what was Videobum playing tonight? Let's check the VOD afterwards. Andreja, why are you just walking around? Was this a gas mine? I haven't seen these before. God. Come on, I'm in Serpentis system and it's Ecliptics that are here. Of course they saw me. Jesus.
Good one. I'm hit. Not the best you can do.
Yeah, we're getting smoked.
More than that!
Yeah, hang in. Hang in there.
Ah, thank you. That one is going to be the mark.
God. Oh. I'll give her a grenade after this.
So long.
Did you just take him out? Oh, he's still there. Level 52, Ecliptic Executioner? Damn.
Give up already.
Yeah, I'm getting rocked.
Not done yet.
Where'd you go? My Varun pistol is just so much better than every other gun. Oh god, I'm rushing. Getting rushed. Yeah, there's still 2 other Varun weapons that I haven't had yet. Those are going to be amazing to acquire. Can we talk in the middle of danger?
Yes, you need me? If I can take a few things, I will.
Wait, did she eat the pierogies that I gave her? Wow. It's immersive. Here, take a granada.
Ah, yes, we are done. Always worth checking. Never know what you might find in their pockets.
Where'd the other one go? Oh, you have to equip it.
You have my attention. A good team always shares the load.
True.
All right, then.
I wish you'd wear your suit when you're out here so we can look like a couple bamfs busting down this base. It's in their like casual wear or formal casual wear. Ooh, yes. What? Anakia? It treats every affliction? Completely drains O2. Jeez. Haven't seen that yet. Old mythical medicine? Miracle cure? I've never heard it. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it right. Panakia? Panacha? Oh, now the turrets are here. Panacea? Huh. I'm getting flashbang. All the turrets are dead, so it's not gonna help. Commander Creek A. I like that they have voice masking effects. Kind of reminds me of the Combine. I haven't done one of these in a long time. Got a hustler outfit. Looks like he's hustling, I guess. Panacea. Okay. Or Panacea. Oh, English and your stress on certain words, certain syllables. Never really been into using mines in Bethesda games. Requires too much forethought. I haven't fought anything yet that was just so tanky that I really felt like I needed to just set up a whole bunch of explosives somewhere. I did see some hilarious videos online of people just like Frisbee throwing mines because of like low gravity. Oh cool, you can see the 2 moons. Okay, I feel like I'm missing the main part of this facility. I was here already. This heavy door looks like it's probably the exit. I don't think I can open it unless there's a computer. I came across any binary systems, as in like two suns, because there is, or there are, ones like Narian. A Valo system is right next to it, but it's not actually portrayed as there being two suns. They're just two systems that are really close. Oh, the button is right here. Andreja! Hello? It's a cool looking outfit. I like vaguely futuristic looking text. Like geometric angled text. Explosives warning? Please put all explosives in the storage. Those things are highly volatile, can blow up under too much stress. Yeah, it was miso soup. Permanently increase tool grip weapon damage. Whatever that is. Thanks for the follow, Extra Josh. The Extra Josh. Hey, what's going on, grub? This Breen grub. Yeah, put explosives in the explosive box. They're explosive. Stolen sandwich? Who stole my ham, boy? Damn you, I was looking forward to eating it. I even doctored it up by adding my last century egg and some kasu marzu to it. I don't even know what that is. Some really deep lore going on in this base. Hell of a party, damn. You tried for Josh too. 20 years ago, and you were deemed Extra Josh. Yeah, sucks to miss out on the opportunity to rank up. Rank up your Josh level. Wasn't there like a big battle that happened in the US somewhere? The Battle of the Joshes? Then they like declared someone like the #1 Josh. I could swear there's a video about that. What? How? I thought this... Oh, there. 3 and then 1. Yeah, it was in Arizona or something. It was your MySpace name. Oh, that brings me back. I was boring as hell during MySpace times. I think my MySpace name was just my real name. Didn't have anything clever.
Hope you can succeed at that before we are discovered.
Well, we did. Those are some disgusting squishy noises. God, please stop. Sure, please stop squishing. At least it wasn't GeoCities. 42, nice. Usually I'm the oldest one here. I'm 35. Nice borehole, or whatever they call these. Forgot that I very briefly worked for a mining company. Oh my god. Why did I shoot that? I'm glad they didn't hear me. Oh. Physics.
Continuing sweep.
The half your age plus 2 rule. Whoa! AA-99? Huh.
Best not to leave anything useful behind.
Yeah, now me being 35, I'm like running into that situation where it's like people in their early 20s are just too young for me, dating wise. It's just like, oh, I just can't even relate to this generation. Not like I refuse to talk to anyone like that, but like as a partner, it really helps to kind of be similar in age. I know it doesn't always go that way, but yeah, you run out of things to talk about. And it's just like the whole thing about like your stage in life. Like typically people are like when you're in your early 20s, people are still moving a lot and they haven't decided where they want to live. So if you're suddenly with someone that, like, you're kind of settling in and they're like, oh, yeah, I don't plan on staying in this country anymore. I want to go somewhere else. It's like, oh, that's a huge life decision that has to be made before you do get serious. At least I've just been getting the feeling that, like, the older people get, they're more, you become more like real with yourself. I can't think of how to word it. Kind of like, well, this is what I ended up as. Now what? You feel like you're not going to be going through any major personality changes in your life. You've kind of like reached that point where you're like, this is it. But you become, I think it's easier to become happier that way too. Oh, hey, Hexen, welcome. Both do concert and movie lighting. Oh, that sounds awesome. Yeah, having, like, that's something I've learned throughout life too. For me personally, having interests in common is so much more important than just about anything else. Like, that was a question that I posed to myself a lot when attempting dating and stuff. It was like, do video games really matter to me that much? It sounds so like petty to be like, oh, if you don't have any interest in video games, I'm not even interested. But it's not as shallow as it sounds. 'Cause it's like, you know, I'm really into like digital art and it's like games as a medium. I'm not like a pro gamer or anything like that. So it has become more important to at least have some interest in games. Because I was with someone who just actively disliked video games. And even after I kind of explained why they interest me and what they mean to me and all that, they're like, oh, that's cool and everything. I just don't really, you know, have any interest in them myself. And then that became a huge barrier between us. Like, anytime I was getting excited about a new game coming out or wanted to show them something, they would just kind of like smile and nod, like, oh, that's cool. And it's like, and then we kind of, yeah, ran out of things to talk about after a while. And it's not just as rigid as video games or not. Like, it spans into other things too, like, you know, digital art and experimental storytelling mediums, and even just like interest in movies kind of stems from like games that you enjoy. So I've just kind of come to realize that it's like having core interests in common is so much more important for me than I've ever realized, because conversation is like the number one most important thing for me, more than any other thing, like intimacy or all those other things. Those are so valuable to me, but being able to just sit and talk with someone just endlessly is like, just cherish those moments. Like, I remember, you know, in early relationships that I had where like the first night where it was just she and I in a room together, we just sat and talked until like we both lost our voice. We were just talking so much and like sharing music and contemplating life, you know, and all these kinds of things. It's like, oh, it's so wonderful. And I miss those days. Hopefully you can come along again sometime. Just don't know who, what, where, why, when, or how. I think this is, yeah. And you always run in, for me, I always run into the dichotomy. I don't know if it's dichotomy, if that's even the right word, of or the paradox between finding people online versus finding people in person. So it's like, okay, if I find someone who lives nearby, chances are very low that we have any interests in common, but they live nearby and we can actually be in the same room at the same time, which is really cool. But if we don't have that much in common, then we'll just kind of not feel very close, not really have good conversation, which is, you know, really important to me. But then if I go online, chances are much higher that I'll find someone that I have a lot in common with and can just talk to forever, which is wonderful, but chances of actually meeting in person are really low. And oftentimes, for me anyway, that like when you're in the same room at the same time as someone that you learn so much more about them. Like you learn more about them just within the first few seconds of being in person with them than you would just talking to them online for hours, because it's just like all these like unspoken things. Just you get a feeling of like what their demeanor is like, who they are. It's like you learn so much in that time of just being in the same room together. So when you're missing out on that fact, if you're just continually talking online all the time, like chances are you might just fade away because it doesn't feel real, doesn't feel like you have any kind of commitment, because they, as far as you're concerned, they don't even physically exist because you haven't been in the same room together. So it's just like one or the other. Yeah, just reading what you're saying. Internet's made things so much better and so much worse at the same time when it comes to relationships. God, level 52. Save. Oh my god. Maybe at the rare mono dating device stream, I mean every stream. Andreja, get back!
I cannot wait to kill. Throwing. Oh God. Focus.
It's 4 a.m. CST. I'm either drunk or should be. Well, I don't actually... I don't drink because I'm really fun at parties. I don't do any drugs, don't drink anything. I don't even drink coffee or energy drinks or anything like that. I'm really exciting.
I will have your head.
She did throw a grenade just a bit ago. Why is my crosshair pulsating?
How do they even try?
Oh, I was doing dot damage.
Did they have anything of value?
Not really. But I think the reason relationships come up so often in my streams because it's a thing that's on my mind often, because it's a big thing that is missing from my own life, and experiences I had in the past were really good. And it'd be cool if life could, like, I don't know, allow me to have that again, if it's not so much to ask. Whoa, hunting dragon? What is this? I've never even seen this creature before. Huh. Whoa, textures. It's going to be fine. Yeah. I guess that's the thing too, is that, like, I'm so content being alone that it doesn't even bother me that much, because it's my default state. Oh, thank you, Alu. Yeah, it's almost 6 hours. Feel bad for people who don't drink when they wake up in the morning. That's the best they're going to feel all day. Damn, I haven't thought of it like that before. Frank Sinatra. Yeah, I just really value being as conscious as I can. I don't like numbing myself. I try not to make it sound condescending, but I just really value being as aware and present in this world as I can at each time. When I lose control over my own bodily functions or my thought processes or whatever going on, that really bothers me. People are always like, dude, you would like LSD so much, like, you like all these, if you really like all these, like, trippy, weird video games and stuff, you're like, God, if you were tripping on some other stuff, you would love it so much. I'm like, absolutely not. If I could instantly go in and out of it and it had no negative effects on my body, sure, but I'm not going to consume something that has such a profound effect on me. The problem is, when I find other people who feel a similar way, they're usually really religious, and that's why they don't do it. Which I'm not religious at all, so then we suddenly don't have that in common.
Ordnance going out!
There goes the grenade. She threw it. Look at that. Ooh, that was a nice throw. She's actually doing some good damage.
Ordnance going out!
Another grenade. Nice. Damn, she is just chucking grenades like it's no one's business. Should have really shortcut this. Just have 22 trauma packs, damn.
You die. Grenade in the air!
Oh my god.
You're not walking out of here.
Ow. I have like the spread shot on this pistol, and I keep hitting their gas tanks. Yeah, that was good advice. Giving her grenades. She's thrown tons of them.
The spoils of victory. Hopefully they amount to something.
Ooh, get some more ecliptic lore.
This is for you!
You bartended for 20 years now. Oh, so you have a lot of experience with it. Okay, we need some more ecliptic lore.
Attention Ecliptic personnel. We've received viable intel on the location of another colony war era facility, specifically a research lab. It's somewhere in the Nerian system, possibly already occupied by pirates of the Crimson Fleet. As has already been communicated by Commander Creek, you have full authorization to claim the facility for Ecliptic and appropriate anything deemed viable for our combat operations. If the base is, in fact, under the control of the Crimson Fleet or anyone else, Command grants full authorization to eliminate that threat using any means necessary. Captain Bill's out.
What is this chameleon refined crew? The chameleon effect hasn't really worked. Doesn't seem to actually do anything besides look cool. This makes it hard to aim sometimes too. You have like reflex sights.
Are you prepared to die?
Ah, screw it.
Oh! Need a moment to walk that off?
Nah, I'm fine. Only broken my legs 7 or 8 times, no big deal. We go deeper. What kind of atrocities are going on down here? Bones. Interesting. It's like an archaeological dig. Creature pile. Something that is...
The control center seems a good place to start.
Something exciting coming up for me in real life. Now, some of you know that I've been getting into rollerblading. It's been a lot of fun. But I bike a lot already. And getting into rollerblading has been a fun, similar skill. But I learned that there are rollerblade classes happening. So like later this month, and maybe meet some other people getting into rollerblading, so I don't have to just be out by myself on like a sidewalk somewhere, blading around, looking like
You
a
have made a
fool.
grave mistake.
Yeah, no kidding.
Winner takes all is the phrase, is it not?
You were AFK for the last 5 minutes? Oh, I didn't say anything important. It's just in a big gunfight, believe it or not. And I noticed Andreja has been throwing grenades like crazy. Yeah, she threw like... Yeah, you counted 4 that one time. God, I don't think I want to open this door just because I don't want to sit and listen to that worm the whole time. Wait, does it stop? Okay, it does. Rollerblading's something I wanted to always do in the 90s, but the roads here are bad. Yeah, it's like I've been biking, well, for like my whole life, really, but especially a lot in the last 6 years or so, ever since moving to a downtown area. I've been doing it a lot more. So the thing with biking is that once you're coasting, you don't really have to worry about the surface that you're on that much. As long as you're like on a path, it should be okay, but the thing with rollerblading is like you're constantly worrying about the surface that you're touching because it can just completely knock you on the ground and ruin your day. So it was like mentally taxing rollerblading around from when I was trying it out because I'm just like, okay, I'm going onto this surface, now this surface, different kind of concrete. Okay, now on cobble road, now another sidewalk. And when I bike, it's just like, oh, it's a little bit bumpier than usual. But with rollerblades, it's like if I hit a crack in the concrete at the wrong angle, it'll just throw me onto my face. So you're having to like worry so much about where your legs are going the entire time. But like once you get into the flow of things though, it's so, for lack of a better word, it's so liberating because whereas a bike I like to think of as like it's more of a like mode of transportation. So it's like a lesser car, whereas rollerblades are like pedestrian plus. So just like the kinds of things you'd be doing while walking around, except now you're just faster and more mobile, and you feel really cool once you get with the flow of things. I mean, depending on who you ask, it might not look very cool, but if you're also into it and you see other people rollerblading, like I saw someone rollerblading, it's becoming more popular. Saw someone doing it yesterday when I was coming home from something. Um, and they just looked really cool. Like they knew how to do it so well that I didn't even notice that they were on rollerblades at first. I was like, are they on a skateboard or what is that? Like I couldn't. It was at night and I couldn't see them very easily in the distance, but we could do a lot more fancy stuff with them too because you can like spin around and change positions and just like so many different postures that you can be in while doing it, and it's easier to be among other people while doing it too. Or it's like on a bike, it becomes a big danger. But when you're on rollerblades, you can kind of just slow down and you take up about the same amount of space as a regular person. So it's easier to like go in and out of crowds without being a danger to everybody. So what are Heelys? I don't know. That's like pedestrian 1.1 or something. I've never tried Heelys personally. I remember as a kid, it always looked fun. But I never managed to get my parents to buy me them when I was a kid. I feel like, having rollerbladed for a while now, I feel like using Heelys too long would really start hurting whatever, like your calf muscles, because you're having to balance in a really unnatural way, you know, on your heels while you're moving around, and your body is not going to want to be holding that pose for very long. So it might be fun if you're going down a slope or something, like a really flat, smooth concrete or wooden slope of some kind. But doing it for too long, I feel like would just hurt really quick. Because roller skating has been getting popular. But like roller skates are more meant for indoor, like wooden or just indoor surfaces. Not really designed like roller blades are for longer distances and a wide range of different surfaces. Be sure you broke your tailbone in rollerblades. It is really dangerous. That's why it's just a little crazy to me when I'll watch videos online. Oh god, I gotta get out of here so I don't have to sit and listen to this squishing. Watching videos online of people just going really fast with rollerblades, going like in and out of cities, on the sidewalks, on the roads, doing all this stuff, and they're like not wearing pads of any kind. I think like a helmet bare minimum. But some people just feel like they're just too cool to wear pads of any kind. Oh, am I over encumbered?
What is it? Did you need me to carry something?
Yes. Here, I have 11 jars of adhesive.
So...
Yes.
Yes.
Goodbye.
Whoa, is that a Phil Hill raid? Thank you, Mr. Cap. Here. I've been doing this because I keep forgetting this is a feature. Giving a shout out to Dave Cap. What was Dave, or Dave, what were you streaming? F-Zero, oh my god. You've introduced a new 99-like game of the week. You have Tetris Tuesdays, F-Zero Friday. Doesn't quite roll off the tongue as well. Are you enjoying the F-Zero thing? I guess I could technically play it. I keep forgetting I have like a Nintendo Online membership that I haven't used in a long time. You got first place today. Nice. Uh-oh. That was bad.
give up already.
Ow.
We have incoming!
Played for 5 hours, wow. Has it been pretty stable? I remember when Vinny was playing that it was just lagging like crazy. So that might have been a problem on his end.
I'm hit!
Oh, it fixed it when he restarted the Switch. Oh.
You die today.
Can't even see the target that I'm shooting. God. Yeah, F0 issues.
Where have they gone?
Oh, come on, that didn't work out.
Take your best shot.
I just leave? Oh, hey there.
Take what you must. Leave the rest for the scavengers.
Just take what you want. I'll handle your rubies. Which, of course, they modified that phrase to be, I'll handle your boobies. Because why not? We looped all the way around. Sorry, Link, I can't give credit. Come back when you're a little or come back when you're little Richard. Well, thanks for the follow. Via hate. Via hate? Via hate? Could be a lot of things. Yay. Yeah, the SNES was I guess my childhood game console. I mean, technically my first console was an Atari 5200. Not the 6200 or whatever, like the iconic one is that you hear about all the time. This was a weird, cheaper offshoot one because my family doesn't have much money. Well, didn't and still doesn't really. Was it 5400? It was 5 something. But and Q*bert was the first video game I ever played. And I still enjoy Q*bert. I got to play an actual arcade cabinet of Q*bert not too long ago, because there's an arcade nearby. One of the last arcades in the city, actually.
Do you see anything useful?
But then we had NES very shortly after, and I played like Mario and Duck Hunt for the most part, and then, but the SNES is really where I invested lots of time into video games, and I played like Mario World. Probably Super Mario World is the most I've ever played of a Mario game. Oh, that's what I haven't seen one of these hunting dragons before. Level 60, but I feel like I don't want to start raising aggro with that species. Toxin? I don't need any more toxin. I need adhesive. Beryllium. Then I got Nintendo 64 and played a lot of, well, of course, Mario 64 and then GoldenEye. I probably put more time into GoldenEye than anything else on the N64. You're a generation behind with a lot of games of your childhood. Yeah, after the Dreamcast, I had a Dreamcast. I didn't do anything with consoles all the way until the end of the PS3 generation. So I completely missed out on all PlayStation stuff. Because, like, my family didn't have a PS1 or PS2, so none of that was ever nostalgic for me. That's kind of why Final Fantasy VII doesn't really hold any value to me, at least not nostalgia. I probably would have enjoyed it, but FF6 and the SNES is by far the most nostalgic for me. And 4 as well. And I remember playing Secret of Mana with my brother. We do co-op. Well, the thing about Oddjob is that I could swear that his hitboxes are the same as everyone else's. It's just that visually he's shorter. Because I distinctly remember as a kid shooting above Oddjob and it's still counting as a hit. And I remember with Jaws being the really tall guy that his hitboxes were slightly shorter. Your mom worked at a video shop and stopped stocking the Nintendo section. The games are like $2. Or games, Bomberman 1, 2, and 3. Nice. They stopped stocking right when the GameCube came out. Oh, that sucks. First real RPG was Mystic Quest and Secret of Evermore. I remember playing Mystic Quest, and I was really confused. I think what a lot of Americans were. Maybe it was a global thing. Because I go from playing Final Fantasy 4/2, and then I see Mystic Quest come out, and I'm like, what is this? Like, this doesn't really feel like this other Final Fantasy game. I have no idea what's going on here. But I remember liking the music a lot. Has that oh wow, I'm going the wrong way. It's supposed to be like Babby's first RPG for Americans. Yeah, I remember it. Yeah, it was more Zelda-like gameplay. You grew up PC gaming only, so you're cursed to be catching up with consoles forever. Also, welcome, or good morning, Moth. Might be one Moth, might be two. You never completely know at any given time.
Shows
A plural existence. Yeah, I had a Mac growing up, which actually, I mean, people would be like Lamau Mac, but this generation of Mac computers, they were actually really good for games back then. It was like practically a required thing that big releases and games were made for Mac and PC. And for a short while, they were leading the way with games. Like the original Halo was going to be a Mac exclusive. And this is before Microsoft got involved. It was a Bungie. And I played Marathon 1. This is cool. I haven't seen this kind of setup with big solar farm. Yeah, Marathon started getting a lot more attention recently. Not just because of the new game that's coming out that is very frustratingly just called Marathon, that people are going to think that this was the only one that ever existed. But, what was it, Mandalore Gaming released a bunch of videos going into detail at each of the Marathon games and helped me realize how little of the story I understood when I was playing it as a kid. Because I liked it a lot better than Doom. I thought its world was a lot more interesting. It was more of a semi-serious sci-fi. But I just, like, demons and hell and all that was just never an appealing theme to me, so Doom just didn't really click with me. I mean, I still played it, and it was still, like, revolutionary. But I was never like, oh, hell yeah, look how gory. Like, I've never just been into huge amounts of violence and making things blow up. Because that was, like, the coolest thing you could do in the 90s and early 2000s was to be, like, draw really gory things. Like, they had all these stick figure fighting games that were out where you could just, like, mutilate each other. Like, oh my god, that's so cool. I remember, like, my brother used to draw like violent battles between stick figures. You get really artistic with it where
Someone or something will clean up whatever's left behind.
you would draw stuff with mechanical pencil, so it'd be like really thin, just tiny detail, like massive battles, and you'd use a thin red colored pencil to add in all of the like hyper violence. And also, speaking of like Marathon, I still want to 3D model some of the sprites that were in the game because I love the character design of Marathon 1 specifically. And I'd love to like make 3D models out of the 3D sprites and turn them into avatars in VR chat so I can like run around as them.
Please stay clear of all designated work areas.
This is a cool robo hangout.
Optimal working conditions require a minimum of 4 robots and a maximum of 0 humans.
This is some cool robot
For
lore.
your safety, please remove yourself from the premises.
Am I getting ganged up on here?
Warning. This unit is well equipped for combat.
Yeah, I remember getting a Voodoo 2 video card. That was the first video card we ever owned. A lot of people don't realize that there's a point in video game history where it was controversial to require a video card to play a game. They're like, what? I can't just install this game? I have to buy hardware to play this? And I played EverQuest 1 a lot in like 1999 to like 2002 or something. And that was the first, well, one of the first games, but it was the first MMO to require a video card in your computer, and not all motherboards supported it or anything, so we got a Voodoo 2 in order to play it. Hey, why are you shooting? Oh, now you did it. Oh boy. Ow. Luckily, they're not very accurate robots. Sorry, Robo-Doge.
And taking damage.
Really wish they would have put the Fallout 4 command button where you can tell your AI companions to go somewhere. When I was looking around the code, functionality is still there. So I think that will be a relatively easy mod, unless they like hard-coded it out of the game. I don't know. I'm just reading back what you guys are saying. No, my brother never like... He didn't really do much digital art. It was all hand-drawn stuff. Though, the two of us did play with HyperCard a lot, which is the program that was used to make Myst. Like a later version of HyperCard was used for that. And also Manhole, if anyone played that. Manhole is actually might be a game that you may enjoy, Moths. You have to try to get a newer version of Manhole. It's one that is like colorful, and they did like a visual overhaul to it and makes it more playable, but it's just like a simple point and click game. It's kind of made for kids, but it just is very whimsical and has goofy characters in it and some like WTF moments in it too. Very inspired by Alice in Wonderland. But we played with HyperCard a lot, and we'd make our own little adventures. I remember when in like 1996 or something, I made a little interactive elevator game because I figured out how to make interactive stuff where you're like, oh, you can click the elevator button and it closes the door, and then you go to the next door, and I had to draw everything with like the line tool and the fill tool, and it was only a black and white game. You might like this game, it's made for kids. Well, hey, I know you like whimsical kinds of aesthetics, and this game is very whimsical. And yeah, should I buy a 3D accelerator or a 2D graphics adapter? And what's really funny is when you look up what video cards used to look like back in the 90s and early 2000s compared to now. Like, video cards used to be like the size of one of the old Game Boys. Maybe that's a bad connection. Okay, like a cell phone or something would be the size of a video card, and you'd plug it into your computer, the motherboard, and you'd barely notice it's there. Now video cards are like this colossal bit of like future tech that takes up half your case, and with each new generation it's possible you might have to get a new case to support this like crazy complicated bit of like space age technology that's going into your computer. Yeah, some are like taking up 2 slots now. Yeah, King's Quest, Leisure Suit Larry. That was the first, Leisure Suit Larry was the first game that anyone in my family like forbid me from ever playing or looking at, because well, Leisure Suit Larry, it was made to be kind of a lewd adult game that just had innuendo everywhere. But I recently watched full playthroughs of the game, and it really wasn't that bad. I mean, it was suggestive, but there was never like actual nudity or anything that bad going on. I try to look at it from a perspective of relative to like the 90s. Think like back then, would this have been that bad? I mean, now there's just, you know, we've seen it all. Video games have crossed every line imaginable at one point or another. I'm gonna go back. Wait, where is the ship? Wait. Excuse me, ma'am. Yeah, most of the GPU are
Taking off
heat
immediately,
sinks.
or are there other matters that require your attention?
Yeah, because like the video cards just produce an insane amount of heat. So keeping these things cooled down is completely necessary. Like if you've seen those videos online of someone with their CPU and they just take the cooler off of it and the temperature rises like in seconds. It's hot enough to just burn through just about anything. Like didn't someone like cook an egg on their CPU or something? I feel like that someone did that. Okay, well we did Serpentis 2. Serpentis 1, there weren't any particular landmarks. I remember it just kind of being volcanic. Anything going on the moons? Well, let's check this out. Yeah, like how RAM computers, the future of RAM is just going to be small hard drives that are plugged into your computer. So it's like, I feel like, oh my god. Hello, Serpent Sister. Wait.
Drive took too many hits. It's offline.
We're at level 38, so I'm gonna die. Yeah. Why is this taking? Oh, because it has to load a completely different system. Oh, all the way back here. Okay. Go back to the ship. Gifts of pasting a
Say
CPU
the
with
word, and we
mayonnaise.
shall be on our way.
It's so gross. I don't know where I would find it because someone just uploaded the video directly when I saw this. There's some video of a guy benchmarking like the RTX. He's like 3090, 4090, and then he has the like 9090, and it's like a like refrigerator sized unit that he plugs into the computer, and then he's like, oh, the cooling fans are turning on, and it's like a tornado forms into the room and all the lights in the house are flickering on and off, and I don't know, it's funny. It's a visual comedy. If I just explain it, it's not funny. Just reading back, you guys are saying. Yeah, King's Quest is another really classic point and click kind of thing. There's been so many King's Quest games too. I feel like, what do they make, like 8? I think they're working on a new one. I could be thinking of another series, but I think they were made just by a couple, like a husband and wife duo originally or something. They're on 6 or 7. Oh, and back to a thing we were talking about quite a while ago about me missing out on all of the PlayStation stuff because I never had a PS1 or 2 growing up, but I feel like I would have really enjoyed the PS1 because even though I never had one, looking at games like the original Silent Hill and like Parasite Eve and stuff like that, it feels nostalgic even though it wasn't ever a part of my childhood. There's something about that aesthetic so appealing. And there's a really cool um like editing tool that someone developed really recently as of like a month ago for Silent Hill 1 where you can just freely roam around the game and you can mess with like the cameras and you can see how all of the worlds are put together and how stuff loads in and out. And I guess there up until then, Silent Hill has been like a difficult game to look into the files of. But this guy managed to make a custom program for it, and you can look at all the 3D models and their wireframes, how they're rigged together. And that's all so interesting to me because it's like early 3D animation before they came up with the whole like skeletal system used to be so much more involved to animate a character. Like you'd have to they'd be made up of separate pieces and each individual piece would have to move around in a skeleton like fashion, but like they didn't have a method of skinning a mesh onto a skeleton to have it morph that way. I think it was Half-Life 1 that really helped innovate. Well, I think it was like Quake 2 and Half-Life 1 that were some of the first real-time games to feature skeletal animation on characters. Remember on Half-Life 1's box, it was like unprecedented realism with like new skeletal animation technology or something like that. The original Ridge Racer and Armored Core 1. Oh, damn. Yeah, Armored Cores with the new release of the game. It's been getting a lot of new fans lately. Okay. That's right, we have a ton of resources on board and gotta dump off. Guess I'll do that once I land. What do we got? Craters, craters, craters. Oops, all craters. Guess we'll go here. You're great. Where'd everyone go? Hey, Serpent Sister, you're carrying a lot of my stuff.
Hello.
By the way, did you manage to steal anything from anyone that I could have?
Oh, yes, I do. Here.
Aha. Don't know who you stole that from, because we killed everyone that we've been in contact with.
If there's anything you need, Until next time.
Oops. Actually almost filling this ship. I have like 1100 cargo and I'm at 950. Oh yeah, the PS1 demo or haunted PS1 demo disc. Yeah, I think I've watched nearly every game that's come out of those jams before. I like them a lot. I played a few on stream a while back. Like I was saying, I swear I'm going to go back to my usual streaming stuff that isn't just one game over and over again, but this has just been like my big interest lately. Also interesting how Marika is sitting on an invisible chair.
Did you need my help with something?
But I get into the end of September and into October especially, I want to start going around on itch.io and just like finding all the like weird sorts of games. I got such a good response from just playing lots of random indie games on there, and I would usually pick ones that aren't quite as popular, like just some random student project or just some like just prototype thing, weren't even necessarily games, because I would, after the stream, I would write a review of every game I played that night, and I did it like 3 days in a row one week. And it got to the point where like a lot of the devs of these games were showing up in my chat. They're like, "Oh wow, like I've never actually watched another person play my game before." I'm like, "Oh, thank you for playing." And then one I felt kind of bad because I wanted to like the game a lot. It had such a cool premise. It was like the details of doing this weird occult ritual. I had kind of like a like lo-fi pixelated looking aesthetic to it, and it had such a cool premise. It looked nice and everything, but the gameplay was so aggravating because there was like 12 different keybinds. Kind of reminds me of this game, but there's just so many different buttons they have to press to do basic things, and I was struggling with it, and I ended up just not finishing it because I was like, this is just too frustrating to play. So I left a review saying exactly what I just said, and I was like, oh, but I was really frustrated with how I couldn't actually get through the game because there's just too many buttons, and I was killed by the time I figured it out. And then the dev recorded a video of him playing the game and explaining how you're supposed to play it, like for me. He was like, I don't think he had his voice in the video, but he was showing it, and he came into the chat and was like, hey, I'm the person that made this one game that you played, and he posted the video in chat, and then I watched it on stream, and I'm not gonna like pretend like, oh, and I was just kidding, no, it's actually great. No, I mean, I still stuck with my guns and was like, oh, okay, so that's how you're supposed to play it, cool. And then we talked about it for a while and stuff, but it's just funny, like it's hard to remember that, you know, there's real people behind all the games and stuff that are made out there. And as much as I think it's funny watching other people play like, oh, shitty horror games, like, oh, this game sucks so bad, oh, this is shit, and you know, it's kind of funny to watch it. I just don't feel like I have it in my own heart just to play a lot of games just to talk about how shitty they are and make fun of them. I mean, when other people do it, like, I don't think there's anything wrong with others doing it, but for me, I would just feel so bad just blasting someone's, like, first-time game, even if it's like, oh, it's Shrek Slenderman reskin meme explosion game or something. It's just like, eh. I mean, yeah, if you put it online, you have to expect people are going to be critical. Like, I'm not saying, like, oh, you shouldn't criticize games. I think if it's online and you want people to play it, it's open for criticism. I just think that it's hard, like, it's hard for me to get a rise out of mocking someone's creation. But at the same time, you know, I watch, you know, like Video Bum and Vinny and people that play lots of shitty games to laugh at them, and I think what's more thrilling about that is that the person playing it is what's making it entertaining. Like, if you were just to play this bad game on your own, it probably wouldn't be the same kind of experience, like where you'd be like laughing at how bad something is. It's like you're laughing at the streamer or laughing with the streamer. But if I were to do the same thing, like, oh, this game is just bad or whatever, I would just kind of be like not entertaining to watch. I don't know. Hard thought to communicate because I don't want to sound condescending like, oh, all those people that, you know, shame on them for making fun of someone's game. Ugh, I'm above that. I'm not trying to say it like that. What about shitty 2D side-scrolling platformer where the player goes through levels killing enemies and saving the princess? It sounds innovative. I don't know what really made me think of this, but funny thing is like one of the worst arguments I hear about games is like, and this was used with Guitar Hero a lot when that came out, where people are like, why would you play Guitar Hero? Why can't you just play guitar? Like, wow, just play a guitar, man. Or there's like, you know, forklift simulator. People are like, why would you play this when you could just ride a forklift in real life? Like, why is it fun? It's like, when you're saying that, you've fallen for the illusion that is video game design. Like, ultimately, all we're doing is just clicking buttons and pushing keys that, with pixels moving around on the screen, that looks reminiscent of something that we can relate to in life. Just because it looks like you're doing the same type of skill doesn't mean that you're mentally doing the same things. Like in Guitar Hero, sure, it looks like a guitar, it sounds like a guitar, you're playing songs that were produced with guitars, but you can't relate it to playing a real guitar. Sure, there's like a couple skills of hand-eye coordination and stuff that could be helpful and everything, but you're not sitting there reacting to notes flying in front of you like when you're playing an actual guitar. It's like a whole different part of your brain. So to try to connect it and be like, well, why don't you just play a guitar instead of playing the guitar video game? It's like, take away the guitar controller, reposition the buttons in a different place. You could play it on it with a mouse and keyboard and it would be almost the same experience. And then there's like, I mean, yeah, I'm sure some skills do translate, so it's not like a complete whatever, it's not a complete bad juxtaposition or something. But I mean, that goes with all these simulator games with like, you know, forklift simulator, there's even like snowplow simulator and all these things. People are like, why would this ever be fun? Like, you work in a warehouse all day, why would you want to come home and play forklift game? It's like, it's a whole different part of your brain. It's just such a bad comparison. Like I say, you've fallen for the illusion if you think they're the same thing. Their artists and designers did a good job at convincing you that what you're doing is driving a forklift because it looks like it, but you're not. Goat simulator. Yeah, I'm a goat all day. Why would I want to come home and simulate being a goat? Colonoscopy simulator. Could think of a good... What would be a... I feel like there's some really clever joke that could be made about colonoscopy simulator. I remember Mike, you know, the one Mike that exists. He was playing Frog Fractions 1. And it was like a silhouette side view thing of this like big dragon that he was guiding around through these tunnels that were like twisting and turning everywhere and all of that. And he's like, yeah, guys, this is just video footage of my colonoscopy or something like that. And I thought it was really funny. Yeah, like, why don't you actually just go to war instead of playing Call of Duty? Games are all pretty much the same thing when you break it all down. Whoa, this guy actually works? I know he's
All is well, Captain. All things
I
considered.
know he's pretending to work. It's just gamers gaming games. I did have an actual moment. I was playing Farming Simulator like 2017, and I was playing multiplayer, and there were other people that were on there that were talking about all these like things like that I thought they were talking about the game. I don't remember exactly what they were saying, but they were saying like, yeah, I'm gonna get up early and do this and this, and then later I'm gonna like bring this machine out to this crop and blah blah blah. And I said in the chat, I was like, wait, so this game has like a day and night cycle? Like, is this real time? And I was really confused for a minute, and it turned out they were all actual farmers that were talking about their real farms, and they sit here and play Farming Simulator at home. So it's like, I think it's more for like the argument that I was just talking about, where it's like, just because you do the thing that this game is giving you the illusion of doing doesn't mean that you wouldn't be entertained by it. It's like, it's something you know well. So and people like doing things that they know how to do well. So some of the, like, they might recognize the brands or some of the processes that go on for farming. So I could see that it would be a fun thing for farmers to play, I guess. I guess something that's kind of relatable is like, well, I grew up in, you know, the 90s era of the internet with like all the GeoCities and all the classic stuff like that. And then you have Hypnospace Outlaw, which is like a parody of that. So people would be like, well, I grew up in that age of the internet, so why would I want to play a game about it? Like, I lived it. It's like, well, it's inspired by that. It's like a twist on it. And it was even more entertaining for me because it was related to something that I knew a lot about and have nostalgia for. So it becomes more entertaining because of all that. Not like, oh, I already did this. I already lived this. I'm not going to be entertained by it. Yeah, there's a lot of real truckers that play like Euro Truck Sim and America Truck Sim and all those games like that. Sorry for the flashbang. Like, there are some insane setups that people have for those truck simulator games. Like, we were posting videos about it a while ago on the Discord. It was like, there's a guy that has like a real physical truck cabin in his room, and all the windows, like the windshield and the side doors, are all these like giant flat screen TVs that are like at full brightness, shining in every angle, and he has an actual big steering column and actual shifter and pedals, like just about as much of an actual cabin of a semi-truck or a lorry that you could recreate in your home. And he plays that game all the time, and he's a trucker in real life as well. So like, you truck all day, truck all night. Let's dance at the party tonight. I don't know. There's probably a song that's like that. And isn't Hackerling has been playing the truck sim games because she's like going to be getting her license soon. And I know it's kind of tongue-in-cheek, like, oh, I'm going to play truck sim to learn to get my driver's license, but I think there's still some skills I could legitimately translate to that, like just the rules of the road. About like, oh, traffic is you're gonna stop here, traffic is gonna move this way, this side of the road has the right of way, and things like that. Just trucking and fucking, that's the life. Like, I helped someone who was a trucker in real life, and we were talking, this is a long time ago, but he was talking about how he was interested in VR because, and I ended up directing him to buy like a Quest 2, because truckers between drives, like, they stop in places, and he says usually he's just on his phone like watching movies or something before he sleeps for the night. And so he ended up getting a Quest 2, and he said that it's been an amazing experience for him because it's like, there's like the transformative qualities of VR where it's like you can just feel presence somewhere else. And I never even thought about like, oh, that's kind of sitting in a cabin of a semi-truck. Well, that's parked, you know, he's not driving with his own, as far as I know. That is a good use of VR. And he said it's especially nice when he's playing like Elite Dangerous or something. I think he has like a laptop that he can hitch up to it to play Elite Dangerous. And sitting in a driver's seat like that must be really immersive because you have like the whole, you know, cockpit of the ship around you and stuff. Oh shoot, I gotta put on my science clothes before I do this. You miss Sim Tower. That game was really difficult. I remember I had the Sim Tower demo and I could never play it very well. Didn't understand it. I had like Sim Ant, I think, too. Alright, got my science clothes, which you can't even see because it's under the suit, but I think I'm still getting the stat. The rear view cameras of that cabin were also screens. God, I was thinking that, you know, that fully immersive truck sim setup I was talking about, that must get really hot. Like having essentially 4 giant TVs just blasting you in the face, full brightness, in a tiny enclosed space. Damn it, I don't have any semi-metal wafers, which I thought said seminal wafer, which sounds really gross. Nice. Hey. Special projects? I remember hearing about this.
Everything's 5 by 5, Captain.
Roger that. People hang a monitor in the back of their truck and put a PC under the bed in the back. Nice. Yeah, it's always such a whole mysterious world to me. Like what, I mean, this is a whole other subject, but just like what modern military service is like. Because I was always under the impression growing up where it was just like people, it was always like, oh, when you're in the military, you're really depriving yourself from a lot of the like niceties of the modern world and things like that. But now I hear about their soldiers just carry like cell phones around and they have like modern video game consoles and they're on the internet and just doing all kinds of just like regular people things. So thank you for the follow, albino octopus. Still can't get this one upgrade I've been trying to get so long. Pack Mods 3. Oh, that's right, because I have to do the bullshit thing where I have to make like 15 mods before I can upgrade it enough to move on to the next skill. That sucks. I'll Venmo you $5 if you change that frock your companion has on. I don't even know what that is. I'm gonna Google that real quick.
Glad to be part of the team.
A dress? Long gown?
Alright, Captain. Good to see you.
Oh, you're saying Andreja is wearing... Let's see. I don't know where she is. But if it's the outfit I think you're talking about. See, this is a long trench coat. It's an asymmetrical trench coat. And it is very important to Varunian formal wear. I too have this outfit. Like, we need to represent our affiliations in a formal manner. So I think it's fitting. See the meme outfit that Vinny he gave to a adoring fan. I don't know if it's religious per se. It says it's supposed to be the ambassador outfit or something like that, like a government one. And don't tell anyone, but in the game files, there's an alternate color of this ambassador outfit where one half of it has this like interesting green patterning on. It's supposed to be like a higher ranking official. But I don't think it's used anywhere in the game because it's supposed to be the outfit of a specific person that I couldn't find any trace of their existence in the game other than this one outfit that has their name. Their name's like Omar or something. Because there are some NPCs that give me the impression that they're like cut, or parts of their involvement were cut. Like, it's funny, when I search the files, look for the phrase "do not use," there's tons of things that are called "do not use," "do not use." And there's also like XXXX cut, XXX cut. So I think they put a bunch of X's in it to like boost it down and put them together. Yeah.
I was just thinking about you.
Oh, you're so nice. I mean, my save file is already a little fucked because I have used cheats and I've saved, and I've just kind of come to terms with, okay, I'm not gonna cheat to a level that like trivializes stuff. I've mostly been using the free camera and things, and also to make my my Varunian abode. We should go check that out since there's a bunch of people here that weren't here earlier that I put a lot of time and effort into making. I used all console commands just to spawn in a bunch of Varun assets and turn it into a home. And I had to like manually, with like typing coordinates into the console to place them all, so it was really time consuming, but I think it turned out pretty good. I don't know why there isn't a shortcut straight to the well. Like, you always have to... I think it's commercial district... No, mast. I think it's the closest. Yeah, comments. Do not use comment. Yeah, some of the... some really interesting things were found that were just disabled in the game's code. None of this is spoiler stuff, but it's like...
So many people, all in one place. I still cannot feel entirely comfortable.
Relatable, even though I live in a busy city in real life. There's... So in the ship builder, there's actually code for putting together space stations as well. And you can actually like snap the pieces together. And there was a glitch that someone accidentally initiated where it replaced their ship with a space station. And you could just like fly it around. And it was gigantic. You know, it's like 20 times larger than the normal ship. And you can like crash it into stuff. And if you delete it, it's just permanently gone from your game. And they also found code for class M ships. Like right now there's A, B, and C. And there's a class M thruster where just the thruster by itself is like the maximum size of a regular ship. So I don't know if they were just using the editor to help them make assets in the game, or if it was like a cut thing that they plan on doing more with later. I don't know. The space station one seemed to be the most like fleshed out. That it seems like that what was an actual planned feature to be able to make your own space stations.
By the way, Captain, Sergeant Yumi was looking for you. Sounds like he's got more work.
Good for him. Now the real trick is figuring out where I'm supposed to, or where I live.
Let me know if I can help you.
Aye. Let me know if you need some bandies. To fight some bad guys in space. Really like the look of this area.
There are always about a million things to do. And I'm only one person.
Here we go. Aha. Well, let us take a little tour. Suxim 0.05. Oh, and I'm going to turn the ambient sound down a bit because it's so loud when you're here. Okay. Yeah, when I started the stream, I showed people some of this, and I made a video that's on YouTube. So this area starts out as it looks right now, but minus all of the plant life and stuff that's here. So I dug around and I found all of the asset names for all the plant life and statues and things that were in the Varunian embassy and placed them in here. So now it looks like this. And it was very difficult to place a lot of these. We had to spawn them in, and a lot of these vines, or actually none of them, had any colliders on them, so I couldn't just click them and move them around like some of the other objects. I had to select them in the console and then just type like mod position, set angle, and just incrementally move them around in fractions of a meter, which was tricky for like the wall vines to get them lined up right. In the corner. I think these blue ones ended up just being called like Varun shrub. But then the tree has this kind of red and greenish stuff on it, which is actually blue, but we're in yellow light, so all the blue stuff turns green. This was called venom tree. All the vines were called like umbrella vine. So we have this guy, really nice statue, especially like the material that's on it. And then the seating area where I set it up so that when Andreja and I are just having a chat, you know, just hanging out, I would sit here, and then when when she enters the conversation thing, that the statue is in the background while she's sitting there. And if I'm sitting in this chair and she's over here, then this statue is in the background as well. So that kind of, you know, incorporates into the conversation. But the real trick is trying to get the damn NPCs to sit down. Like, I found commands to possess them and move them around, but you can't make them sit. So it's like, you can take an NPC to chair, but you can't make them sit, as the old saying goes. And then we head upstairs. We got some mysterious things going on. We got this overtaken Varun emblem on the wall. And I can't affect the lighting at all here, by the way. So I had to just work with what light was here. And I had to move stuff around. Because the lighting would look bad otherwise. So the part of why this is arranged the way it is so that is to reduce the amount of harsh shadows that are produced in people's faces. So when she's sitting here, the light up there has a more like, or less harsh shading on her face compared to sitting in the other spot. And I also put this statue here so that it would be getting this slightly oranger light that's received on it when it's here, because it's kind of a hard shape to tell what you're looking at, and that's why it's in an awkward position, is because I'm trying to frame it, you know, when you're in the conversation mode, that it's visible in the background and that you can still tell that it's the snake shape. And also notice that like this sort of cobra design is echoed in the Varunian armor suit. And they kind of have a little like interesting ornate designs on there that I never really noticed before. And it has this kind of rough texture that looks similar to the patterning on these chairs. A plant guy, I think in another life, probably was. Because my mom always had lots of plants growing up, like overflowing. So I'm comfortable around lots of plants. But anyway, so we got some stuff going on up here. But these are actually doors. If I wasn't in free cam, I'd walk over here and open the door. And you go inside. And then you see this. Got some interesting things going on here. And we can all use a few whispers in our ear from time to time, you know, to give us life advice. To make us do things we might not otherwise do. And this fantastic piece of literature can be found here on this pedestal. What's interesting is when I was adjusting this in and out, that I intentionally put it like 1/100th of a unit away from the wall to soften the shadow around it, which in turn looks kind of jagged and ugly, but that might be because I have my shadow options pretty low. But if it's even one more 1/100th of a unit into the wall, it makes this really harsh shadow that kind of ruins the look of it. I mean, it looks better further away. I mean, I was really surprised I managed to find the particle effects and the like sanity noises of these of this. I think it's supposed to be like a spore cloud. It actually doesn't make sense that it's here because there should be venom tree branches above the above here, which maybe I should add that. I don't know. Then the other room is just a bathroom, and for some reason the shower is like a chemical I don't know what the technical term is. Basically, if you're set on fire, you stand under one of these and you like pull the thing down and it drenches you like a dousing thing. And this is like the eye wash. So people that live in the well.
Can't you just leave me in peace?
Ah, please. Without me,
Oh God, not this guy again.
any business.
So you can't actually shower when you live in this part of town. You can only get like a single bucket of water dropped on you, or you can just wash your eyes out and that's it.
I have half a man to ban you, just like Kay did.
Come on, man. Just one beer for your best
Put something reflective on the column in front of the Cobra. Well, there isn't any true reflections in this game. All the reflections are, what are called like cube map based. Oh god, I hate this conversation. I mean the NPCs. So there's no real reflections in the game. There's no real-time ones. So you can't really just put a mirror up and have things reflected. And cube maps are a thing where it's a point in space, and then when it renders, it takes a picture in a cube of every direction from that point, and then it applies that environment to the reflective items in the area, and it does it once. So if something changes in the environment, it's going to stay the same. So there's no RTX or any fancy stuff.
Damn roach. I can't get rid of you. Come on, man. Just one beer for your
So
best bud, yeah?
this conversation gets glitched, and they just sit here repeating it indefinitely.
You're like a damn roach. I can't get rid of you. Come on, man. Just one beer for your best bud, yeah? You're like a damn roach. I can't get rid of you. Jeez, what's your problem today? And every day for that matter.
Is that Tom Kenny? I don't know. I feel like we'd hear about it if SpongeBob was doing a voice in this game.
Ah, please. Without me, you wouldn't have any business. I have half a man to ban you, just like Kay did. Leave me alone. Ah, please. Without me, you wouldn't have any business.
Get real up close and personal with these crusty people. Intimate gameplay. Blushing emoji.
Damn it, Rick. Can't you just leave me in peace?
Oh, it's my song.
What's your problem today? And every day for that matter.
I do appreciate that it gets
Damn it,
muffled
Rick.
when it's,
Can't you just leave me in peace?
you know, through the ground.
Come on, man. Just one beer for your best bud, yeah?
So then here's the view that I have. Look at this beautiful view. And the first crime that most people commit in this game is right here. Because if you try to pick up the soccer ball or the football to play with them, it's considered a crime and you get arrested or shot. Even though the kids are like, hey, play with us, and then you play with them and you go to jail. Interesting how there's a net right here. It's like falling debris. You can spy on my neighbors. Oh. What's going on in here, huh? They gotta... Oh. Something serious happened in here. Someone spilled the spaghetti. I have a feeling this is a part of a mission that isn't fully loaded in because I'm just clipping through the wall. What is this? Oh, it's a robot dog. I think. Crimson Fleet. I don't know, I think this place needs more vines. More spore clouds. not even livable without at least 47 vines growing across every surface. What is this on the wall? All employees have a right to basic human rights, quote unquote. Privacy in the workplace, a safe workplace environment, be trained to deal with workplace hazards, a right to fair wages for work performed, a private and family life, be free from discrimination and harassment, be free from retaliation for filing claims, asterisk, 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 be monitored, free from be monitored by employer, asterisk, 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 view any information about you. What are these? See your worker's handbook for a full list of your basic human rights. See the worker's handbook for further explanation on whistleblower rights. This monitoring can only happen at the workplace and may include video surveillance, access to work, computers, and email. And then the tiniest text of all, I can barely read. Any viewers or any views or opinions on third parties are personal views of the organization that provided them and do not reflect the applying or views of Argos extractors or either member of the AE group. Huh. I'm curious what's going on in this place, so I probably can't even go inside if it's for a quest.
Can't you just leave me in peace? Jeez, what's your problem today? And every day for that matter.
Hi, what's going on?
Damn it, Rick. Can't you just leave me in peace? Come on, man.
See, this is called the empathy perspective. You can see life through the eyes of others. Or maybe is that sympathy? I don't know.
Damn it, Rick. Can't you just leave me in peace? Come on, man. Just one beer for your
Okay, so let's go back.
best bud, yeah?
You can't see your own eyes? Are you even real? Couldn't have said it better myself.
Come on, man. Just one beer for your best
Oh yeah,
bud,
and this
yeah?
is my my future box of Varunian contraband. Essential part of the Varun lifestyle. They have boxes full of Pepe. No, boxes of brochures to hand out to people.
Damn it, Rick. Can't you just leave me in peace?
All right.
Ah, please. Without me, you wouldn't have any business.
Yeah, my bathroom's nicer. Oh yeah, I want to go see if I can actually interact with my neighbor.
You like a damn roach.
That's something I think they should have added. For all of the apartments and homes and things that you can get, there should be at least one mission associated with each one. Like a neighbor that shows up and has a mission of some kind, or maybe you get one of the rooms and it turns out like a murder happened there and you gotta like figure out what happened. As far as I know, you get access to it and that's it. It would have been cool. I mean, that's a phrase that comes up a lot, I think, in any open world game. So we're like, it would have been cool if... There was a house in Oblivion that had a hidden thingamajig inside. Sounds scary. How did I even get to that room? Oh, was that one? Just stand on the clothing line. Uh-oh.
That was quite
I get up there? Oh my god. Requires computer. I feel like, yeah, this must be a part of a mission that I don't have yet. Oh. I can force it open? Where does this even go? Yeah, I think that is the room. Yeah. Well, I will save before I open it. Let's see. I can do this faster with the mouse compared to the controller. So there is a sad reality to what will inevitably happen in my playthrough this game is that uh, this is only this is a minor lore spoiler to Andreja. Like I did look into this a little bit, and I didn't even know that she had any affiliation with Varun at all. Otherwise, I would have like started streaming this game with her along, so I missed a lot of dialogue and stuff because of that. Because like depending on what companion you have with when you do certain missions, you get extra information. I'm losing my voice. I'm gonna get past the 6-hour mark, so my voice starts going away. Uh, so I have the trait Serpent's Embrace, which means that you've grown up worshiping the Great Serpent, and so presumably that would mean that you are recognized as a member of that group. But when you're with her, she apparently will never make any acknowledgement of the fact that you have a common background, all the way up to the point where, because she's romanceable, uh, when you're trying to finally marry her, she'll say that she can never truly marry someone who is not a worshiper of the great serpent. Even though you explicitly pick a trait that says that you are, she won't be able to marry you because you aren't. So I think they must have written her entire storyline and like voiced it and everything before they decided to add the serpent's embrace trait into the game. So it has no effect on the entire story. So I'm going into this knowing that my character is a lost cause because I'll only get like mild changes in dialogue here and there. So I kind of just have to take what I can get. And it's not like the Varun has like amazingly interesting background or anything like that. It's just of everything I've seen in the game, they're the most interesting to me just because they're very different than everyone else, and I always am more attracted towards like outsider communities, ones that like either nobody likes or is just weirded out by. It's so relatable. And so there's that. But I've heard that even in other traits as well, that there's things that don't really make sense. Like when you choose to be a citizen of the United Colonies, that when you go into the Vanguard storyline, they don't make any acknowledgement of the fact that you are apparently already a citizen. you still have to go through your citizenship phase in the missions because like, oh, well, it's already determined that you have to earn the citizenship even though you chose a trait that says that you are a citizen. And I'm sure there's a similar situation for Freestar and what's it called, like Sewer Rat or Street Rat, which is like kind of the neon version, the cyberpunk city. It's like, oh, you grew up in this place. Well, that just means you have a couple extra dialogue options. It doesn't actually change the gameplay, unfortunately. So, mods, with all the console commands, I talked about this earlier, but I'm getting closer to being able to do things that I want to do with this character. For one, is just being able to like fight alongside members of that faction. And I'm learning more about how factions work, and I haven't quite gotten it to work out. Like, I can stop the Varun from attacking me, but as soon as anything aggroes me, they all immediately turn on me. So it's like a temporary ceasefire, I guess, I can make happen, but I can't figure out how to get them to actually fight alongside. Because I'd like to do is to make like a little script where when I'm in like a high level area and there's like we're fighting a bunch of like Crimson Fleet or something like that, that I could push a button and spawn a bunch of them in, and then we could kind of have some faction wars going on. Would that be fun to watch and to hear them all like yelling and interacting with one another? Could even make that happen in ship battles, I think, too. Like, I don't think there's really many moments in the game where you're fighting with other groups. So I know, I guess there are. Like, there's encounters where you'll have like UC fighting Crimson Fleet, and you can fight with the UC, and they'll be like, "Hey, thanks for the backup. Is there anything we can do for you?" And then they'll like repair your ship for you, which is cool. But I want things on the other side. I want to roll in to the Aquila airspace, so I guess orbit. Roll in there with a whole bunch of other Varun ships, and then just have like a big exchange of ship battles between the Freestar people and the Varun. That'd be really fun. See you later, Strudely. Thanks for watching. What are the disadvantages of using console commands? Well, one is you can't get any achievements. And I don't really care about achievements. Like when you spawn things in or use a command that it doesn't tell you which ones actually prevent it. I just assume that I've already screwed my save file because I have spawned items in and saved my game. I mean, other than that, it is just a single player game, so really it's just up to you, the individual, if like would it take away from your experience to occasionally like spawn this really annoying resource that is hard to get. Yeah, and fittingly, there's a mod that prevents the game from knowing that you're using mods and will allow achievements again. Yeah, it's just like the integrity of your file. Like, I've never meant for my playthrough of this to be like fully legit 100%. No. I'm just doing whatever interests me. Like, I'll probably never finish the main story because I already know how it all goes. And it didn't seem all that interesting for me to get all the way through. So I'm having more fun just wandering around. And looking forward to whatever they do with the DLC. Yeah, like I haven't, like when I have encounters, like battle encounters and all that, I'm not using anything to my advantage that I wouldn't normally have access to. So I'm not just running around with God mode and just like mowing everything down effortlessly. I still want that challenge. Okay. I want to see what this room is about. I just thought about it. With Varun, I could call the place where I live the Varoom, which makes it sound like a car. You sound like a car. You go varoom, varoom. Anyway. Whoa! Big Bruno. Big Bruno's dead. So what do we have in here? Nobody feels good about killing it in Minecraft in dev mode. Yeah. Also, if people are interested in watching a 100% run of the game, I recommend checking out, I think Dan's Gaming is doing a 100% run. And also Co-Carnage. Oh, we got some lore. And that was the big debate, was when the game first came out, people were saying, oh, the game doesn't even start until New Game Plus. And then they're like, oh wait, the game doesn't even start until New Game plus, plus 10. And then now people are kind of even taking back that statement and say, actually, you don't even really need to do New Game Plus at all. I think that the idea was, and I'm trying not to spoil exactly what happens, but I think the idea is just that Co-Carnage even said this as well, that the main storyline is probably the weakest point story-wise of the game, and that you'll get way more out of the world building and everything by doing all the side missions. Like that Vanguard mission line is a whole lot of lore that goes on there, which is, in my opinion, and his opinion too, was a lot more interesting than the main story. I mean, there's a lot more production value put into like the main story with like lots of characters interacting and stuff, but largely you can still really enjoy the game by not playing all the way through the main story. Have I seen Green Sweegee's run this year of Mario 64? No. But, you know, speedruns are a lot of fun to watch. I especially like any percent. I'm gonna see. Runs plural. Oh, that sounds amazing.
There are worlds to conquer.
She sat there and watched me sleep all night. Wait, can you... Oh, that kicks her out? Why can't we both sit on the same couch at the same time? Watch a movie together. It'd be so cool. Okay, so I want to read the lore and what's going on in this room. Flashbang warning. Ugh. Oh god, there's a lot here. Hey, this is Nico. A friend of mine told me you're looking to purchase a Model S. Is that true? Yes, my man. These robots are so badass. I've got one guarding my mansion, you know? How much are you selling them for? Slow down. I have one. It's a decommissioned unit from that ecliptic. That ecliptic we're looking to get rid of. If you can pay in cash, we can make a sale. You know, it's illegal to buy these things, right? Yeah, and I don't care. What's security gonna do when I unleash Big Bruno on them, huh? Yeah, I have the cash. Where do you live? Oh, you are not coming to where I live. Meet me behind Orion Tower at midnight in 2 days. Bring all the cash with you. I cannot stress that enough. No cash, no sale. Please know that I have contingencies for people who decide to be idiots. Yes, my man, 2 days, best day of your life. Oh, that was cute, but you really need to come back immediately and give me my money. You're lucky that I'm willing to let you live after that. If you don't pay me or return the robot, I will kill you. I'm not playing games. Woo, you got toafed. You got tofu'd, because his name's Topher. You were all, hello, yes, sir. This is astonishing writing we got here. You were all, hello, yes, sir. Do you have the money? Thank you, please. And I was like, here's your money. Bam, bam, bam. Now I have Bruno. What are you going to do? Go to the UC? Selling black market robots is illegal, idiot. You know what's funny? I have the money. I keep it right next to my bed. Not that you'll ever know where that is. Bye. Wow. Are you out of your mind? Can you possibly be this stupid? You know who I bought that robot from, right? Do the words remote activation mean anything to you? Bring me my money immediately or you will be dead in your apartment tonight. Haha tofu'd. What a crazy guy. So I'm guessing the robot killed him because the guy could remotely switch its alignment and turn it on him at any time. The real question is, where's the body, though? If he was killed in here. Is a world record on 0 stars, 16 stars, just as the pinnacle of speedruns. Requires key. Well, if anyone speaks Spanish, you can help us find a key? Alright, Andreja, find the key for me. Let's do this. So goofy where it's like some safes you can just break open no matter how complex they are, and then some are like, oh, by the way, you can't get in at all because you need a key. And I know that's for gameplay purposes, but still kind of dumb. Well, I don't know where it is. Me habla española por quinto? Don't know if the conjugation was correct. Could be yo hablo, which I think a lot of speakers exclude yo and sometimes just say hablo español or no hablo español. ¿Te hablas español? Will? Or I could do the old grenade solution to the puzzle. Well, to the search. If it's hidden under something, you could just throw enough grenades into the room and the physics objects fly everywhere and eventually the key should show up. I think on the computer he said that you'll never find it. Say that your mother is fat and ugly and very ugly. That is not very nice. Also, if you're talking about madre, it would be fea. I'm pretty sure, not feo. Pushes glasses up nose. Actually. Well, I don't know where this is. But I feel bad that I killed Robot Dog. I'm looking for a key to this guy's safe. Yeah, it just becomes invisible for fun. It reminds me of in Jedi Fallen Order and also in Survivor, that a character that I like quite a bit named Marin, Dark Sister Marin. Oh no, I'm kind of revealing that I have a type of semi-evil characters. Or morally ambiguous characters. But anyway, that Marin is a dark sister, so she has like magic powers that aren't quite Jedi mind tricks. But what's really funny is that she starts the first game being very serious and like uses her powers for evil kind of thing, and then she starts empathizing with the main character about like the loss of your own people and the extermination of your traditions and being forced off your planets, all these things. So they are drawn closer together and all that. But in the second game, Survivor, where they've now known each other for a very long time, that she just kind of uses her like dark magic for just like trivial little everyday things in really comical ways. Like there's like a perfectly acted out scene. Of course, describing it isn't gonna mean anything, but where she has the ability to like teleport around and stuff, like blinking, but the guy, he's always trying to be helpful, and he's up on like this horse-like thing, and he reaches his hand out to try to like help her up onto it, and then she just teleports up anyway and gets onto there. But then the funny thing was just his non-verbal ways that he acted out the scene. Like he put his hand out of habit, but then immediately remembered who he was talking to, so he just kind of pulls. It's so pointless trying to describe it. It was just all about the non-verbal way that he acted it out, just sort of like rolling his eyes at just, you know, just kind of trolly little everyday things where you'd use your like ethereal magic to just like funny. I don't know. I think you get the point, but I like that kind of thing. It's like you could be using your powers to move mountains and destroy things and cause significant change in the universe or whatever, but instead you choose to use it to just go to the top of the stairs before you go to bed. It's like, I'm too tired to walk to bed, so I'm just gonna teleport to bed. Or to telekinetically use a spoon to stir my oatmeal or something like that. Yes, to turn the lights off in bed. Yeah, just float a book in front of you.
Excuse me. Oh, hello.
Similar to Homelander and The Boys. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I haven't seen much of The Boys, but scenes that I have seen make the show look pretty interesting. Like, I haven't really watched any series of shows in a long time. I think the last series that I caught up with was Stranger Things. I watched all of one. Well, that's right. We watched it together on our Discord. We watched all of series or season 1 and then 2. I think we did 3 as well. Oh, wait, no. Okay, I watched 1 on my own time. And then we watched a summary of it. And then we watched all of 2 and then all of 3. And then after 3, I got so bored of the premise that when I saw that 4 was coming out, I was just like, it got so, like, stereotypical and wacky. I know the series has always kind of had a bit of a sense of humor, but like the whole villains being the, like, Russian stereotype, just goofy evil, it's just so boring to me. And I liked the first season, I think, was just so much better than all the following seasons. But I think that's just something that any series struggles with. It's just like, how do you keep something going? Kind of like The Walking Dead also. That, like, I watched, God, I think like 4 seasons of The Walking Dead. And I was watching it as it was new for a while. Not to turn this into Mono Talks about relationships again, but I also have just a lot of good memories with Walking Dead because I used to regularly watch it with someone that I was dating at the time. So it made it extra special that we'd watch it together. But, so I had that kept me going because I wanted, like, to keep up to it. But then, yeah, the first season was, like, really good. I thought it was a pretty interesting new take on the whole zombie thing. And I know there's an explanation for this too. It's because, like, the first season was, like, was it Frank Darabont or something didn't he direct, like, Shawshank Redemption or something? Like, he's well-known director and all that, so really high-profile people producing the first season, and then after it became so successful and just became like a money-generating series that they just, like, drastically downgraded all of their cast and, well, not as much a cast, but all, like, the behind the scenes people and the directors, and so they could make more money. You dropped it at season 7. Oh my god, it went to 7? So video games are now. Yeah, well, video games are a tricky situation because it's like every game is a product of its time. So it's hard to just take a game from long ago, pull it out of context of what other games were like then, and then try to compare it to what things are these days. Like, I think a lot of people, when they're, like, people are saying, like, oh, Oblivion is just so much better than anything that Bethesda's done these days, or like, oh, Skyrim's so much better, oh, all these things. I mean, not only is there the whole nostalgia factor, but like when Oblivion came out, it was so far ahead of everything else of like other RPGs at the time. And then as we've come so far along in game design and all that in general, that like the standards that we have are just getting so high, and companies are getting bigger and bigger, and they have way higher budgets, and they have to make certain amounts of money, so they can't take big risks, because if the game isn't successful, then they lose money and they can't pay as many people. And like it's happened where like a big company will release a big game, but it just wasn't successful, so they just have to fire a load of people, and then the whole company like falls apart because they just weren't able to meet their standards. So it's like, and that's why, you know, indie development I think is just such a extremely important a part of the industry, because it's people who are realistically able to take big risks in their games, and it won't be like a like a life destroying thing if their game isn't successful. I mean, for some maybe. And then I think that's why this whole Unity thing that's been going on is especially tragic, because all of a sudden a small dev that sees a lot of success can't reap all the rewards of their success. It's like punishing them for having a really successful game, which is insane. And I know it's only one game engine, so it's not like this is all of indie dev, but that's like stifling the creativity that the industry needs directly. It's like, hey, one person studio, your game that had a big impact on everyone else and you're making so much money, well, now you can't make that money because you're going to owe an insane amount. And when you're a one person studio, you're probably you have very small budget. It's a whole weird, complicated thing. Have I played Limbo or Inside? Why, yes. Inside is one of my all-time favorite games. Demos counting as installs? That's really? Yeah, free demos. And they're saying that like one of the worst things that'll happen are Unity games that are on whatever the Microsoft thing is called, the Game Pass. So you'll have like a huge amount of people playing a game, way more than they ever normally would, and that isn't directly proportional to the money that dev will be making. So they'll just instead be punished for having lots of people play their game. Andreja's getting really impatient. I mean, I am winding down the stream. I'm not going to do any other missions. I'm going for 8 hours. I'm just going to talk a bit longer. So if anyone's waiting for more Starfield, I'm not going to be doing anything else tonight or this morning, whatever time is. I just noticed that guy in the corner is still there. Locked eye contact. Oh, he's blinking at least. In Australia, you have things called tax brackets for employment. I think I can only... Oh, geez, yeah. Man, from... Whoa, where'd you go? When I've heard about Australia, that... Like, I hear a lot of countries complain about weird laws and like unfair taxes and all kinds of stuff like that. And then I hear people then talk about what happens in Australia with all of that, and it's just like blows everything else out of the water. Like just absolutely insane laws, especially regarding like censorship in video games and like the cost of games and all that. Like it must really suck being passionately into video games in Australia from what I've heard. Because like games are really, really expensive. Like and there's like a huge amount of tax on them or something like that. And there's a lot of censorship. That's my uneducated American guess on what I've heard. Right. She's so upset with me, she's sitting at the other table now. Their president actually said that, right? Oh, that's right. Like Australian internet is largely really slow compared to like the rest of the first world countries. So I remember hearing that the fact that like Starfield is like 130 gig download or whatever, that it's just like out of the question for some people to download Starfield. Because not only would it just take an extreme amount of time, but aren't there like strict caps on data transfer and stuff too? Put her in something else. I only have my lab outfit. I have to do that mission again in order to get the big worm costume. I think she looks distinguished. She looks like she has strong opinions on policy. I'm not the type of person to be like, dude, I'm gonna put all the hot babes in my game are gonna like wear swimsuits all the time. God, it's gonna be so hot. Oh my god. Like, I've watched people's screenshots of their games and just every female character is in a swimsuit and you're like, oh hell yeah. This is my fantasy. Hey, it's a single player game, they can do whatever they want, but it just kind of makes me like, oh geez. But I just so happen to know a console command that allows you to instantly change the clothing that anyone's wearing. By some weird coincidence. It's like, dude, I play female characters in games because if I'm gonna stare at an ass all day, it's gotta be a hot babes. And already on the mod, the Starfield mod, NSFW section, like the top priority is adding jiggly boob physics to the game. Oh my god, it's so essential. She is gonna say something political at any minute. See the graffiti behind her on that wall is what's going on in her mind right now. In Australia, it's 50 megabits down capped. Oh my god. I know America gets a lot of shit for, on average, having really expensive internet for the speed, whereas a lot of countries in Europe have like cheap internet and some of the fastest in the world, especially in like Sweden and places like that. I have a gigabit down and up. I'm like using a weird alternative fiber optic provider here where I could equal down and up. But yeah, being capped at 50 megabit down, that would suck. Like, can you even run Netflix or something with that speed? I don't even know how much is required to run like a 1080 video stream. Costs $10 a gig if you're over your quota for internet usage. Wow. Because I remember I had to, when I was doing a lot more IRL streams. I had to look at my data limits on my phone because I was using my data connection to stream from and having to figure out like, okay, what is my bit rate? What does it need to be? And then how much data do I use on average per stream and all these things like that, trying to calculate all that out. You don't really realize just like how much internet you're using on average. It is interesting though, if you're ever curious, is that when you open the task manager in your computer, you can go to like performance, whatever that tab is, and it will show you anytime you're downloading or uploading something. So you can get an idea of just what like day-to-day internet usage is like. And multiplayer games use surprisingly low amounts of bandwidth. Like, I was always under the impression, like, whoa, this must be like the most complex thing ever, but I think this is part of designing net code for something, is that you've streamlined it so that actually very little information needs to be sent out to a server to then be, broadcast to all the other players in the game. But streaming something like Netflix or whatever, like Netflix was like the #1 use of the internet for like the last 10 years or something, because just huge amounts of data usage. Like, you can easily go over a cap if you're running like a 1080 movie. Netflix is like a gigabyte per hour. Yeah, so if you watch half a movie, a 1080 movie in Australia, you could go over your internet limit. Well, I guess if you had already reached the cap and then you go over. Marketing companies decide to use bits instead of bytes to inflate numbers. Yeah. Bits makes it sound a lot faster. Like, I didn't learn that until a lot later than I should, because I was like, okay, this was early 2000s, like, wow, we have 10 megabytes per second download? So why is it taking so long for me to download this like 100 megabyte file? It should just take 10 seconds, right? I didn't realize that it's megabits, which is a whole different measurement. Yeah. Just notice these weird little curly things hanging from the ceiling. While I'm sitting here, I can remotely stroll. Woo! Let me try that again. There. We have something to look at. country you're born in makes you sick. Hey, at least you have a cool accent, I imagine. See, as an American, I'm used to like nobody really liking our accents. Yet Americans are just like enamored with anyone that has a non-American accent of some kind. When people hear me talk, they're usually like, I can tell you're American, but I have no idea what part of America. Because I think most people's perceptions of the country are like deep south. Or New York mobster is like the full extent of American accents. Which, I mean, I totally understand non-Americans not knowing all the accents. Like, I watched a video on all the different accents across the UK. It was crazy how many different ones there were. Yeah, Kate Kona and Jabroni Mike. It's the extent of America accents. Because most people they don't know about Midwestern accents, like my own. Oh yeah, the NPCs aren't going to load in correctly because I'm flying out of bounds. Well, not out of bounds, but out of the render distance. So now it's empty. Mostly. Oh, I just noticed they have a big hanging part of a spaceship up here. Oh, it's all the like filler crowd that's missing. The, like NPCs that have things to say are still here. I mean, sometimes when you're in a big city, it does kind of feel like there's a lot of like filler. I know this is like a massively condescending thing to say, but it's like you're just walking out in public and there's just all these people that are there. It's just like, I think they're just extras. I don't think they're actually going anywhere. They're just all there to make the city look more busy. But they're probably thinking the same thing about you. Nice teeth. Would I just call you? Guess we're all extras at one point or another in our lives. I think there is some Varun graffiti around here. Here we go. They are coming. In white paint. That actor plays the guy in Equalizer. I don't think I ever saw that. This is interesting. It says, who are they? And it has a Varun symbol in the background, but then someone like painted over it. Yeah, some of the concept art for the Varun makes them look way more sinister. Kind of look more Sith-like. Don't eat hunks? Wait, was chunks originally oh, because the sea. I see. Look at these tiny details. German. Stehen und Verstehen? Verstehen? Stehen und Verstehen? And then we got some chimpanzees, which are apes, not monkeys. I think the meme of calling everything a monkey is unhelpful to the understanding of science. Now everything is just monkey, 'cause funny. Precious cargo, our lives in your hands. What happened to calling everything a dog? What, like, what's up, dog? Now this is making me kind of hungry. Sehen und verstehen is see and understand. Oh. We got lemon. Oh, I see. In the future, they inhale their beers. They just snort the beers with their mouths closed. Do it again. See no one here. There we go. Gets a solid gold bottle. Oh, he's got a gun behind the counter. Nobody eats their food here. They just leave it all out on the table. Yeah, this is all going to waste. Could go take all of their food. Hey, is this future ping pong? It's game time with no apostrophe? Whose game time is it? Union and Co. Games. Future ping pong. So we got like targets. No net in the middle, I guess. Yeah, cinematic fly through. I know it's... Since I just love the way this game looks. I'm so glad that I'm able to do this, and it's especially nice using a gamepad. Make it smooth, otherwise it would just be like, alright guys, let's look over here, and makes it a little easier to look at, I think. Looks reasonably childlike, unlike the Cyberpunk 2077 kids that are, they might have fixed it, but they're just adults scaled down. And it was always so goofy looking. Then we got deflated football. Oh yeah, here's the future chess. Called like symbol board. What's this guy doing to his cat? I don't think he knows that a cat is not fine too. Yeah, he's a committed goalie. Never leaves the net, even when he's not playing. So we got Breb and Lemon and Lime and lemon packets. Oh, it's tea. Is that a tail? No, it's some other near. Well, I think it's the other graffiti that's overlapping it. Like, my mic keeps randomly peaking loudly. Huh. Baguettes, yeah. And then we got a barrel of fun. Like, I guess, remains of plants or something. Oh yeah. How's the fire look? I think I put my particle quality as high as it can go. That's okay. There's so many different techniques to you know, making fire in a real-time game engine. Like sometimes there's what most use is just particle effects, so it's a bunch of two-dimensional sprite textures that are all just rapidly being generated, and then they fade away and animate in one direction, and then they'll have smoke above it, sometimes embers that float away. So that's this one. It's not... It's okay, but I think some of the best looking fire I've seen in a game is where they actually have 3D models. So the flames are made up of like ribbons or cards where it's just flat polygons that rapidly animate, but they scroll a texture rapidly over the polygons, and that ends up looking so much more realistic. And there was a game that did it recently where I thought it was like the most impressive fire I've seen in a game. What game was that? Was it Sons of the Forest, maybe? No. I don't remember. This is some cool art. That cat on the mind. Seems like everyone has a cat these days. I think I'm the only person that does not own a cat. Oh, I haven't seen this art. What is this? Some dude holding a coffee at Slate a Dragon? Glotti. Powerful modern interpretation of Little Red Riding Hood by underground film artist Gunnar Einarsson. Glotti examines the age-old classic themes: youth, coming of age, power and revenge, infatuation of love, and the brutal hunger of forbidden lust. That's what you get out of Little Red Riding Hood? Aliens thinking about screwing people, I guess. And don't inquire about my quest until I've drank my potion. So like I was saying, a lot of the NPCs aren't loading because my character is actually in a different room. Oh, I haven't seen this. This is the Isle of Man. Yeah, Sphinx recently bought a cat. But I'm disappointed he didn't get a Sphinx cat. Would have fit so perfect. But his cat is adorable. He's been tweeting about it. You guys should check it out. Got some alien abduction going on. Maybe? Oh no. Actually, it's just an eclipse and some pyramids and a dude. It's too dark. I can't tell what I'm looking at. Oh, look, it's me. You decided to sit down over here. Establishing dominance. Standing on an invisible ledge. I love that plastic texture. I feel like I can touch it. It's one of the few screens that I've seen animate. It kind of looks like it's glitching out. I've seen the Unreal Engine 5 demo stuff. Oh yeah. I've been following that pretty closely. It's really impressive. Like, I like that Matrix demo that they released. Really good looking city. It's mostly like the way that the engine can scale up and down extreme detail on things. Like, what is it? They have like multi-million polygon structures that can scale up and down really smoothly that you like don't even notice the transition between them. Just go out of bounds, no big deal. Wow, this is what this whole area looks like. Kind of spooky. This is music. Hello, Telescope. Yeah, 7:30 a.m. my time. I'm still awake. Did you start playing music, Methodes, right when I said, "What is this music?" Yeah, you all don't know it, but I am. You're watching and listening to me, but I'm also watching and listening to all of you. Apparently this gun is one of the most rare guns in the game, I guess. I don't even know what it's called. It's like one of the particle guns or something. Dear God, you should get dressed. No, you don't have to. These guns do look really cool, especially when they shoot. Oh, is this the Big Bang? Yeah, this is everyone who's at New Game plus plus plus. Oh, thanks for the follow, Telescope. Almost everyone I see using this gun. It's like really high damage. It's basically like an energy weapon shotgun. Particle manipulator. Like how a gun has safety warnings on it. Clothes are a psyop, pretty much. Conspiracy by Big Clothing. Yeah, the Men in Black, was it called the Noisy Cricket? Huge grenades. Oh, I thought this was Little Big Planet. Yeah, the way I'm scrolling left and right like this. How many hours do I have in Starfield? Oh no. Do I dare look? Let me check. Oh, exactly 123 hours. But in my defense, there are some times where I just leave the game sitting on the screen, like the title screen. I'm not actually playing. Or a lot of it, like when I was learning console commands and stuff, I just left the game playing and was looking around at reading websites. But I can't completely refute the Steam's claims of having that many hours in the game because most of them are recorded and on my YouTube channel and here. Better be eating and drinking. Yeah, sometimes. And I do like to say that the reason I have so many hours in this isn't like, oh my god, it's just the most amazing game I've ever played in my life or anything like that. It is fun. I'm enjoying it. But I normally don't, like, I'm not in a position in my life to be playing a game this much. But just the release of this game just so happened to line up in a period where I can actually afford to put a lot of time into a game. And the early years or the early days of a game's life are my favorite moments when people are still discovering things, when the game hasn't been min-maxed and everything learned about it already, because that's when I just start losing interest in games, is when when you've learned everything there is to know and just there's no longer air of mystery. Shoot me or shoot you your me your YouTube channel. Yeah, it's well, if you just search The Monotonist, it's on there, but here it's listed below my stream as well. But I'll post it in chat. I also have a Discord for anyone who likes Discord stuff. Who doesn't have a Discord these days? Alright, I put it in chat right now. There's my Discord, and then YouTube channel is... I really should just have a command in chat, like exclamation point. Socials. But I don't. God, what is my YouTube channel? Oh wait, that's my Twitch channel. Oh wait, that's my Twitch channel. Oh no, I have my stream open. That's a pretty short delay. That's cool. Stream open. That's a pretty short delay. That's cool. That's a pretty. Okay, let's try going back here. All right, here is link to my YouTube. And of course, I'm on Twitter as well. Get a link to that. And there's that. What is a Twitter? You know, it's become lost. No one really knows anymore. I'm now in stereo. Yeah, that's what I should do. Is I should have I should have two microphones, and one's the left channel, one's the right. Actually, I don't have it set up anymore, but many years ago, I used to stream with a binaural mic, which is, you know, two microphones working simultaneously, and I could make it sound like I'm talking out of like your left ear or your right ear, but it's a lot more spatialized and realistic sounding than just simply panning left and right. Well, I can do this. Let's see. Oh, wait. It should... I forgot. I think my microphone is set to mono sound, so I can't fool you guys and pan over to the side. Oh, I don't dare mess with my settings on stream. Well, darn. Wait, does it sound like I'm on your left and then I'm moving over here to the right? Because I'm looking at OBS and it looks like it's equally going both sides. Oh. Well, no, you can... I was on my physical mixer, I was changing the panning of my mic from both sides, but then I was looking at OBS and it looks like it didn't pick up that difference. Because it looks like both left and right are jumping up and down at the same rate. I mean, the mic I'm using now isn't binaural. It's just like an Audio-Technica condenser mic. See, this is what NPCs do when they're not being watched. Dealing with my mic when you can figure out how to get out of my walls. Well, if you're in my walls, you'd be my neighbor. You should come over and say hello. Well, I have a binaural mic, and I've done some recordings with it. But like I said, I used to stream with one just because it was all that I really had at the time. But see, the thing is binaural has such a close association with ASMR and stuff, but that's not like exclusively what it is. I mean, the way that people talk about ASMR is that it doesn't necessarily mean binaural. It's like, that's just talking about certain types of sound that people get a bigger reaction to compared to other things. So you can make recordings with binaural that isn't necessarily ASMR. Like on my channel, or one of my channels, I have a recording I did with my binaural mic that was of a crow roost. My mic is peaking again. Where I happened across thousands of crows that were all over trees, all over above me, and I busted out the binaural mic and got a recording of the crows. And I mentioned this on stream before, but Vinny used part of my binaural crow recordings in one of his Redvox songs. Don't remember which one. It was one that had something to do with seasons. Like, you can feel it in the rain, or you can feel it in the... I don't know. It was along the... One of those lyrics, he used my audio with permission. It was really cool. Colony War support groups are free and confidential. Contact SSCOM 3010. Help is here today to find the peace you fought for. Look, I know some of you people think these safety protocols are a joke. Well, they are not. We could all die. Follow protocol. This is very... this is very, Truman Show-esque. It's going into this police station. People are just sitting, waiting for protagonists to show up. Especially this guy. Computer's not even on. I love the look of this future computer, though. A little bloomed out right now, though. Kind of hard to see what it is. I'm using... Microphone is Audio Technica... Oh, what is it? It's like 2023 or something? Actually, I have the box for it right here. Let me check. Okay, it is a Audio Technica 2035 PK. And I think the reason I got that specific one was because it had much lower... I can't remember the term, but it produced a lot less noise when nothing is being recorded. It's called like self noise something, because I like keeping my setup as simple as possible. Like, I don't have any... I'm not running like Reaper or any virtual audio cables or any of this fancy stuff. I just have XLR mic going into a hardware mixer that goes in my line in on my computer, and that's it. Yeah, binaural mics are definitely highly regarded in ASMR, yeah. I see. There are lots of weird recordings people have done with binaural stuff. Like, I think one of the best binaural videos out there, or ASMR videos, is called Binaural Nutsack. or something. It is one of the first of this type of video that had millions of views, and it was just actually a guy with a big like canvas, oh no, like a tweed, is that the term? Tweed bag of nuts, and then he just played with his nuts on stream. Yeah, Moths comes in right when I'm talking about a guy playing with his nuts on camera. Speaking of which, okay, I see a lot of other people have done the same thing. Oh my god, it's an hour long. Alright, headphone users, enjoy this. Doesn't this just make you like profoundly uncomfortable? Yeah, this is what it sounds like to be a guy when you're just playing with your nuts. This is what you hear. Seeing the ASMR video turns into a robbery and the robber still stays in ASMR mode until the skit ends and blood-curdling shrieks and knife noises. Oh god. I think one of the most messed up ASMR videos I ever saw was, if people know the Life is Strange series, it was someone doing ASMR of the teacher in that series, or in the first game. Okay, I have to turn this off. Because the teacher in the first Life is Strange has a really fucked up thing that he does. It's this guy in jail, or woman. But then the whole ASMR was him critiquing your art. Oh yeah, is this technically Starfield ASMR? But just play someone else's unrelated video over gameplay. Well, I don't want to spoil the end of Life is Strange 1, but the teacher has very dark secrets, and to make an ASMR video about that is kind of messed up. Here we go. Here's Starfield ASMR listening to her turn the page. Come on, turn the page again. Waiting with bated breath. Well, she's not even looking at the book. She's looking at the wall. Oh, there we go. This actually is kind of like me when I try to read books anymore. I'll read like a couple sentences and then I just get so distracted thinking about other things that I just can't even focus on the book. Oh, she turned the page. I think the hair in this game looks really good. Like we've come a long ways with hair technology. Imagine all the cool things she's read about. This is the Trade Authority building, so maybe she just reads about trade things. I don't know. Check out this hair. Funny thing is that my hair actually naturally sort of looks like this. Back in my youth, it no longer really looks like this, but I have like thick curly hair. I remember as a kid I used to hate it that women would say they're jealous of my hair. When I'm saying when I was like 10 and I get my hair cut and the stylist was like, oh, I wish I had hair like yours. Oh, it's so nice. And I was like, no, gross. I don't like my hair. I hate it. And then by the time I learned to appreciate the fact that I have like naturally wavy curly hair, it was too late. My hair is already like thinning. Not thinning, but male pattern baldness. So now I just shave my head. Which honestly, it is a very liberating feeling to just shave your hair off. Especially when you're into VR, so I don't have to worry about it messing my hair up. Copium, but really though, I think I always noticed that when I'd get haircuts when I was younger, I'd feel so good after getting a haircut. And then I started getting it cut shorter and shorter even before it was getting... the hair was like unevenly distributing around my head. So I think it was always meant to be... I was always meant to have shaved head. For some reason, not that anyone cares, my body like really wants me to have facial hair. Because it grows so fast that I have to shave every day or else it just gets out of control long and just scruffy. But I'm not a facial hair guy. I just don't think it fits me. I do have a shaved head, yeah. I mean, not quite shaved like as short as possible. Like I shave it myself. I just use one of the lowest trimmer guards. And just shave it that way. I think short hair looks really good on people. Like, I don't know. It's weird to me. I think when people have long hair, it looks really cool, and people have it tied up tightly in like a certain way, like all the interesting shapes that you can make out of it, or even just having hair that is short. I think it's like a. I'm just thinking about how inconvenient it is to have really long hair. Like, girl I dated, I don't even know, like 10 years ago or something, had like hair that went down to like halfway down her back. It's pretty long, and she always talked about like leaving hair everywhere. It just getting stuck on things all the time, and how you wake up in the morning and it's just all like matted up and hard to control. Or like when you shower, you end up clogging the drain with your own hair. It's really inconvenient to have long hair. Now it's kind of in style to have messy hair. Like, I remember when she would shower, she would like tie her hair up in a specific way so that it wouldn't. Oh no, when you go to bed, it would tie it up in a specific way so that when you wake up, that you have more control over like how it would get messed up, not as just completely destroyed as it would be if it was just fully down in your sleep. If your shower clogs all the time, you need to brush your hair before you shower. Oh, is that a thing? Does that make sense? You need to have good head shape to keep your hair very short / be bald and make it look nice. Yeah, it's I hadn't actually shaved my head all the way until the pandemic, because all the haircut places were closed down nearby. And I was like, well, I guess it's time to learn how to just shave my own head. And I wasn't going to try to attempt to style it. So I just decided, oh, I'll just try shaving it all. No one's going to see me for a long time anyway. And then I went and did. I was like, this is really nice. And I feel like my personality fits having a shaved head. Like, I'm not someone that's here to impress, not trying to be charismatic with like really nicely styled, gelled hair. And then I don't have, facial hair to make me look like rugged or wholesome or something. I'm just kind of straight to the point. Yeah, I've been bald on the inside. Hey, I don't call it bald though. I still have hair. I'm not like shiny bald. If I let it grow out, I just have that very distinct widow's peak or whatever it's called. I'm like Vegeta. So I'm not capable of bald or shiny bald. It's just like double head. Someone that shaved their head and they eventually shave their eyebrows too. Shaving my eyebrows would be a death sentence for me, because that's all I have. My like huge eyebrows are like such a key defining feature of my existence that if they were gone, I would have like nothing left. And these pictures of me on Twitter, if anyone cares, but they're pretty far back. He's holding the tablet wrong. Oh, hey, there's stuff on these. Huh, yeah, this is the interface for the player customization. So when people are born in this world, they canonically customize themselves the same way we did. So he's actually a digital artist, but his monitor, he sees in his mind right now. So we're not seeing what he's drawing. It's all in his head. Like right now, he's finishing a... Whoa, he just looked at us. He's finishing his furry porn commission that he's gonna get 30 grand for, and that's his side gig for staying in business. Oh, here he goes. He's gonna submit it. He's gonna moonwalk a little bit, vibrate, just NPC things. Just can't make up his mind. He just got the critique back from the client, and the client wants a different pose after he finished everything, so I guess it's time to redraw everything. But can you just have him turn 90 degrees just a little bit in the drawing? Yeah, he's just clearing his mind. Yeah, he's using the computer to look for references online. I never noticed that music plays here. I'm gonna turn the ambient sound back up. I still had it low. Oh, that's really loud. I like the look of all these, like, older looking devices. This is what the Sphinx's room looks like when he's gongoing. Shelves are just full of these. This is how the gongo is generated. And here's gongo fumes compressed in these canisters. What are these called? Starwares? Well, that is almost copyright infringement. Just replace that E with an S, and you are in court tomorrow. What is a gongo? Well, I've already violated Rule 1 by talking about it, so I don't want to get in any more trouble. Well, this is a cool device. Haven't seen this one yet. Instead of Tupperware, it's Starware. Whoa, some weird rendering going on here. Wait, how'd that what is that? Hmm. Future 3D printer. POV, you're being 3D printed in the year 2330. Does pattern hurt your brain? Whoa. It is green. Looking up Gongo hurt your brain? I don't even know what comes up anymore when you search it. Let's no clip into the back rooms. Here we go. Yeah, I'm guessing it probably would only show the game. This is a very, very lusty looking joint by the soft pinkish light. Fancy bed and lamps. It's a nice lamp. Like this chair. Very heavily studded chair. POV, you're at grandma's house and you get the weird chair that she brings out from the basement. There's people over. Put a plant here, and this is your house, Moths? Do you live in like an antique shop? I think you talked about that once. You have a lot of weird stuff in your room. Like cool weird things. A POV. You're waking up in the morning. Born to be a weird grandma. A noble thing to aspire to be. Hey, we got some Newton's cradle. A terribly charismatic dog. Oh, good to know this is here. Also, the reason there's so few NPCs around is because my actual character is standing really far away and it doesn't load them in. There's some other nice chairs. Look at that sheen. If I walked over here... Oh god, I could really mess up the game. Let's see. Well, I have a save before all this. I might be able to use a console command to teleport myself here. Actually, no, I'm not sure that would work. Oh yes, a brazier. Contrary to popular pronunciation, it is not a brazier. These are called braziers. I mean, if it's hanging like this, it might have a different name. I don't know. Your dreams from stars to stars. That's how I remember it, is you pronounce it like Frasier. Your dad had a giant leather chair and it faded because he never put blinds in the living room, so it always has the sun, and then your dog peed on it 60 times. Yes. I remember when my late grandparents at their house, when we went to clean stuff up and like sell or get rid of furniture and things like that, when we pulled the paintings off the walls or the hanging paintings and moved the furniture around, there was like huge sun fade lines that had formed after probably 50 plus years of just the sun shining in that room, and they hadn't moved any of the furniture in that long, so it just permanently created, like, you know, it faded all the paint around it. It's Australian bounty hunter woman. I think the light looks really cool, how people's faces are illuminated inside the helmets. Cool boots. House of the Enlightened. Get out of here. No snake, no interest. Here we go. Garbage POV. You're being moved along the floor. You're undesirable. You're being disposed of. Yeah, relatable. Let's see if I can make this happen. Wait. Look directly into the stream. Getting very sleepy. Oh, wait, maybe this way? Huh. Should hide serpent decal in here. You know what I can do? Actually, I haven't even tested this. Also tree plus tree equals tree. Three plus three. Maths. Return book to Tommy. Mark still has my book. Kill something and going to sleep. Is that a demand? Whoa. What is this place? Oh yeah. There should be the yeah, the merchant chests. This is like one of the oldest things that is still in these games. What was the first game that introduced this? Was it Oblivion? Where all merchants have a box underneath them that contains their inventory, and there are some places where if you look into the ground, you can open these boxes and just freely steal all their stuff with no consequence. There is a spot in Aquila where the dirt is low enough that you can actually get into the box just by like crouching down to the ground. That was very cool in Fallout 76. Oh, really? You could abuse that in 76? I didn't even think about that. They're spawned early to prevent lag. Really? Morrowind did it too? So it's just always been a part of the Bethesda-verse, I guess. Okay, so here's my test. I need to see if the console command will spawn relative to this camera, or if it's going to be relative to my player, which is sitting far away. So, what's something I can spawn? How about a Varun statue? Let me get the code. The code. Alex. $1436.30. So 143630. Aha! It is relative to the camera. Nice. guard is totally unfazed by this. But can he handle this? Oh, for crying out loud. Here we go. Wait. Wrong one. It's going to be one of these. Wait, I don't think that was the right one. There are actually some Varun that are just wearing regular suits and not their special ones. Okay, maybe it's one of these. Oh, that's a dead body. How about this?
Come to die.
There we go.
Stand down now or you will be neutralized. Your core shall feed the
Oh,
great
damn.
serpent.
Go, go, go. Serpent's Crusade 2 has begun. Who are you shooting at?
Teammate stuck. My end.
Oh no.
My end. I cannot move. Heathen, prepare for judgment. The great serpent shall feast upon you. All things against the great
Oh no. The accursed.
pay for that. I failed.
Oh man, he's running away. I gotta turn up the what was it? Suction to 0.1. Where's he going? Oh god, he's really running. Wait, where'd he go? Oh. Serpent's Crusade 2 has been cancelled. Uh-oh. It is cool that they all eventually came out and they like communicated to one another about the attack. Okay, so now what I can do TAI. Now I just turned the brains off of everybody. Look at this. This is how we prove that this is all just a simulation. Look at this. brains are shut off. So where would be a good entry point for the Varoon? I think we'll just start them over here, and they can use this as a headquarters. You can do this in real life with Fox News, huh? Okay, we got one. Who is this man? You're not a zealot. Wait. All the different types are just, they have different guns. Okay, how about do... Is this a dead body? No. Oh, I think this is a female. Ah. Let's get some diversity. Then... We are all brothers and sisters in the serpent's embrace. Scroll, 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 scroll. Oh my god. Scroll. Getting a bunch of errors related to faction stuff. It's like, you can't do this to this game. Then let's do 66. Wait, C66BD. And a dead body. Okay, well, let's just use these 3 or 4. I don't know what this guy's gonna do. Need grenades. I think they automatically have grenades. Alright.
The serpent shows no mercy.
Oh, jeez. Guess he wasn't a friend after all.
Hey, what are you doing here? Leave. You cannot be here. Leave now. Your judgment is at
What are you doing?
Brothers, we must fall back. Buy me time to reload. This drowning is upon you. My eyes. My eyes. Try to stay friends.
Oh, he's going and punching. His punches are so weak, he doesn't even notice.
Protect yourself. Stop me. They're losing this fight.
Damn. Ooh, that tactical roll. Oh, here comes that annoying guy. Oh.
I'm taking you down.
Oh, wait, is he upstairs? Oh, he's all the way up here.
For the great serpent.
Oh, shit. Surprise attack, ambush.
The great serpent demands blood. The accursed has me pinned. You had your chance.
Oh, he's surrounded. He's getting defeated by a stepladder. See, look at that. The AI is better than they give credit for. Like, he's actually retreating. Knows he's outnumbered. Oh, damn. He's got gassed. Yeah, they have... Whoa, he's sliding. They have vaguely East European accents. You know, just to cover like 30 different countries. Whoa! Oh, I thought he died. Whoa. Oh. This is a tragic ending. Oh. Serpent's Crusade 3 has been cancelled. Yeah, if someone's evil, they gotta have Slavic accent. It's just how the world works. Guess they don't have any, like, medics here. This guy's just on his own. Going back to work. Just your average day in American healthcare system. Huh. Huh. Oh, damn. Okay, how about... Yeah, he held it too long. That's the body. Oh, thanks for the follow, Zarathora. Have strategic positions. What I should do, just to add some spice to all this, I'm gonna move my character out here so that it loads in all of the random civilians as well. Just to make it a little bit more. Oh yeah, see you later, Josh. Thanks for watching. Oh. Andreja's just like completely fallen asleep. You know, I think it's best if you...
Ah, hello.
Uh-oh. I think I really messed something up. Oh no. It's like frozen. I'm stuck in conversation. Uh-oh. Okay, I'll reload. But I'm gonna do the same thing. But this time, I will walk out there so that there's an actual crowd. Here we go. Everyone freeze. Sometimes their pathfinding will keep going even if the AI is disabled. Okay, I'll do it like this. Pathfinding works in checkpoints. Yeah, so like if they were given a task to move in one direction, their AI is off, but they'll keep walking in the last like waypoint that they were given. It was level 46, that's why this was going so strangely. Or lasted so long. And then I will place a sniper up in a hard to reach spot. Here's my hands. What up here? Oh wait, do they all have disruptors? Which isn't a lethal weapon. But I could swear that AI, when they use it, it is lethal. It's normally just an EMP gun. Those are the first person hands. Like those are mine. Well, we'll see what happens here. They're lethal versus player, otherwise not. Yeah, it seemed uneven. Like, I can only ever stun people with it. Okay, so I gotta get somewhere where they're not going to bother me. How about down here? Won't even see me. Alright, Serpent's Crusade 5 is underway. Yeah, this will be the last. Like I've said 1,000 times. This will be the last thing, I swear, I'm going to do tonight. For the last battle. Okay, here we go. Just strolling in like it's no one's business.
You are lost. You cannot leave now. You must leave at once. Leave. You cannot be here. You are not allowed here. What are you doing here? Leave.
Look at this, they're threatening each other.
What are you doing
The
here?
tense standoff of NPC proportions.
You cannot be here. You must leave at once. You are not allowed to leave. Turn around. Leave now.
I am trying to sound like the
What are you
Varoon.
doing here? Leave. You are not allowed to leave. Turn around now.
Okay, well, someone needs to
You are not allowed
break the tension. It must be an incredible negotiator.
What are you doing here? Leave. You cannot be here. You are not allowed here. Turn around. You must leave at once. What are you doing here? Leave. Leave now. What are you doing here?
Look
Leave.
at this man.
You are not allowed here. Turn around. You are lost. You cannot be here. You must leave at once. Leave now.
He has his AirPods in. Right? What happened to the dude up here? Oh, there he is.
You are not allowed here. Turn around. You cannot be here. You must leave at least now.
Okay, I think we need to reset this AI.
Doing here. Leave. You are lost. Leave now. You cannot be here. You are not allowed here. Turn around. You must leave. You cannot be here. Leave now.
Oh my god, okay. Do security, oops. For NPC. You are not allowed here. Leave now. Okay, UC security NPC. We just need someone to break the ice so that all the so that weapons are free.
What are you doing here? Leave.
Not all of these are valid. Let's try. Here we go.
What are you doing here? You cannot be here.
Come on.
You are not allowed here. Turn around. Leave now. This is your final warning. What are you doing here? Leave. You are not allowed here. Turn around. I will bring you.
Oh, there we go. Here we go. Whoa. Oh, see, they all want to join the Varoon. They're enthusiastically. Look at that. The Varoon aren't violent people. They're letting everyone leave.
We will find you and you will be judged. Run from me, will you?
See, I like how they're actually like pushing forward and stuff on their own. I don't have to like manually tell them, oh, they're gonna go to my apartment. Hey, my crew has finally arrived. Come on in here. The place is perfect for you. Oh, no, they're bored.
What are you doing here? Leave. You must leave at once. Get to safety. Move. Making room. Keep the heretic feet down.
Uh-oh, did they find me? From the arms down there? I think I put them too far away from the security office. Alright, I'm gonna have... Here. I think the problem with the security factions is that they only engage in combat if they are provoked first. They're not just going to be like, oh, enemy faction and attack right away. Okay, what if I get them riled up at the security office? Where was that? Oh, here we go. Okay, I'll push one guy forward. Ah, wrong guy.
You are lost. Leave now. What are you doing here? Leave. You cannot be here.
Oh my god. Everyone's too peaceful. Oh, this person got shot. Oops.
You are lost. Leave now. You must leave at once. You are not allowed
Oh
here.
my
You
god.
cannot be here.
What if I just throw a grenade up here? Oh, Drazer found her way over here.
Hey, be careful not to point that thing at me. I will not aid you in this. We must talk.
You are not allowed here. Turn around. Leave now.
Oh, now the security just hates me?
Got you now.
Uh-oh.
You cannot take him down.
Ah.
You are not allowed here. Turn around.
I don't know what tipped them all off before. They were like ready and willing to just go all out. Now they're just like hesitating.
Always nice to see a fresh face around. Whenever you like.
Alright, you're gonna have to protect me, Andy Singh. Alright. Secret Varun operation. Starting in the kitchen of a restaurant. Oh no, Draza! Uh-oh. Oh, I know a trick. Move to player. And she's gone. Alright. hopefully something happens, so this can be a satisfying stream end. This is where they were last time, where they actually fought. Oh, I didn't have the right thing selected. One more time. There we go. Look at them strolling on in.
You are lost. Leave now. Leave at once or be made penitent. Fool! Leave or be made dumb.
No one's afraid of them. They're just kind of like, yeah, whatever. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Security?
You are not allowed. You cannot leave at once.
Oh, the bounty hunter's getting in on it.
I can't do this!
That was a mistake.
Tactical retreat! I'm hit!
Oh, we got the fist fighter again.
By the great serpent! Fall back! Kill me! Have another to take my place! Neutralize the target! I'm wounded! He has fallen! Stop me! Aim for the accursed! The heretic is the grenade incoming! Officer KIA! Officer KIA!
Oh, you could hide, huh? You done that?
Oh, Australian going in with the heavy weapons.
Let's get out of here!
You're dead!
Enough! I'm suppressed! Get behind something! Put up and spring through! Back! Move back! Fire! Don't let him move!
Are you gonna use it?
Get out of there!
Don't mess with the wrong
Get down!
person!
I can't move! Get!
Oh.
I don't think. I'm not gonna.
Officer down!
Uh-oh.
My arm! Your demise has been ordained! Officer needs assistance!
Where did he go?
My head! My head! Heretic! I've been struck! Food for the great serpent!
Not looking too good for the Varoon. Nice drone work. Thanks. Oh, they managed to get the high ground.
Food for the great serpent!
Nice jumps.
Time is running out for you.
All I need to do to work on my script for this is to figure out how to get these Varoon to be on my faction. So then we can can raid pirate outposts together as a squad. Actually, the Varun are doing way better than I thought. Kind of got everyone out of the area. But I really appreciate that the AI is actually, like, searching the area. I feel like even as recent as Fallout 4, that if there was just no target, they'd be like, oh, give up, go back. But now they're roaming around, and
I'll
these are...
stay here, you stay there, and everything will be fine. Hey, we're cool.
Oh, negotiations have ceased. It was a valiant effort, though. Yeah, like the Enclave radio in Fallout 3. Coiled. Damn, he coiled as fuck.
You are not allowed here. Turn around. Your will is done. What are you doing here? Leave. An offering for the great serpent.
Does the AI look like or work like they did in Skyrim Fallout 4? I really don't know. I never messed with the commands in those games, so I can't really say. Well, they returned back to their original spot. I don't know if that was just a coincidence. Combine it with the essential mod. Yeah, so they could actually just go on a crusade. Okay, here we go. I'll make a mod that's called Serpent's Crusade, and all it does is every major city you go into, after like a minute of being in town, it'll just like spawn a squad of zealots somewhere, and then you can just like watch the crusade happen. Kind of think they're victorious.
You must leave at once.
Uh-oh, she's back. She's so tired of their shit.
Fool! Leave or we may die. You cannot be here. You are not allowed here. Turn around. Leave at once or we make penitent. What are you doing here? Leave. Your judgment is at hand.
Someone help me!
I like how they just instantly go back to like casual scroll mode.
You must leave at once.
Her secret power, she is invulnerable.
I am coiled, heretic. Leave at once.
Coiled.
Heretic, die!
Oh, she's gonna get more. She's gonna get help. If there's anyone left. Oh, Norman Reedus strolling in. What's he gonna do?
You will know truth, coward. Now you will pay. The great serpent demands blood.
Who was that?
Whoa. Okay. Take it easy.
Oh, rip. Oh, yeah, he had deliveries to make. I think the delivery is canceled. The gun store owner fleeing. You have access to like every gun in the game. Wait a minute, they're allied? That's a conspiracy. I'm really curious if the AI somehow tells them to gravitate towards where they were spawned originally, because that's interesting if so. Because they all seem to go back to where they were. Wonder if the default AI is similar to when the ships drop somewhere in a random location, like with the Ecliptics, they just kind of walk out of their ship and then just roam the general area. She's gonna make one last negotiation attempt to get her restaurant back. Everything's fine. We'll just open things back up as usual.
You cannot be here. You are lost. Leave now. We shall make shall feast.
She's got good work ethic. She doesn't give up.
You cannot be here. Your choice can prevail. Your corpse shall feed the great serpent.
Oh, brutal. Oh no. Oh, the bounty hunter's back. Australia has arrived. Here we go. This is her time to shine. Oh, did a strategic roll. Oh my god.
Just give up already.
Okay, she's not Australian. I apologize. I think she's British.
Get back here.
Oh my god, that gun is brutal. Same thing. Says actual Australian in chat.
You can't take me.
Interesting too how like the random street AI and stuff seems to like they're not all instantly informed about evacuating. Oh, standoff. I think there's only 2 zealots left. What are they looking at? What's down here?
Got away this time.
Smell the stench of your heresy.
True.
The heathen has escaped, but in time they'll pay. You are lost. Leave now. What are you doing? You are not allowed.
I'm not trying to start anything.
I love how they just forgot about each other and to go through this whole thing again.
Hey. We're cool, okay? Whoa, okay. Take it easy.
You are lost. Leave now. You cannot be here. You are not allowed here. Turn around. You must leave at once.
Doing?
Yeah, turn this into a channel points gambling stream. Somehow more security showed up.
Your demise has been ordained. Find them. They cannot have gotten far.
Oh. You have the perfect shot. Take the shot. You had your chance. Still amazed that stuff is still happening, that I haven't had to intervene for like 10 minutes. Oh, she's down. Damn. Uh-oh. They're gonna find me. And Georgia, hide! Hide! Get in the corner. I know, she's very shy with a minigun or whatever that is. she's gonna get back up. Come on, you can do it. We started with 4 zealots, and then she like single-handedly took out 2 of them. Well, the bounty hunter NPC is like is a quest giver. So I guess she's essential enough. Strolling back to get a bite to eat. Okay, I feel like things are probably going to end here. Unless Bounty Hunter gets back up. Oh, she's up. But she's so far away from all the action. Okay. Oh, now she's all chill. Just hanging out in her, like, 5th life. Okay, I think things have finally come to an end. Yeah, unlimited falafel and hummus back here. Don't blame them for hanging out. Gotta say, they really improve the animations in Starfield. Like, sure, there's an occasional glitch, but overall, they look really good. The transitions between animations and stuff. Love that the rubbery noises are made as they pass through these things. Hey, I think this is it. I mean, I guess, Zealot won? Because look how many casualties happened compared to Zealots lost. We got 1 down there. Got 1 down here. Meanwhile, there's a lot of down security. It's like I'm witnessing an actual tragedy. Meanwhile, we're over here. All right. Well, I guess I'll just go back. Hey, anything new around
Kay's
here?
place is like second home. Problem is, I don't really have a first.
Alright, see ya for real this time, Josh. Yeah, this is fun. I'll just let the Varun take me as a sacrifice. Hello, Snake Brothers. Hey, I'm one of you. Ah. Okay. Yeah, I'll end the stream now as well. That was fun. That kind of gives me ideas for some future stream content that could be interesting to watch. I got to learn about the factions and things to make it a little more interesting. And I have to take note of like NPCs that are fun to play with in combat. I could spawn some like aliens, get some terramorphs mixed in, and could do like a Starship Troopers or just have bunch of Marines of some kind in the middle of a field and then just surround it with terramorphs and see what goes on. Yeah, that's fun. Okay. We'll quit to title screen. I feel like I want to download the mod that gets rid of this thing in the corner. So ugly. Now I'm just going to check who's streaming so I can raid. We can get some binaural nutsack in on the action. Oh my god. Oh god, I can't listen to that for too long. Oh, I don't even know if this person's in the channel anymore. When they asked, I don't know who asked this, what secrets did we find? And I forgot to mention, it was that there are landmarks, secret landmarks on Earth that you can uncover by reading certain books that are found all over the world. And we found Cairo. So we had pyramids that you could go visit, and then there was also Hong Kong. So there was like a enormous skyscraper, probably the biggest structure I've seen in the game so far. It was actually spooky to stand near. It's eerie, but they looked really nice. Okay, who do we have streaming? I'll just host the Call of Duty channel that currently has 62,000 viewers. Wait till I see Dubai. Ooh, it's the Burj Khalifa or whatever. Yeah, thanks for coming, Hexagon. Get Mike Matei doing F099. Definitely seen a drop off in people streaming Starfield. Oh, Lies of P comes out today, I think. There's a bunch of people playing that. Or at least it's like early access to it. Thanks for coming, Wolfgang. Telescope. We got Game Center CX. Who else? Oh, it's early access for Lies of P. The game looked cool. It's not really my type of game, but it's interested me enough that I'll probably fly through a VOD of the game just to check it out. The art direction is especially nice. Let's see if anyone else is doing Starfield. So I know you all certainly haven't had enough Starfield after 10.5 hours. Or I could check out Minnesota streamers. Hey, what do you know? 2 Minnesota streamers. One's doing Starfield, the other's doing Fallout 4. You have to wait for the ad. Thanks for stopping by, Methodes. At least I assume that's how you pronounce it. So I think they're doing a Fallout 4 mod. Wasteland Operative?
We're in. You can count on us if you need help down the line.
Thanks.
Thanks again, friend.
Their audio is
That's all? 99
pretty
cabs?
quiet.
Okay. Alright, let's head back to my place. People can do some dumb shit. Indeed, they can. I'm having a good time playing this game. I know today's kind of a chill stream. I know Penny's playing some Stardew Valley. Penny better be marrying Penny on Stardew. I'm just saying. That's if you don't marry Penny on Stardew, are you really living life? The answer to that is no. There we go. Yeah. I'm already married to Harvey. That's okay. You just dump his doctor.
So this person currently has 5 viewers.
Let's scrap you.
I'm gonna raid what looks like it'll be like 50 something.
Okay, here we are.
I always worry a bit because sometimes I mean, no, 50 is technically isn't that much.
For a little bit.
But sometimes people like panic and they're like, "Whoa, what? Oh my god!" But I don't know. Seems cool. Just another Bethesda game.
Or not, you know.
Oh yeah, moths. Remember you had a Gongo raid or something, wasn't it? Or some huge, like hundreds of people one time.
That's adorable. All right, let's fix this receiver. Holy shit.
Still think the most viewers I ever had at once was, of course, was from like Vinny or something. And I had like thousands of people that showed up, but luckily they were all well behaved, and then like thousands left after the first couple of minutes. But I think some of them stayed around. I got a lot of follows, and I've seen some of those people come back, which is nice.
I would like a full stock, please. Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to host a fellow Minnesotan who just so happens to be playing another Bethesda game. And I almost just typed /raid in their chat. Wrong chat. So you found me, Methodes? Nice. Okay, and then one last time, putting my Discord in the channel for anyone that is interested in that. I send out notification every time I go live, and I'll sometimes say like, hey, I'm going to be streaming this later today if people are interested in it. So there's that. Then my my YouTube channel where I put all these VODs. Oh, it's not giving me the clean link. It's giving me the messy YouTube link, but that's my YouTube. And then there's my Twitter. See ya, Hobo Noah. How do I spell this person's name? Okay, their name is Necrovarius. So I'm very curious how this will go. All right. Have a good night / morning, everyone. No idea when the next time I'm going to stream again. Yeah, always nice seeing you, Moss, as well. I'm looking forward to your next stream. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.